Making sure that posture's right. Hello, and to whom this may concern. Did I turn this on? Yeah, I did. Good. Haven't fucked that up in a while, actually. Whew. I remember a time when every second stream I'd accidentally leave this muted. Easy mistake to make. Look like you should be in the Playboy Mansion. Aw, thanks. Can you let them know that? Maybe send me a plane ticket? Oh, you got a I don't think I've ever seen Minx get a stream streak before. Although you cashed it straight back in with some Biscoff. So you gave the channel point straight back. In a form of cookie dough. I love how even after your Biscoff redeem and the stream streak pop up, Jay still goes, "Yay, I'm the first." You got completely ignored, Minx. Minx doesn't exist. It's because you have a vajayjay, Minx. Jay does not see you as a real entity. There's my coffee. It should be an OnlyFans channel. Actually, I think OnlyFans does have a streaming function. I'm pretty sure OnlyFans career people. I don't know what to call them. OnlyFansers? They have like scheduled streams where people talk to them live, like live chat with video. But they probably do a lot more fingering than me. Just a little bit. There's probably not that many rules for streaming on OnlyFans. Within reason. I think even on pornographic streaming, I mean, OnlyFans is not technically a pornography site. It's an anything site. People seem to forget that. But on actual streaming, like pornography streaming sites like camgirl.com or Chatterbait, for example, there are still rules. There are things you can't do on that camera. Pretty sure one of them is pooping on each other. I don't think you can get away with that. I don't know. Maybe I should test that and see what happens. I'll let you guys know. You didn't see the stream streak thing? Oh, does other people not see that? You guys do see the channel point redeems though, right? The Minx redeemed feed Biscoff 500. I was under the impression that everyone saw those. Although, maybe not. Maybe both of those Minx pop-ups were invisible to Jay. So you actually did think you were the first. The day Twitch let people get naked for art and then change their mind. I do remember that. Yeah, people were loopholing the shit out of that. You do see the channel point redeems? Yeah, it was the first thing you did, so you probably came in right after that. Let me just click that off real quick. Before I forget. And then I forget I did it. You did think you were first. Well, to be fair, Minx is not usually that early when I do see Minx. Although sometimes you wouldn't know it. There have been times when Minx would suddenly say something or redeem a Biscoff and then admit that she's been there for 4 hours already or something crazy. And I'm like, damn. I'm being spied on. I'm being stalked. She's hoping to catch me with my pants down. Which is essentially why Jay's in here every day. Just in case. Jay is often the one who pops first. He just can't control himself. No. Okay. There's something interesting that happened around the same time as... where is it? TGS. Happy to catch you with the robe open. This top bit does come open a lot because there's nothing holding it. The strap is down by my waist, so this whole top part just does whatever it wants. Well, that's happened plenty. I try not to I try to wrangle it. I don't want to give any Twitch mods the wrong idea. Thinking I'm flashing titty. What was I going to say? Oh, when I was covering TGS last Sunday, there was another showcase that streamed live on a couple of channels. It's called Convergence. And I looked into what Convergence was because I've never heard of it before. Apparently it's an indie gaming showcase. I know there's a lot of those. It seems like indie gaming showcases are a dime a dozen. Like anyone just seems to be able to make their own show and fill it with indies. But I thought I might check out what Convergence is like. Also, THQ held one a little while back. Closer to... It was before even the Gamescom stuff. Between Gamescom and the last Summer Game Fest. It was maybe 2 months ago, I think. Let me just double check. Yeah, it was approximately 2 months ago. I mean, THQ... Developer-specific showcases aren't really that important. I know that I complained about the Capcom one last week because it was just... It was kind of exhausting. The problem with developer-specific or producer-specific showcases... Publisher-specific showcases is sometimes because it's just one publisher showing off only the games they own, it can be a little bit naff. What does naff mean? I don't know. It's the first word that came to mind. Like in the case of the Capcom one, I was mad because it was a decently lengthed showcase, but it was basically just Capcom going, here's Monster Hunter Wilds some more, here's Street Fighter 6 some more, and here's a trailer to remind you that a Dead Rising remaster just came out. That's all I can remember seeing in an entire showcase. In fact, half of that showcase was just watching footage of Monster Hunter Wilds again. And I've got nothing against the game, it's just that, like I said last week, at a certain point I feel like even a good chocolate cake gets annoying when someone won't stop rubbing it in your face. It's like, I get it. It looks amazing. Great craftsmanship. Wet, moist sponge. Delicious, rich chocolate. But you keep rubbing it in my face. It's in my beard. It's in my eyes. It's getting in my ears. Fuck's sake, calm down. We get it. Monster Hunter Wilds is awesome. Graphics are cool. The monsters are well animated. There's rad weapons and co-op mechanics and fuckery. I don't know. I would play it if I had the time, but I'm not going to. That's not the reason I don't want to. It's just too much. And Capcom does this with everything. Wait for the next Resident Evil game to get announced. After the first teaser, we're going to have to watch 65 trailers for Resident Evil 9 before we actually see the game. We're going to be watching Capcom showcases where 45 minutes will be dedicated to how well modeled the hilt of Leon's gun is or something. You say naff all the time? I think you're supposed to, because you're in the country where that word originates from. I don't know why that came to my brain. You're going to make a batch of cookies with ground ginger. Please don't let your robe fall open while I'm in the kitchen. Worst case scenario, Jay gets back and Minx is like, oh shit, while you were gone, Sean stood up and his entire robe opened up. We saw Schlong. In fact, the reason he's not on camera right now is he had to go get help because it cracked the table when it flopped out. It was like, oh, Jesus. I actually almost broke my table. Ow, my wrist. Oh, that's a meaty, weighty schlong. Is there a crack in the table? Okay, no good. It's black glass, so... It's not a robe, it's his body paint. Oh, body paint is really... Actually, it's... Body paint really sells if you do it well. I was at a Sexpo after party once at a club, and it took me like 20 minutes to realize, but all the waitresses were completely naked and were just wearing body paint. It was only when one was standing in front of me talking to me that I was like, oh, her titty's out. And vajay and everything. There's no clothing here at all. This is paint. Ah. You'd be so bloody upset. The sad thing is that if that did happen, I'm pretty sure when you came back, you would find my stream banned. I would have probably like a 1 or 2 week suspension or something. I think that's what happens. That one girl that had sex on her stream, I think she only got banned for 48 hours. But I'm pretty sure that'd be harder on male what's the word? The word for when you do something wrong. Wow, that left my brain instantly. You did tongue kiss a girl once? It was nice. Oh, that's fair. Girls have very soft, puffy lips. I mean, I've been told that by other women. Like, even girls that consider themselves straight have admitted that, like, it is nice to kiss other girls. Not in a, I'm trying to be les kind of way, but just, you know. Women are more easy and open about stuff like that. Like, you wouldn't catch two straight men kissing normally. You know, just as a joke or for shits and giggles. They'd be much more insecure about it. Whereas women are a bit more don't give a fuck. Even if they're not, like, technically into it. Like, if they are straight. They could just do it. Like, they don't seem to care as much. And yeah, I've been told by most women that kissing other girls is nice. So I feel like us men got the best side of that deal. Because we get to kiss ladies all the time, and they have to deal with kissing us. We got these pencil-thin lips with scruffy parts above and below. Kind of sucks, man. Also, our bodies are like rectangles covered in hair, whereas they get to be soft and curvy. Like, we got the best end of that stick. Women got to put up with bullshit, whereas we get heaven. You go to an annual car show where we get body painted, ladies come around, amazing art. Are people fully nude at the car show? Or is it just like partially, like maybe topless? You missed the scruff? I never do a clean shave. When I shave, it's with a electric shaver that I put down to level 1, so it always leaves like stubble. I've been told by more than one girlfriend that I look good with stubble, but I look like a little boy when I'm fully clean shaven. And that wasn't sexy. So, like, I was like, oh no, I have a complex now. Thongs, boots, nipples covered with paint. Because it's cold. Rectangles covered with hair. Way to go, now I'm questioning things. Oh no, we're turning Dre straight. Don't do it, Jay. You'll have much better fashion sense if you stay gay. Which is very important. I wish I had better fashion sense. Na 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 na. Oh. Also, I had to scrub through IGN because even though we watched the Tokyo Game Show live stream, full start to finish, IGN have a playlist of just the trailers, and I had to look through their playlist just to see if there's anything from TGS that was in their playlist but wasn't actually in the showcase. Because just because it was in the showcase doesn't mean it that was everything. There would be stuff on the show floor that didn't make it into the live stream. So I was curious if I'd find anything in there, and I found 3 potential culprits that I don't recall being in the showcase. So I've like pre-grabbed them out. Here's one of them now. Blip, 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 blip. Oh no, let's not do that one. Let's not do that one either. That's better. Could wear a potato sack. Redonkulously good looking. Potato sack. You mean like those, you know, like how they sometimes make peasants look in medieval dramas? Peasants always look like they're wearing like a brown Hessian sack kind of outfit. Or they slosh around in the mud. Is this done yet? Oh, a little bit more. Let me finish this princess coffee. Princess juice. Ah. Num num num. Okay, that's done. Sloshed. Sloshed on coffee. Can I move? I need to move everything out of the way. Hang on. I don't have enough space. Also, I think I'm too reclined. No, I think I'm not reclined enough. There we go. Sunday we can at least do one level of recline. We don't have to go full posture. It's not important. The brown Hessian sack, yes. They can't afford food or clothing, so they just cut a hole in a Hessian sack from the granary. I think that's where that comes from. No idea how to spell the word. I've never actually tried to. Now that you've said that, I actually wouldn't know how I'd spell it either. Yep. Oh, God. Okay. I think that's good enough. Finding this spot is always a little bit finagly. What is this? Regeneration. A mysterious regeneration announcement trailer. It's third-person survival horror. Dope. I like this. I like third-person survival horror. Especially in October. Spoopy-tober. Isn't October the month where they normally have, like, horror showcases as well? What was that horror showcase we watched last year? It was like a whole live show dedicated to just horror games. It's like Splatterfest or something obvious like that. I'm gonna have to check my my YouTube archive and see what that stream was called. Na 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 na. Run it. Hopefully it's not too loud.
How much time has passed? Days? Weeks?
Yeah, butterflies. Super horrifying.
Why were we left here like this?
Oh, that's cool.
And why am I still alive?
It was a lava worm.
It wasn't supposed to go like this.
This is reminding me of a more realistic...
I can't trust myself
Remnant.
anymore. These faces...
And Silent Hill.
These voices. They're everywhere. They are not from this world.
Very,
They
Silent
hide in the
Hill oogity
shadows,
boogities.
playing with us. Someone has to stop this
And a John Carpenter soundtrack.
before it awakens.
I can hear that synth.
Kate, please, forgive me.
It's actually kind of giving if the Dead Space dev made a Remnant game. It's pretty cool. I like the CRT filter. Make it look like a B-grade, a Carpenter film. I hope it looks like that in the game. That kind of ended anticlimactically, though. It just sort of stopped. Which is weird. Anyway, Jay's words of wisdom. When making cookies, it's best not to confuse ground ginger with ground cum. I agree. I don't think those would have the same effect. GDQ 2025 submission. What does that mean? Hell is Us. Extended gameplay overview. I'm getting distracted. Regeneration challenges players to face anomalous creatures born from past experiments. Survive, uncover secrets, stop the nightmare before it consumes everything. So a bit of Resident Evil with the creatures coming from human experiments. Not from any kind of cosmic horror, Cthulhu, interdimensional bullshit. Cumin, not cum? Oh, cumin. I just remembered cumin was a thing. And I tried to say cumin. Come in. This comment section is so sad and off. What does that mean? Are they all being negative, are they? Please generate a few more frames per second. Actually, if they take out some frames on purpose to make it feel more old school, I would be down for that. Black Myth Wukong Game of the Year. Black Myth Wukong Game of the Year. Stop ringing Game of the Year. Don't sleep on Wukong, IGN. Oh, I see why they're mad. No one in the comments is talking about regeneration. They're all using this comment section as a platform to yell at IGN for some game vote thing. That is sad. The poor dev is going through this comment section looking for constructive feedback or praise for their game, and they're just seeing unrelated political bullshit. Damn. Are you muted? No, I think your volume's off, Appy. Is that Pikachu screaming at me? What the fuck? Yeah, there you go. I mean, I usually trust the audio meters on my OBS. Why is nobody playing along? Oh, Appy was trying to pull a fast one. That's what was happening. God damn it. Appy, you son bitch. How did the open world Star Wars game flop? I think it's a bit disingenuous to make the thumbnail a picture of the game with a giant 0 out of 10 on it. Nobody gave it 0. This game got like 7s, which is still good. I don't know why that's considered a flop. People need to chill, man. I would love to play that Star Wars game. But, she expansive. Unfortunately, I'm a helpful mod. Are mods allowed to play along to pranks? I feel like it goes against their purpose in life. I just suddenly got super thirsty. Sorry. Don't know where that came from. Appy's mute prank didn't work, but somehow he still managed to dehydrate me. Like, instantaneously. Don't know how that prank works. Usually the one starting the pranks. Oh, there you go. So much for what I know. Do you notice that I find it kind of funny, but since Jay got the 1 month sub badge, which is a Sonic ring, it kind of looks like Jay has a cock ring next to his name now. I'm sure he's never going to take that badge off. Gonna wear it proudly. Jay's golden cock ring. Proud. What's the next? Okay. There's another one that was in IGN's TGS playlist that I don't remember was actually at TGS. This one's called Etheria Restart, which just from the name alone, I'm going to say Japanese. With anime waifus. Turn-based adventure game. Neon-soaked city of Etheria. Team up with lovable characters. Oh yeah, definitely waifus. There's going to be anime waifus for sure. You're a hyperlinker, and it's up to you to fight side by side with animus to explore. I don't understand any of these terminologies. Hello? Never worn a cock ring? Well, Jay's just not very adventurous. No, anime. I knew it. Waifu coming. She's got the walk. She's got the little denim shorts booty walk. This is I feel like this was made for Sham and Genie. This is Sham and Genie based. The question is, whenever I see something... Oh, that one's cute with the pink hair. Whenever I see something like that, my first question is always, is this a gacha game? Is this free to play with gacha mechanics? You really do have to put that on Front Street at this point. Hey, it looks great. I think when you do anime cell shaded graphics nowadays, it's kind of like an easy path to sweet looking graphics. Seems to be hard to fuck that up. It just always looks solid. Dun. Everyone seems to be into this anime right now. This dun thing. Something to do with the clash between the supernatural and aliens. Like the guy main character believes in aliens, and the girl main character believes in ghosts. So they both set out to prove the other one wrong, and they both get captured by the each other's thing that they believe in. She gets kidnapped by aliens, and he gets captured by ghosts. And I think what happens to each of them while they're captured accidentally imbues them with powers or abilities that are tied to each. Like the guy gets some kind of supernatural possession ability, and the girl gets some kind of like alien tech telekinesis ability. So when they both escape and get back together, they decide to team up to basically take on supernatural creatures and aliens to protect the Earth or something. I think that's the plot. Which is the most interesting thing about that is the fact that it's a show that's about main characters, heroes, fighting against both aliens and ghosts. Like, either or. Usually, like, you would focus on one of the two in most stories or fiction. But in this, they're both happening simultaneously. Which I think that opens up a lot of room for creative story writing of how the supernatural and the alien worlds collide or clash. Anyway. There's one more. One more left over from TGS. Where you at? Where you at, bruv? There it is. This is the big one, by the way. This is the big one. You ready for this? Hold on to your assholes. It's Farming Simulator 25, baby. Official Farming in Asia trailer. Ooh. They're adding Asia farming. So like rice paddocks, water buffalo, and corrals. There you go. Features 2 types of rice. I was right. Nailed it in one. Nice. Okay. By the way, when they say Farming Simulator 25, I don't think that means there was 24 other farming simulators. I think that just means 2025. I think it's the year.
Rated E for everyone.
E for everyone? Are you sure? This looks like pornography to me. This ain't all ages. Sometimes the graphics in realistic farming games remind me of the graphics in golf simulations, like Tiger Woods. Yep, that's farming. Solid farming. Irrigation. Yeah. You growing and planting grass? I suppose there is a market for just grass. It seems weird to say that, but like places need transplanted grass, I guess, and they gotta grow that somewhere. I do feel like some of these trailers are too loud. I'm gonna turn it down by one. Do you have to like shovel the manure? I see you have farm animals. That probably means you're shoveling horse poo to use as fertilizer for your crops. How exciting. Are we keen? Are we keen for Farming Simulator 25? These cookies look ghastly. Oh my god. Jay and his cookies. Wait a minute. There was a cinematic trailer a couple of months ago for this, and we missed it. Because the TGS trailer we just watched is about the farming in Asia mechanics. They've added Asia farming. That's all that was. That was very specific. How do we miss a full cinematic trailer? 2 to 3 months ago. Wow. Okay. We're missing out on the good stuff. Bravenger's cookies always look perfect. Bravenger went to become a farmer in Asia. You miss him gravely. The cookies just aren't the same. Rated C for chickens. Okay.
Rated E for everyone.
This is gonna be the real deal trailer. Oh, hell yeah. Pop it off. Drop some Linkin Park on the track.
All around the world.
Are they cooking meth
know farming
in the shed behind the farm?
Like life, we know it can be hard. And it can be surprising, too.
Buffalo?
But sometimes it's about being at the right place at the right time.
What, you're just gonna hijack this abandoned farm? Oh, it's not abandoned, there's someone actually farming. I don't get the tourist angle. Like, who are they supposed to be?
A wise man once said that
There's
the
more
best
story going on
lessons
here than I expected.
learned under the wide open sky. I think the same thing can be said about our art. Yeah, it can be messy, but it's always beautiful.
So I think the storyline behind this
So beautiful it can help you see yourself and the world in all new
is a bunch of
ways.
American tourists get inspired by farming in Asia,
In
the
art
way
of
they do
farming,
things.
the soil is the
And they
canvas,
open their own,
the
they start their
seeds
own
are the
Asian
paint,
farm.
and the harvest is the masterpiece.
Nice. That was a very cinematic trailer for a farming simulator. There's the rice. I think I was right.
Hey, this is pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty darn good.
Get the chicken off the table.
Is it missing something?
Egg. Oh, chicken.
You're too cute to eat.
Chicken, I
Maybe
would
some
run if I
fresh
was you.
Spinach for a change.
It's a weird voice acting. Yeah, that was a bit involved for a farming simulator. I didn't know it needed story. Also, once again, the colonizers seeing how other people do stuff and hijacking it. Good job. If we're able to farm rice in the game, at least give me the option to wear the Asian rice hat. I don't know, man. Is that appropriate, or we need Jeremy Clarkson's skin in this? Hilarious. I think him and his daughter working together, like when they were driving the two farming trucks next to each other, that's probably like meant to be a little bit of a hint at the co-op gameplay. Because farming simulator games have always had co-op. And it probably is better with other people. And makes more sense. Like, who just runs an entire farm by themselves? Like, one-man operation. I think that's very common. But what do I know about farming? City boy. Ick. Ick to him. Bum bum ba-da-dum ba-da-dum. Okay. Didn't I play one of the farming sim games? I think I tried one for a little while. Not too long, though. Played occasionally and you crash a lot. Farming sim? What? Which one? Not 25, obviously, because that's cutting edge. What do you crash into? Farms are pretty sparse. It's just like fields of wheat. How are you crashing? Oh, fences. I was just thinking, like, I was imagining this like vast empty field with nothing to crash into. And then you hit like the only thing you can possibly hit in kilometers around you, and that's like your co-op partner. Just run into their truck. To drive on the road to deliver your goods. Can't you get someone to come pick it up? What kind of pleb operation is this? You would likely do that, to be honest. I'm surprised you play Farming Simulator. Is it a choice just to play co-op with people? Is that why you play it? It's chill and you get to play it with others. Kind of like playing what's the paranormal one? What's that spooky one? There's a clip of you Austin Powersing the shit out of a tractor. Yeah, Phasmophobia. Kind of like how Phasmophobia is a game people play constantly because it's something you play with other people. So it's like a chill out with your co-op team. Except Farming Simulator is probably a lot more chill than Phasmo. It tastes delicious. Oh, the ginger cookies. Ugly but tasty. Like me. I love multiplayer just so I can play with friends. Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Like, I didn't think that you'd have any particular interest in farming. It was just like, oh, the Farming Simulator is co-op. Let's all play as a group. It's a good option. I remember playing the lawn mowing simulator game and thinking, like, this would be cool if I was able to run this lawn mowing company with a friend. And we can both ride on mowers on the bigger maps. You know, like the big horse paddock maps that take ages? You can both start on different ends, meet in the middle. I know so many people that fit Jay's description of his cookies. Ugly and tastes delicious. Better with a glass of soy milk. Far from ugly, you're friggin' hot. Yeah, I was being cheeky. I should have used somebody else as a scapegoat for that joke. Oh, that's the clip? The Austin Powers one? Uh-oh. Where's the audio?
Oh my god. scene in Austin Powers right now?
Are you stuck between civilian cars and
No, because if you remember,
the
Austin
fence?
Powers got out of that corridor.
I'm getting there.
Good lord. It's your wheel that gets getting caught in that red car.
Go to the right, go to the right.
Look at the size of that map.
That's now.
Are the yellow stuff on the radar, is that your multiplayer buddies? Why is this stuck? Oh, there.
Oh my god.
Your multiplayer buddies in their vehicles. So your farm is down here. I now know on GPS where your farm is. I can go wreak havoc. Torch the fields. Yeah, buddy. There's, you know what else has got co-op? That some people sometimes don't realize? Power Wash Simulator. You can play it with you can play it with 4 people. Which I'm guessing would vastly speed up a lot of those power washing jobs. Especially when you're hosing down an entire house. If you ever play it and need someone who can hold up the traffic. I think I lost my chance to play one of the previous ones. Like, it was on Game Pass and then left. The only reason I didn't jump on it while I had the chance is because if you get notified that a game is leaving Game Pass and it's a game that is potentially as long as something like Farming Simulator, there's no real point in starting it. Oh, I did activate the link sharing channel point redeem, by the way. I didn't do it before because I was about to jump into those showcases. I'm gonna have a look at the Convergence showcase for the indie stuff. I don't think Convergence is a name that's tied to any publisher or company. I think this might be like an indie game show made by gamers for gamers kind of thing. I don't think the name Convergence means anything. And then I'll check out the THQ one. THQ is a fairly large publisher, so they should have a lot of potential games to show, as opposed to Capcom. Which is also large, but they don't seem to have as much to show, ever. It's for some weird reason. This makes you giggle. Bleh. Oh, hello. 480p, we meet again. This must be from old TV. Wait, what is this? Hang on. Context? Sorry, I'm just trying to see who they were and what country this is. Doesn't seem to say it. Oh, did she... Why have they got them sitting on banana inflatables? That was never gonna work. Yeah, she slides right out of frame. I feel like she slid, like, off the mattress and then down 2 separate bananas that were on her side of the stage. It does remind me a bit of the, have you ever seen that, that golden age Hollywood actress, get knocked in the pool and continue the scene? What was her name? Let me just see if I can find her name real quick. Jane Russell. The 1950s. Yeah. Jane Russell was a Hollywood actress and musician in the 1950s. And she was doing a, like a Hollywood musical film scene by the poolside. And they had a bit of choreography where all these men, like, jumped over her into the pool. And she got knocked in the pool with them. And like a true star, she continued the scene. It cracks you up so much. So let me show you the one I was talking about real quick. Hang on. Close this one. God damn it. Let me just... Where the fuck? There we go. Yeah, I don't think I can make it any bigger. Oh, I can. Here we go. Yeah, watch this. This is great. Boom. Gets wiped out. Just keeps the scene going like a professional. She pretty. I don't know if the problem was she didn't duck down low enough, or if the guy didn't jump high enough over her. I feel like that dude was diving a little low. Hold up. Let's see who's at fault here. Oh. Yeah, the middle guy. I think he jumps too early. Look how high he is back here. He still has a lot more room to clear. So by the time he's going over the top of her, he's already dipped down so low, he clips her. He should have jumped later, so that he was arcing over her, as opposed to coming back down. It's his fault. She was ducking low enough. Any dude can make that. I don't know what else Jane Russell is known for. She looks familiar. Look, it's my cat Minxie Pinks. I still think it's a wild... Oh, hang on, let me enlarge on this. There he is. I miss him. I still think it's a wild coincidence that the pet name, the nickname that Jay gave you is exactly the thing my ex used to call Minx, the cat, Minxie Pinks. That must be a common nickname for the name Minx. Everyone seems to think of it individually, separate from each other. It's Minxie Pinks having a sit. He's a handsome boy. Blep. Minxie Pinks. Minx and Luna are both still alive, FYI. And thriving. They're both alive and healthy. They just live in another city, so you know. I talk about them sometimes like they're gone, but they are still with us on this mortal coil. Used to call your cat Zazie Mizo. What, like, was that the nickname? Or was that the actual name? Zazie Mizo. It sounds like a name that you'd hear in the Yakuza games. Said by angry Japanese male gangsters. Zazie Mizo. My cat was called Pussy, so I can't join in with this conversation. Well, that was its name, not its nickname. Just Pussy. Did you call it that just because the phrasing would be hilarious whenever you talked about your cat? Like when people come over, you can be like, have you guys seen my pussy? Come into the other room, I'll show it to you. Now, I gotta warn you, it's hanging out a little bit. That was her nickname. ZH is the sound of an S in pleasure. ZH was the sound of S. So it was sassy. It's black and feisty. Black and feisty. It's black? Either she has mixed race parents or that puss has taken a beating over time. Blip. There are so many bad phrasing situations you can get into with a cat named Pussy. It's great. Yeah, I didn't get much sleep last night. Minx's pussy wouldn't stop screeching. It had the zoomies. Say pleasure or treasure or measure. It's a consonant sound in the middle of the word. So it was Jaji? Miju? It's hard to wrap my head around that phrase. Look, it's the Convergence game showcase. They had such a long lead encounter that it's almost already halfway through the bar when the show starts. I love it when that happens. Imagine if I did that. Imagine if my stream started an hour before I came on and you had to watch a over 60-minute countdown. Or 2 hours. Imagine coming onto my stream and there's a countdown on screen for like 1 hour and 48 minutes. Sean will be here eventually. It's going to be a while. It's closer to the sound. Oh, closer is good enough. Your nan took the cat in because the dogs didn't like it, so my nan had 2 cats, Tiny and Pussy. She renamed her to Poppy. Have you met Tiny Pussy? She's talking about 2 cats. Don't get excited. Ooh, there's a chat. Someone in the chat said IGN sucks. Nobody cares. Why y'all gotta be toxic all the time? Just chill and enjoy games. How hard is that? Apparently, it's very hard. Another thing you get to say to your group of friends. Yeah, my as of last week, my nan is looking after my pussy. Oh no. I just think my pussy is better off with my nan. She's really good with it, you know? She's really delicate. Really delicate with pussy. Feeds it well. She has a soft touch. I'd give my nan pussy any day. Lets her roam free. Lets her do what she wants. Good at taking care of all the hair. All right, let's do it. Auto, no. 1080p, please. Oh, yeah, rocking. Look at a fat, hard dubstep beat. No, it's not dubstep. Hard electro. Convergence contains games inappropriate for younger viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. Oh my god, games filled with pussy. Do you like games filled with pussy and violence? We got you covered. Not at the same time though. Separately. In their own individual spaces. Violence is fun, pussy is fun. We don't like violent pussies. Or violence against pussy. Denied. Banned. Unless it's Mortal Kombat. There's plenty of violence against pussy in Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat is,
Hello everyone and
true
welcome to
feminism
the
at
Convergence
work.
Showcase. I'm Dodger.
Equal opportunity
And I'm
beatdown.
ESO, and Convergence is a stacked back-to-back indie-focused game showcase.
Look, it's Dodger.
Highlighting the hidden
Why do I
gems you
remember
might
Dodger
have
from
missed,
something?
So they
I think
can
she was the
reach
host of another show
audiences
like
they
this.
truly deserve.
We've got some of your favorite publishers. We've got self-published games by smaller indie devs. Maybe
This
even
dude's
people who are making
beard
their
and
very
hairstyle
first game.
is going
so
full
if you see a
hipster.
game that you like, make sure you wish list it. Send the developers
likes
a nice
craft
message.
beer.
Tell your grandma about it. We want to get as many eyeballs on these games as possible.
We're going to be your guides through the next 80 minutes of lovingly curated indie games. And we have lots
turn
of
it down
special
again.
guests, including Wonderboss, who's going to be sharing his ones to watch, featuring lots of smaller dev titles.
You didn't get to say anything.
You guys ready to get this show started?
We don't let him talk.
Let's go.
He stays in his corner.
Our first section, Future Visions.
Oh my god, they
is
swapped
all
sides. That
about
annoys me so
sci-fi.
much.
Yep. Are you a sci-fi boy?
You know, I've been into a lot of space movies, but the gaming side of
Ooh.
things, I've not.
Check out the posters he's got behind him. I'm seeing Lost in Random on the right. Bottom left, Pacific Drive. Did you stream Pacific Drive when that came out, Minx? I saw a lot of people were streaming and YouTube Let's playing that game. It looks good. I like it. Your friends did? I really like the look of Pacific Drive. It's the kind of thing that like gets my OCD. Like having like a home base kind of thing that you get to build up, plus the car itself, you get to customize and build up and upgrade with stuff you get every time you go out. I can see getting addicted to that loop.
Fully got into
Good gameplay loop.
I don't play a whole lot of sci-fi games, but yeah, I grew up with Star Trek and Stargate and all of that. And
All
oddly
the
enough,
star things.
the Mars Attacks movie. Some of you might have seen that there is a new game revealed at Gamescom called Mars Attracts, and yes, it is a Mars Attacks game.
You can literally build a theme park.
Oh, is
on
it actually
Mars
connected
with
to
the dark
Mars
twist
Attacks?
that you're gonna
I didn't
be
know that.
Abducting humans from Earth to populate your different themed
I'm
attractions.
trying to
Yeah,
sit correctly.
and it's also got this element where the humans can escape, and so you're
We
not
saw
only
the
trying to
teaser
keep
for
your
Mars
theme park running,
Attracts.
but also keep the humans.
It's like a
from
zoo
escaping it.
building and
It's-
management
it's
tycoon.
Definitely going to be bonkers.
Except
so
it's an
let's watch
alien
the
zoo
gameplay.
that you put humans inside. I just didn't know it was tied to the actual Mars Attacks property. It's kind of obvious now that you say it. This looks fucking awesome though. Like I love games like Theme Hospital and Theme Park, and building and managing hospitals and theme parks and things like that is so much fun. But an alien zoo full of enclosures of other species, specifically humans, in their natural habitats from different periods of human history, like Romans, samurai, modern humans, prehistoric humans. I guess they just picked them up throughout time. I think I saw a Wild West enclosure. It's almost like Dark City. It's like the movie Dark City if you took that concept and turned it into basically expand it into a larger idea. So rather than this one noir urban city that's like a floating in space alien experiment on humans, it's like there's many. And this one's the urban noir city one. There's the Wild West one. There's the Roman one. Like all next to each other. That Roman escaped from his enclosure and beat up an alien.
Welcome to the glamorous life of bounty hunting. Perks include seeing
Last
exotic
Hellion.
planets, meeting interesting people, and then promptly
Oh, holy shit.
shooting those people. Your job
Is
simple
this
but
the
deadly.
twin stick shooter
Choose a
version of
mission from the guild.
Helldivers?
Hunt the galaxy for your prey. Eliminate them with extreme prejudice.
So this is a linear action game
Secure some
with
loot,
Helldiver in
then extract to
inspiration.
safety, or you'll lose it all. Once you've got the basics down, get
Oh,
ready
this
for
might be a
missions that'll
roguelike.
make you question your life choices.
I'm starting to smell roguelike.
Rise through the Helion ranks and unlock new, dangerously exciting planets.
This looks like something that should be co-op.
Welcome to Last Helion. You've got a universe to impress, so why wait?
There's a
Go
active
prove you're
reload
more than
system.
just
I
a
just
shiny
saw it.
helmet.
They didn't mention it in the trailer though. They didn't talk it up.
That was the world exclusive reveal for the bounty hunting extraction shooter called Last Helion. It looks awesome. What do you think?
Flying to
The word
different planets
Helion, when I
with
see it
a
written,
diverse
it makes me want to
environments
say
like the Gothic
Hellion.
Cathedral, deserts, an actual space station, and then doing all these bounty missions and crafting your own weapons just looks awesome to me.
100%.
Oh,
And
oh. Hang on. I think the poster above Pacific Drive is that procedural detective game. What's that called? Shadows of Doubt or something? Shadows of something. Something of Doubt. Doubt of Shadows. Shadows of Wiener? Oh, I got it right. Shadow of Doubt. You do have it. Am I correct? Hang on, let me enlarge this for you. Look at the poster just above Pacific Drive. That looks like the poster for Shadow of Doubt. I could be wrong because it's very blurry. But I feel like when my eyes like crossed and I looked at it with my peripheries, I felt like I saw all the silhouettes of that poster. It's in my brain somewhere. It unlocked. I can't tell what the top poster is. Someone's wearing yellow. It might be something Capcom-y. I don't know. I feel like his whole wall is all indie stuff, though. I don't think that would be a Capcom thing. 10 points to whoever can identify the poster above his head. Because I've got 3 of the 4 posters correct. And I'm pretty proud of that. Although Pacific Drive is an easy one because it's sharp enough you can actually see the title. Fuck, what could it be? The thing that made me think Capcom is the fact that it's got cartoonish graphics and the font, the edge of the font that you can see is something you'd see on a Capcom games poster. I don't know.
I think now we're gonna.
When the circles enlarge.
That was the world exclusive reveal.
I thought we'd be able to see it.
Shadows of Doubt, which is a super cool.
Holy shit! We're actually talking about Shadows of Doubt right now.
Game.
What are the odds of that?
I haven't played that game yet, but it is overwhelming in the best way.
That's random.
It sounds amazing. I've heard it's based in a sandbox and got procedural generation. I'm excited.
They're not going to talk about Lost and Random and Pacific
100%.
Drive because they're already out.
To tell us more about
and I think Shadows of Doubt.
Special guest, General Sam, take it away.
I think Shadow of Doubt is still early access, right? So this is still a game that's current.
Hello,
that's relevant.
Everyone. My name is General Sam, and I am the hired spokesman for Shadows of Doubt. Oh, what's that? Excellent question. Shadows of Doubt is a game where
this has been very popular with YouTubers
in a dystopian city.
But it's so open-ended that it's a content generator, this one.
There's hundreds of citizens in this city, each with their own jobs, apartments, and relationships. And any one of them could be the murderer.
You have to start again because you've got how to play it.
The next victim. Shadows of
I mean, isn't the point always to restart it? Because it's like procedurally generating the people, where they live, what their jobs are, and the crimes themselves, right? So once you've solved a crime, you're essentially just going to play it again to get like a whole new scenario. Rinse and repeat until you get bored. That's how I understand the structure of the game, but I might be wrong.
Came out of early access today, and I think you should pick it up.
Oh, it's out of early access.
I guarantee you have not played anything like it. Here's some clips showing what other people have gotten up to on Shadows.
So this is the last time we're going to hear it talked about in trailers and showcases, since it's now officially out.
The diner, it's always got you covered. So, you guys know about any murders? There's a murder! I gotta go!
It's an Aussie.
Let me scan the bloody hammer. I wonder if this is the murder weapon. Our first case is someone committed suicide with a hammer.
The guy's very excitable.
I love this game.
We've got you now. Your web of lies is over.
Holy shit.
That'll teach you. Oh my god, so much blood. Oh my god, she's naked. Oh no. Oh, the alarm's been sounded because that person I may have beaten up. I'm a vigilante. I cannot be stopped. This was a hard one.
She says out loud.
1401 Song Suites. Do I leave and investigate the crime scene early? Or do I have breakfast at Tiffany's?
There's another second YouTuber that did the noir monologuing.
Place. I need to arrest everyone, but presently I am undeniably homeless. So I started by looking at the job listings. Work available, business-related concerns require investigation.
I didn't know you could be homeless. Fun. What a setup.
Disaster.
Homeless
Probably
noir
because I went
detective.
to the wrong apartment. Now I can rest easy knowing that the city is safe once and for all.
Shadows of Doubt. I want to play it. Someday. It's one of those games that if you keep on your wish list, it's going to end up on a really big sale at some point. Once it's not like hot.
Operator 2364.
It's currently a bit too pop culture hot to get a good sale.
Restoration project. You have been outfitted with a state-of-the-art drill pod, which will be essential to your
drill
survival.
pod?
You may experience vertigo,
falling blocks, or a sudden lack of breathable
What the
air.
fuck?
Should the baseless rumors of a mechanoid threat on the surface prove to be true, we have implemented the option to construct
Is this a
automated
drilling game?
defense systems. At ITER,
Oh, cool.
we believe in
Wait.
encouraging hard
This is like that other game where during the day you're like mining for materials to upgrade your little base on the surface, and at night it's like a tower defense where your upgrades are like protecting the base from alien attacks. I forgot what that game was called, but I think it's now like the third game I've seen that's doing that exact structure.
work, so do make use of our generous rewards program. Replacement
I
of
guess
your
it just
base
takes
is
one
as cheap
game
and
to
expendable
succeed
as
at a
we
genre
operate
mashup,
to 2364.
and then everyone else starts copying it.
Thank you for your continued dedication to the ITER Corporation.
ITER. I was gonna pronounce it ITER.
That was our first look at ITER from Fireshine
I was
Games.
way off.
I love the voxel art style of this game, but my goodness, I'm not so sure if I could survive in a world like this. What do you think, Dodger?
It's a video game. Chill.
You know what? I love a tower defense game. I love games where you get to just, you know, chill out and mine. This one doesn't seem quite so chill though, because you got to get all these resources, get back to your base, make sure that everything's safe and good to go. I think it looks like a lot of fun. But next up,
Sometimes I
we're gonna
wonder if
check
I could
in
do
with
this.
Our buddy Wonderbot.
I've had to host.
Very first,
I've had to host and do TV commercial kind of acting many times, but like I don't know if I could do the forced skit kind of hosting thing that you see people do on shows like this. You know, they're always doing bits in between all the segments, where it's like, this isn't real conversation. This is like filler. This is like written. It's like, I don't think I could survive in a world like that. It's like, it's a bit too Looney Tunes. Like, it just doesn't feel genuine. I feel like these two are pretty genuine people. Like, these are indie game developer types, but they're also like media trained hosty type people. So I think they're used to putting it on. And like, sometimes it just comes off as like, you know, the fake host thing. It happens at the Oscars as well. A lot of the bits that they do at the Oscars, where you can tell the celebrity on the stage is just reading the teleprompter and doing their bit, where they're having that little cute to and fro with the other celebrity. And it's like, this is some bullshit. These people have never spoken once in their lives, and they're just reading off a screen right now. They're not actually interacting at all.
Fun to watch.
Like, you know what would be genuine? You know what would be really genuine? If you came out of a trailer and were just like, hey, that looked cool. Like, I played the demo and it was rad. I like to see how that game's coming along. Yeah, nice. You know, like, things that people say to each other about games. You know, you don't have to do like a whole song and dance. You don't have to do like a whole vaudeville routine.
Hey, I'm Wanderbot, and as Danny and Dodger said, I'm here to share some of my picks of upcoming indie games from smaller developers.
He's
Bionic
reading
Bay
the
is
screen.
an action puzzle platformer set in a brutalistic.
You can see his eyes switch between the lens and
that is
the
hell-bent on
prompter.
blasting you to smithereens. Featuring art by Marina, who previously designed. the
I've
hit
seen this
Badland
game on
games,
Twitter.
And programmed by industry newcomer Psychoflow Studio. Manipulate the environment and objects around
The
you.
dude
with
who
an
made this has
innovative
been working on
swap
this for
system and
years.
Highly detailed physics simulation. Check out the demo available on Steam right now, and here's some exclusive gameplay to show you what to expect, plus some extra games from
A lot of it
Kepler
is running
Interactive.
away from hazards that are like
I'm
tracking
Joanna,
you.
And I'm the artist and designer behind Bionic Bay. Bionic Bay is high detail pixel art, tight and
The main
precise
characters' like
platforming,
movement animations
and chaotic
are just really
physics-based
cool.
Gameplay. Set in an ancient biomechanical world filled with imaginative tech and deadly traps.
Oh shit.
There are thousands of games that use pixel
He got
art,
swish.
but the way the world is created here is something that probably no one has tried before. I mean, look at this tree
Whoa.
consisting of 250k pixels. Or this mechanical
Almost an
hand
unnecessary amount of
with a
detail.
million pixels. The end result is a spectacular
Like,
retro-futuristic
you're not really gonna
biomechanical
see a lot of that
world
detail
that looks
when the camera is always that
unparalleled
far back.
to anything we've seen in video games.
But kudos to him for
It's super important that
putting all that
the
in,
visual
that.
look and the gameplay go hand in
Whoa.
hand. That means
That's the
handcraft
kind of
levels
gameplay
with
I've seen on Twitter.
tons of creativity.
The way you
Here's
can
the core mechanic of
swap
Bionic Bay. the swap.
Yeah, what he's talking about right now.
Enables you to move, defend, or attack in a totally new way. Thank you for watching.
So you
We
highlight
have
objects,
lots of
or
cool
like
stuff
as you
to
touch
show
them,
before the launch.
and then you can magically like
Right,
swap places
so
with them.
wishlist on
So the
PlayStation
footage
5
I saw
and Steam.
was like a pretty intense, fast-paced chase sequence where he's constantly object swapping to not get hit by a bunch of stuff that's like chasing him. And he's only just making it through like by the skin of his teeth. It's pretty amazing. Why are they showing Pacific Drive? That game's been long out. This looks cool. I like this. That's that Xbox JRPG. Flintlock we had some fun with. Loved it. This is all stuff that's already out, I guess. Cat Quest 3. Should I marathon the Cat Quest games? I have the first one on Steam. I got it on sale a long time ago. Cheers on Game Pass now. I do like the fact that Microsoft goes through the effort sometimes to snap up a bunch of indie games that were like big deals at the Game Awards and get them on Game Pass. Seafood just came to Game Pass, so that's going to be happening at some point. I can't wait. What the fuck is Kepler? I'm not familiar with Kepler.
Exclusive update for a game that was recently revealed during Gamescom.
Raccoon Logic. Wait, what is this?
Down my throat.
Hot.
Hi everyone, my name is
Oh,
Alex
this.
Hutchinson, creative
Revenge of the
director
Savage
at a
Okay.
brand new studio called Raccoon Logic. We're back for
I
another
actually-
game
I
in
own the
Savage
first-
Planet universe titled Revenge of the Savage Planet.
I own the first one. A friend of mine bought it for me.
Edge of the universe by your former employer. It's your job
We were gonna
to
play a
survive
co-op, but we haven't done it
and
yet.
Thrive on 4 crazy new planets, each of them packed with their own.
I don't think the first one had third person.
You have various tools at your
The first
disposal
game
and
is
different
fully
ways
first
of
person.
Interacting with creatures. You can whip them or use a lasso to capture various creatures. There are different goo guns with various properties that allow you to solve the game's challenges in a myriad of different ways.
Like
As
I
you
remember the
explore
first
every
game
look
being
at any
taught, being referred to as like a first-person
assistance in driving
Metroidvania kind of
the
thing.
algorithm, so please wishlist the game at your earliest convenience on Xbox, PlayStation, GOG, Steam.
It's weird to
or
see it in
Epic
third
Games Store.
person though. Doesn't feel like the same game.
Ho ho! We've had a bit of an aesthetic change.
They swapped
here.
again. They swapped sides.
That's
I wish I'd
because
stopped doing
these
that.
next games are not going to give you heart palpitations. They're going to help you chill out. You're going to have a nice, cozy time
Chill games.
here,
Yeah,
all right?
yeah.
So the first one that we're going to be checking out is Castle Pixel and Playtonic's game Cattle Country, which is...
Cattle
Hold on,
Country?
one moment. A cozy cowboy adventure life sim.
Fuck yeah.
It's like Stardew Valley meets Red Dead Redemption. You were saying you're really excited about this game.
Honestly, like when I first tried Stardew and seeing how similar this game is, like me and my wife were playing that game, I got really into it, and you just start, you know, micromanaging everything. And this game really takes it another step up with 18 romanceable characters.
It's actually not what I thought he was going to say.
Different seasonal events. You can track a game in the winter.
I thought he was going to be like,
Western shootouts with
I used to love
bandits,
playing
and just have
Stardew
rodeos and
Valley,
other
but the
fun
one
little
thing I
mini
thought the
games.
game could
And,
use
I mean,
was
yeah,
being a
you also
fucking
do that with
cowboy.
mine too. Let's check out the
Cowboy
footage, 'cause I
Stardew
mean, I
Valley,
can't
hell
talk
yeah.
about everything.
Get into it, bruv. Cattle count. Almost called Cattle County. Country. Actually, I think I like Cattle County better. More unique. Actually shooting each other. This is cute. It looks exactly like Stardew Valley, but just more Wild Westy. Golly. So is this going to be like Stardew Valley meets Oregon Trail? So you can romance the waifus, but can also get dysentery?
Stick around, partner, and welcome to Cattle
Can you
Country.
romance the dysentery? Ew.
Wish list now.
As soon as I said it, it made me feel ill.
Next, we have Monster Mop-Up, where you're cleaning up human
Oh,
homes
fuck yeah.
from monster mess.
I know what this
while
is.
rescuing fluffy monster
I've
ragamuffins hiding
watched
in the back of
YouTubers
the
play
place.
the
Dodgy,
early
you
access
look
of
like
this.
You're super excited to talk about this one.
I'm so excited for this game.
I've
I
played
love
that,
cleaning
got the
games
demo.
just in
Are you
general.
talking
I think
about
they're so
Cattle
satisfying
Country,
and
or are you
fun.
talking about Monster
So,
Mop-Up?
for this one to be like, and also the mess is made by these cute little monsters, and you gotta save them and get them out of the human homes. The humans can't see
Why are you doing a
them.
voice? Stop
oh
it.
my gosh, I'm just gonna have such a blast with this
Roll
game.
the trailer.
So thank you very much to Tara
Monster
Hart
Mop-Up,
for
got a
giving
free
us this
key.
footage,
Oh, nice.
and also to Yogscast for
Was that one of those
publishing it.
situations
Let's
where
check
like
it out.
the dev ends up on your stream and they give you the game for free? Because that's happened to me before. This game looks awesome. I love shit like this. There's so much stuff like this on Steam as well. I've got so much to play. You can get keys from Keymailer. I don't know what that is. Is that a kind of a official way to apply for content if you're a content creator? It's where the devs give out free keys to streamers. Oh, so basically, yeah. I thought most streamers and YouTubers just approached them directly, like emailed their social media or marketing departments and requested stuff like that with attached details about your like stream viewership or YouTube viewerships to prove that it'll be worth their while. Should try it one day. Yeah. I'm less likely to do it if it's early access stuff because I've kind of lost patience with playing early access games because I really don't like playing unfinished games. Because if I like the game, I get frustrated by the fact that I'm getting everything I need out of the game or everything I'm going to get out of the game before it's done. So when the game is finished, I'm not going to start it again and play it from the beginning again. Even though now it's actually the intended experience. If you know what I mean. It's like, I feel like every minute spent playing the unfinished early access version of a game is like a waste. Because if I just waited, I could be playing the finished version with all the mechanics and stuff included. I don't have the time to like play every single game twice because I played the unfinished version and then had to go back and start it again to see what the finished experience, the intended experience is like. It just frustrates me a little bit. But the frustrating part of it is that some games never seem to leave early access, especially ones that are actually intriguing to me. Like all these builder like job sim type games that look really fun. Like that Monster Mop-Up game. Or like Train Station Renovator or House Flipper or Power Wash Simulator, all that kind of stuff. Like so many of those games, there is tons of those types of games on Steam. And a shockingly huge amount of them are basically just in early access for like years as they just gradually add content. Like that gas station simulator game is like still adding shit even today. There's still new stuff being added to that. And that came out years ago. People have had YouTube videos out about that game for ages.
By first-time Spanish developers Malapata Studio and openly inspired by cozy games like Unpacking and Assemble with Care, Campervan Make It Home is a sandbox interior decoration simulator where you create your ideal home on wheels.
Oh wait,
solve spatial organization puzzles by
is that all you
packing away
do?
all of your belongings in a tiny yet cozy living space of your campervan, or even customize
Oh, it's
your
puzzles.
home from
Okay,
scratch with
good.
a wide variety of parts. Here's an exclusive new trailer.
It's so distracting how far away his script is from his camera lens POV. You can see his eyes dart too much. You gotta have that closer to the lens. Or through it. I was on set doing a job the other day, presenting in a commercial, and we had one of those reflective prompters where you put the prompter in front of the camera So the camera actually shoots through the glass, and the prompter is being reflected from the computer screen onto the glass. So you're actually like reading the text in front of the camera lens. So your eyes are like looking directly into the viewfinder as you're reading. It's pretty damn good. I love that thing. This actually really does fit the cozy genre vibes. I'm gonna put the frog panties here. Little Polaroid camera, a little bit of basil. Little ferny. The thing that worried me was that it was just gonna be like a sandbox thing where you just build whatever you want and then when you get bored you're done. But she called it puzzles. So I think there's levels where you have to arrange everything. And then once you're done, you go to the next scenario.
For as long as I can remember. But around 2 years ago, I made my first ever YouTube video all about my love of cozy games. And since then, I've got to see the cozy community grow and flourish over the years, with more cozy gamers and cozy games than ever before. Now, one thing I love to do on my channel is to cover new and upcoming cozy games that I think people are gonna love. So when I got an email asking me to come to Newcastle to try a brand new cozy game that combines adorable critters with cafe management, I knew I had to go.
She does say cozy a lot.
Immediately. So let me introduce to you today Critter Cafe.
Critter Cafe.
A cozy game which has so much of
Oh my god, look at the critters. Their eyes are like portals into another
adorable critters, which I
horrifying
am obsessed
realm.
with, as you can play with them.
I suddenly don't like it.
You also get to run your
Jesus.
very own cafe and even decorate it as well.
Why are their
There's
eyes
also
like that?
This whole other side of the game, which sees you solve puzzles.
Oh my
to
god,
try
all the
and save
creatures look like they've got
critters.
olives for
So I'm
eyeballs.
delighted to show you
I
today
don't like olives.
a brand new trailer for Critter Cafe.
Don't cross these critters. They can see directly into your soul.
Your own cozy critter cafe.
Fine, I'll have Biscoff.
On Goldleaf Isle, you'll
they're gonna
find a
get
cafe
you.
waiting for you. Okay, it might not look like much, but you can change almost anything here. New tables and chairs, decorations.
I mean, it wouldn't be a cozy game if
even
you
the
couldn't
floor.
customize everything.
You can really show off your style.
What if my style is naked? Can I show that off?
And you can change how you look too, whenever you want. New hair, clothes.
They look like
colours, accessories.
anime-ified
You'll
Mii's
leave your
from
old
Nintendo.
stressful life behind and explore this amazing place. Along the way, you'll overcome challenges, solve puzzles, and bond with your critters as
Along
you
the
bring them
way,
back to your cafe.
you'll accidentally commit to murder that you'll have to cover up.
Rescue every critter and welcome them into your cafe family. You'll manage the needs of your
Why am I so
visiting
thirsty
customers
tonight?
and keep your cafe running smoothly.
There's
But you'll
Jay.
have a little help
We all know
from
why
your
Jay's so
new friends.
thirsty.
We're super excited to tell you that you can open your very own Critter Cafe. Make sure to wishlist to keep up to date with the game.
So is Critter Cafe a cafe for critters, or is it a cafe that serves critters to normal humans? Are we eating these things?
Drop Duchy is a hybrid strategic
Drop
roguelite,
Duchy?
which blends iconic
Oh,
puzzle
fuck.
gameplay with real-time strategy and resources management.
What are you saying?
How it's
In
Tetris?
Drop Duchy, you must set up blocks through
Holy
an
shit,
evolving grid
that's
to
interesting.
complete lines and farm resources.
It's a
On your way, you'll
farming
face combat round. Their structure is
building
the same as a
management
regular round,
Tetris?
but you will have to place enemy constructions in addition to your own.
This is trippy. This is
Each
pretty
actor
creative.
Drop
I gotta
Duchy
give it to him.
Introduces new terrains, cards, and mechanics. Fight and collect resources before reaching monumental bosses. With 80 unique cards
Isn't
to unlock,
Duchy weed?
upgrade, and optimize,
Past the Duchy
each
on the
run will be
left-hand
different.
side. I remember that being a song lyric.
We hope that you'll enjoy Drop Duchy.
Drop
And
Duchy?
believe us,
Like,
the best is yet to be
wait, what?
played. See you in 2025 for the game's release.
You've been watching a Pufta romance? You mean you've been
Roguelike
catching up on
Rogues is
Fast
where
and
we
Furious
spotlight
movies?
games that put a unique spin
Heyo.
on the roguelike genre. Games like the one you just saw, Drop Duchy from the Arcade crew. It's a Tetris-like puzzle game where you're gathering resources and building your kingdom.
Look at me!
What did you think of that one?
I'm sexy! I'm a sexy boy! Oh my gosh.
I've been sexy
I've
boy.
learned to really love deck
I deserve that.
builders and strategy
Thank you
games.
very much.
So this is an amazing marriage of things for me. I can't wait to play this. But next up, we're going to be checking in with Alexa, who's got an update for us on a highly anticipated sequel.
I'm so
Take it
glad
away.
my headphones are plugged in, because if she said Alexa then out loud,
here, and I am
my Alexa would.
extremely excited
No,
to share
don't
with
listen.
you my most anticipated
I almost got her
roguelike
attention.
game of the year, Streets of Rogue 2. The sequel
Fast
to
and the
Streets
Curious,
of Rogue,
yeah.
a roguelike RPG created by solo dev Matt Dabrowski that sold over 1 million copies. Streets of Rogue 2 takes the formula of that first game and just simply ramps it up. With a vast procedurally generated world 10,000 times the
This was
original,
on
with
Game
infinitely
Pass.
replayable freeform gameplay. You can
It's
plan
left
on
already,
getting
though.
lost
It's
in
come
the
and gone.
immersion of your own giant roguelike-y RPG sandbox. Remember all those classes from the first game? Yeah, they're back by the dozen. Do you want to be a scientist that hires a mercenary army to stage a coup? You can do that. Maybe
Cool,
you
man.
want to be a computer hacker. create a
It's hard to
zombie
sell this
apocalypse.
game, though.
You can do
The
that
gameplay-
too. Or maybe you're just feeling being a ninja. that
As
hangs
a
out with
visual,
commune of
doesn't
vampires and
sell the
eventually
things that
bribe
this
those
guy's
vampires
saying.
to help you take the mayor hostage. Believe it or not, you can do that.
Like, he's saying some really
Let's
cool
check
shit,
out
but
an
when you
exclusive
compare
trailer
that to
for
actually the
Streets of Rogue
gameplay
2.
footage, it's like, I don't see how the stuff he's saying you can do is really reflected in, like, the visuals. It's just, like, crazy shit happening. Not that I don't believe it. Like, I get it. It's just, yeah. It's not a game that sells well in trailer or video. But when you hear someone talk about it, it sounds amazing. How long is the showcase? You have a sus short film? What the fuck? What do you mean by sus? Oh, Jay's watching the gay romance right now, off on a different screen. How far are we into this? I think it has like another 50 minutes.
And now we're
They have a lot of
very
indie games to show, it
excited
seems.
For a world exclusive reveal trailer
World
from
exclusive?
Yogscast Games.
World exclusive. World premiere.
Yeah. For some reason, Solid Snake. Yeah, wasn't Dodger the host of another showcase that we watched once before? I remember Dodger from something. I'm pretty sure it was like another completely separate indie thing. What is happening? It's a tribal card game of some kind. Okay. I don't know what's happening. This is a genre that's not the easiest to sell in trailers either, because it's just stuff happening. It's like I don't really understand what's going on in the card game. Just things. Used to watch a bunch of her coffee times back in the day. Used to watch her drink coffee, but like from the bush outside of Starbucks. Dodger, my love, we'll be together someday. You don't know me, but I know you, and I know that we'll be perfect together. Shaman
This is Chaos
Dodger.
Prophecy, developed by Chaos Interactive.
Daily
It's a
life
village
updates.
builder,
She
it's
drank
a deck
coffee.
builder,
Oh, adorable.
You're trying to rebuild your village. but
Cozy
you've got this,
YouTubing.
like, wrathful master who's throwing all of these obstacles in your way. It shows a lot of promise.
She has a lot
I
of
think it's
piercings in
gonna
that
be
one
really neat.
ear.
I can't wait to see more. But next up, we've got Wonderbot's next pick.
Red Metal is Silent Factory's debut action roguelite, where
Oh,
you
cool.
mow through hordes of extermination robots
Oh,
and
hell
mutated
yeah.
creatures in a post-apocalyptic alternate
sick
future.
is that car?
What makes it even better is that you do so behind the wheel of a car with guns strapped to it, with fine-tuned
We need more
driving physics
Mad
to match.
Maxy style games where we
Red
get to
Metal
drive a
also
sick
features
car
up
in
to
an
4
open world.
players in online co-op, so you don't have to ride into battle on your own. Here's a brand new trailer with a demo release date.
Red Metal.
That Mad Max open world game was really good. I enjoyed it quite a bit. We need more stuff like that. This one seems a bit more over the top. Like, there are buzzsaws coming out the sides of that car. That's awesome. I like how it feels like it's the apocalypse, but it feels like it takes place in the 70s. It's got that 70s yellow and brown aesthetic. Plus the car itself. I want to know what the full extent you can upgrade this car. It seems like it's got aftertouch controls like Burnout. Like you can flip and spin it in the air. In like a really cartoonish way. Where's the big heavy metal song? Well, if they're going for that 70s aesthetic, I guess you can't go like full metal. But a little bit of bass guitar would have been good.
Aren't strictly multiplayer
Some like
games. However, we believe that they are games that are best played with friends.
Entropy Survivors is our
Is this the
first game.
multiplayer
We're gonna
section?
be taking control of a sword-wielding mech
Co-op?
and a sharpshooting space frog in a wild bullet heaven roguelike. You can actually customize your mech with outrageous weapons, but the best part is you're going to be playing.
Jay's back.
Yes, because there are so many bullet heaven games coming out, but so few of them have a co-op element to them. So finally,
Co-op
you can share
bullet
the
heaven.
love
Cool.
and the destruction. But
Wait, so Vampire Survivors
when?
doesn't have
Fortunately, we've got a
co-op?
release date trailer for you. Let's check it out.
Oh yeah, Bullet Heaven is always what they called Vampire Survivor games. Like, when we were first talking about Vampire Survivors and it first was a thing, someone told me that it was being referred to as Bullet Heavens. You know, because of the opposite of a bullet hell. It's not the enemy creating 1,000 bullets for you to dodge, it's you creating 1,000 bullets for the enemy to dodge. Is that a frog on a mech? Yeah, sweet. So it's a co-op Bullet Heaven game where you and your mates are driving little mechs. I'm guessing you could be other things aside from a frog. But I think a frog driving a mech is correct. Yes, that's just what it should be. I like him.
What's going on, Convergence guys?
Hey.
I'm King Gothalion, though not really king of anything.
Gothalion.
Super happy to be joining you guys for this showcase.
He doesn't look goth at all.
If you want to find my content, I'm usually over on twitch.tv/KingGothalion or twitter.com/Gothalion. And YouTube, which is, I think, just King Gothalion YT.
Do you think any of the hosts get
earlier
traffic
this
to
year,
their
Games
Twitch
released
channels
Planet
from
Crafter,
stuff like
which is
this?
an open world survival game where you could play with up to 10 buds and recreate a planet. Developers behind
Like, I
Planet
can't
Crafter
imagine
recently unveiled a new paid DLC.
seeing one of these
Planet
hosts
Humble. It features a new
drop their
unoccupied
Twitch
planet,
handle and me
new
going, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna go
biomes,
follow
flora,
this
and
dude.
fauna. Today I get the opportunity to share this
I've never done that
exclusive
once.
Planet Humble video with
I wonder if
you
other
guys.
people do that though.
So let's check it out.
Like, hey, I like the cut of Gothalion's jib. I might follow his Twitch real quick. He's usually over on Chatterbait, cam stroking his beef. Just in that ratty t-shirt. Just no effort. No effort Chatterbait streams. Just sitting back in his computer chair, just tugging away. Hey, welcome to the chat. Feel free to drop some bits if you want me to spit in my palm. He's a bit gross. Jay says nay to Gothalion. Thumbs down from Jay. Probably wears leather pants. Is that what makes him goth? Just leather pants, that's it. That's as far as he got. Leaning into the culture. Maybe he wears one of those like studded dog collar chokers when he's out in the town. Planet Crafter looks chill. If you could play that with friends, that would be pretty class.
It's time for an update on Windblown.
Kind of like playing
This time focusing on how
Satisfactory,
the development team have worked
but more
with
chill
alpha
than that.
testers to implement new ideas,
Satisfactory's kind of
changes,
stressful.
and content to the game. One of the key pillars of
A lot of
development
maths
for
to
Windblown
consider.
has been our desire to develop the game alongside our community.
Turtlenecks
and
in
over the
summer.
past few months, we've been working closely
Fucking
with our alpha
hipster.
testers to understand their feelings about the
Go off
project,
my ass.
things they'd like to see, and most importantly, things that they don't.
I
We've seen
remember
clear
this game.
progression and change since joining the
Yeah,
test,
this is the
especially when it
trailer
comes to
that we
in-game
saw.
features. Most
The fully
notably,
animated
we
trailer.
overhauled our gift system and introduced over 50 new gifts, adding a ton of new builds.
It's a
and variety
multiplayer
to ones.
roguelike.
They love how snappy and responsive the game feels. In a game where combat and movement is so important, it's been vital.
The
to
art
nail
animation
how
is
to
pretty
control and
cool,
play.
but
They want more multiplayer
I don't know, man.
features,
The
though, and ways to engage with their friends.
gameplay bores me a little
so this
bit.
is something we can look at thanks
It's just
to their feedback.
roguelike bashing
This is a
everything
process and environment we want to continue
in little
when we hit
arenas.
early access later this year. Windblown is a game that's already been shaped by its players, and it's something we want
I
to
tried on a
continue
pair of
on the
leather
road ahead.
pants, instantly understood how
Now,
uncomfortable
we're nearing
cows
the
must
end
be.
of our closed alpha test,
I don't
so
think
keep
it's
your
the
eyes out
same
for some of the awesome stuff
when
we
it's
have
actually your
coming way
skin.
soon. Make sure to follow us on social media to stay up to date with the latest developments, and if you haven't already,
Yeah,
drop us a
Windblown has
wish
got
list
some
on Steam.
serious
When I first saw this game,
some
I was
serious
like,
skill
this looks
behind
very
it.
similar to
Like the
Dead
dev
Cells,
team
with
have
the
got
snappy animations and those
a great
intense
style
boss fights
going
that we
on.
love.
Like it looks
I
like
realized it
a
was actually though from the same
it looks like an
developer,
animated
Motion Twin.
cartoon in motion.
Yeah, it looks like they're moving into 3D. It works really
I'm just not in the
well
mood
from what
right
I
now
can
for
tell,
all out
because,
like
you know,
all
playing
action
Dead Cells always
roguelikes.
feels so
I'm a bit
fast, you
tired.
feel so powerful. And this game absolutely captures that exact same vibe. And it's co-op.
And it's also coming to early access really soon, so if you want to be the first to know, wishlist it on Steam right after the show.
The moo is a cry for help. I don't know, moos sound really
Falling Limbs is a
relaxed
grisly
usually
yet
with
wacky
cows.
platform fighter with a striking aesthetic.
Oh, holy shit.
Inspired by classic Japanese picture scrolls.
Oh, this is cool.
Customize your samurai with an arsenal of
Oh, this is
historic
heaps
weaponry
cool.
and brutally dismember your way to victory in both local and online combat. In a variety of game modes
That's
such as
awesome.
Deathmatch, Capture the Flag, and Shootout.
See, this is
Falling Limbs
clever.
Also features an innovative twin-stick control scheme where you can precisely control
This reminds me
exactly
of,
where you aim, and
what's it called?
especially
Kenshin?
swing your weapons.
On the PS2?
There's a new demo out today.
The realistic
and I'm
samurai
delighted
sword
to
fighting game where you
debut
can
their
die in
brand
one
new
hit.
trailer.
Where's Yasuke? He's probably an unlockable secret character.
The first thing to do is to get ready to strike. Then the sword
Shit, hopping on the one leg. There's something very Monty Python about this. Like Asian Monty Python.
Don't wait. Chase down the group of
Having
one-on-one
one-on-one sword fights in this with your mates would be pretty funny. Like that would be
run away.
pretty fire. Used to be the main character. No, for sure.
Even if you give up your life,
OP unlockable character. Once you've like finished the rest of the game, single player content. And then you take Yasuke into multiplayer and just clean up.
in death.
Reminds you of Co-op. It doesn't look like it's that hard to control. I think it's got normal controls. It's
To
just
celebrate Convergence, many of the participating
it's just
publishers have
realistic.
kindly put a
You can't let
number
the
of their
enemy's sword
earlier
touch any
games
part of
into
you.
our dedicated Steam sale. And what better game to include in a Steam sale than SteamWorld Games from Thunderful?
Dodger's got nice
long-awaited
eyes.
tactical turn-based game SteamWorld Heist 2 is now available.
They're
and
boring
so
into
to
me.
celebrate, Thunderful has bundled up the previous SteamWorld games from SteamWorld Dig all the way up to SteamWorld Build. They are available in the Convergence Steam sale.
SteamWorld Build is
check it out
currently
after
on
the show.
Game Pass. I would actually like to play that. You build like a little robot Wild West town on the surface, and then you go underground to dig mining tunnels in a similar way to Dungeon Keeper. So it's like two different layers of building management game, above and below ground. I like the fact that the SteamWorld dev created this like universe of games that are all like connected, but they're all a different genre of game. There's turn-based tactics games. There's 2D side-scrolling action games. There's strategy games. There's the town building one. SteamWorld Dig's the one that started it all. It's pretty ballsy. Look, there's a card battler. It's pretty ballsy to just like, every time you make a game in your franchise, to make like a whole new genre. Instead of like focusing on one and mastering it. You don't usually see her like this. She's usually on Jesse Cox's podcast wearing a
Unrailed is
beanie.
back on track with more train track construction chaos
I want
than
Cream
ever.
World featuring Jay.
There are a lot of new things
Jay
to
lives
discover,
daily in
as
Cream
long as
World.
you don't let your train derail.
Remember when we played this on stream?
To help with that,
With
you
Austin?
can equip cartridges that give you new skills, such as items
game
being
was cool.
magnetically drawn to you, or gaining super
Although I think it
strength
stressed
and being
Austin
able to
out. He
throw
was.
resources over far
I don't know if he
distances.
was enjoying it as much as
There's
me.
also visual player upgrades with a lot of customization.
He's not used to
options
panicking in
choose from.
games that much.
And then there's
He likes to play games
improvements
that
with
he
wagons
enjoys.
too. Equip this cannon cart with an extension, and you can
Whereas
shoot
I'm
new
not that
tracks
picky.
right to the front. Or take the new turrets for a spin.
Cool, the sequel's
Or
got
just
turrets.
go completely off the rails.
Neat.
When you're done upgrading your train, choose where it heads next.
Love the
Do you want to
giraffe.
take on more risk to get better upgrades? Or are you all ready for the boss at the end of each biome?
It's a spider.
Don't like a spider. Wait, there weren't any bosses in the first game. That's new. The
With this
sequel's
one,
added
you'll have to
bosses.
plan your train track carefully, or you'll run out of space to build your tracks on.
So don't build tracks where the worm's gonna come out. Look at that jackass.
How far will your train get? Find out when Unrailed 2 steams into early access on November the 7th. Wishlist now on
Fucking
Steam.
everything is on early access, I swear to God.
Unrailed 2
It's one of my
has
least favorite
neatly
things
laid
about
the
modern
tracks
gaming.
for us between the multiplayer section and the creature comfort section, which is all games about adorable critters. However, the games themselves might not
Wait,
be
is this
adorable.
this segment? Are we back?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I mean,
awesome.
like duck side, but how
Animal
do I
lovers
describe it?
rejoice.
In the words of the
Gather round.
developers,
We're about to get
imagine
cute,
Daisy
cute
or
creatures
Rust, but you're
games.
playing
I didn't even know
duck.
cute creatures was a
They can build
genre of gaming.
bases, blow up other people's, team up, or go solo. But have you ever seen a duck with a gun dodger?
You know, I've watched
duck
the
with a
video,
gun.
and
Bro,
I keep
we
trying
just
to
played
peep
squirrel
how
with a
they're holding
gun.
any of those weapons, and I can't really seem to figure it out. So I think on the back end here, we'll talk about the
Is
logistics.
Duck with a Gun the
You
sequel to
at
Squirrel with a
home,
Gun?
Watch the video,
I
find out when the
approve.
game is coming to early access, and maybe you can figure out how that duck's holding that gun.
Oh, it's the... Okay, I remember this now. It's the Battle Royale game where everyone's a duck and can fly. I do like this better than, like, Fortnite and PUBG. The duck thing really adds a lot for me, personally. Oh, look at them, they're adorable. But that one just pulled a Magnum or a Desert Eagle out. I think it was a Desert Eagle. Yeah, how are they holding that? And firing it? It's just kind of hovering in front of the camera. Maybe that's why they make you into first person. So you don't ask questions. Oh, that's fucking sick. What a poster. Yes. If you never showed me a trailer for this, you could have sold me this game on that poster alone. That was hot. Gladiators. Okay, good name. In fact, this might be one of those games that exists because they came up with the name first, and then had to invent a game that fits the name. So, is this like a gladiatorial combat arena, but you're competing to cook instead of fighting each other? Oh no, you're cooking mutant food, and then the mutant food fights. Oh, rad, okay. Better than I was predicting. It's kind of a shame it's turn-based. Like, I would have loved to see your hideous monstrosity that you've cooked, like, going at it with another piece of food, like, in the arena. In, like, live action. Not live action, I mean, like, real time. Like a 3D arena with this food just going at each other.
And Gladiators from Quali and Milk Bubbles games.
I love the art style of this game. I think it looks so neat. I can't wait to play it. It's so, there's something like crunchy about it. I don't know. But speaking of Bubbles, we have
The main thing I
lovely
liked about
Miss
that game was
Bubbles
the name.
here to tell us about
Gladiators
our
is a good name.
Hello, you gorgeous human beings. It's Miss Bubbles. I run a YouTube channel
Hello,
that
Miss
is all about
Bubbles.
uniting cozy games lovers and RPG lovers.
She's got thick lips.
I'm so excited to share with you our final game in the creature
She's had them
comfort
done.
section. Plus Native is bringing us a new title
Oh my
called
God.
Wild Country. It is deceptively cute,
Raccoons.
it mixes city building and
Oh.
competitive deck building, and it can be played either in solo mode
What do
or
you do with the
online
animals?
with your friends via the cross-platform PvP.
Oh, it is got
If you
in-
love a
okay.
mix of wholesome, funny, and a sprinkle of
So you
strategy
build the
type of
environment with
game,
hex-
then Wild Country
hexagons?
is definitely the one for you.
But then you
I
can run
always
around
love
it in
seeing
third
indie
person in the
studios
actual
bring
world.
different genres into the cozy
That's
gaming
crazy.
community because that opens up the space for us to try different types of gameplays. And with this one, you can be either a veteran or a beginner and still enjoy your time with it. And I have a great news
Your
for
fugly
you.
cookies
If
could be
this
one of the
sounds
man
like
glad
up your
eaters.
alley, you don't have to
100%.
wait too
All
long
that
to
food
play
looked
it.
fugly.
Let's watch this exclusive launch trailer together to find
She's
out
cute.
more.
She's cute, yes. But she's definitely had her lips done. She's got them DSLs. Looks like they're playing Catan. Settlers of Catan. Awesome. Good night, Jay. Dream about all these furry little munchkins. They're adorable. And you get new cards by opening like actual card collector packs. They're really leaning into the card stuff. It's weird that this is like a hexagonal board game, a card game, and also a third-person exploration game at the same time. I don't really know how all these things connect together. It's too much game in one game. Wild country. Wild country. Use your head.
Ahoy!
Stupid
Bert
asshole.
Black, the pirate of Twitch.
It's Bert
Thank
Black.
you, ESO and Dodger, for inviting me to kick off the next section.
Is this
which
guy
is all
actually
about
like have a
cerebral
pirate theme on
games.
Twitch? Is this
To
his
be a
whole bit?
captain, you need to have strategy and tactics to win. That's why I'm here to talk to you about Grit and Valor 1949.
Why doesn't he talk like a pirate?
By Milky T
He's
Studios
not leaning into his own
and
bit.
Megabit Publishing. Take command of an
Look at
elite
his
squad
semen.
of mech pilots in an alternate World War II diesel punk setting. You'll battle the deadly Axis mechs, upgrade your mechs, and try
I feel
to
like
outsmart the enemy as you fight
he's
for glory and
got so
freedom
much of a
in
bit
this
going on, but he
real-time
just doesn't do the
tactics
pirate voice.
roguelike.
It's a bit of a shame.
So you better think fast and battle the Axis forces and neutralize their HQ and develop new strategies to defeat the enemy. Now, check out this exclusive trailer.
Yay. This has nothing to do with pirates. Why did they have him talk about this?
1949, when the battle for Europe rages on. We have
This looks like that game that I
command of
played, the
fearsome
RTS,
enemy mechs
on
that can
stream.
turn the tide of war.
The one with the steampunk alternate history where the Nazis had mechs and stuff.
An EMP deep into the heart of
Went from
enemy
pirate to
territory,
generic army dude.
disabling their weaponry
Sham,
and
if you ever do
liberating
like,
Europe for
if
the
you ever start a
resistance.
gimmick Twitch channel, don't half-ass it.
Suffer setbacks,
Like if you're doing like a whole pirate thing, you got to do the pirate voice
Our engineers will work tirelessly
all
to
the time, like
upgrade
100% of the time. You can't not do it ever.
abilities, whilst our training program uses the very finest pilots
Nobody can know what you
in our
actually sound like. You are a pirate 24/7.
These mighty machines have empowered us, and under your command,
They only had pirate costumes and they
victory
just used
can
that.
be ours.
Well, no, I think he's a streamer, and I think that's his bit. I think he's like a pirate streamer. I think he's just lazy. He doesn't want to
Thanks
do the
for
voice.
kicking off our next section, which is devoted to games that are designed to make you think.
But his outfit and
That
his
can mean
backgrounds are
deeply
legit.
tactical games like Grid and Valor 1949, or
It's
our
Dodger.
next game, a time-hopping point-and-click adventure that tasks you with nothing less than saving heaven itself. Dodger, this sounds like it's right up your street.
It is. I love point and clicks. I love puzzle games. I've played
Point and
a
click
lot
about
of
saving
them.
heaven.
And this one, I
Rad.
think it's going to be real serious. It's not. The name of this game is The Holy Gosh Darn. And if the name
Okay, I
has
haven't
piqued
heard
your
of this one
interest,
before. This seems new.
I have such good
World
news
premiere.
for you. It's out right now. Let's watch the release video.
So you've got 6 hours to
Oh, what the
prevent
fuck?
fabric of
It's
heaven's
not what I
reality
expected it to
from
look like.
unraveling.
See that brand new
Oh,
Lego
this is from the same creator of as that game where you have to puppet that guy's body who's dead. I remember that death dude. Like, it's Quappy. By the way, Dodger is your age? Really? Should have sent her a DM. Should be like, hey Dodger, you don't know me, but you're my age, so we should probably do sex. Sham said it's okay. So hit me up. Here is a picture of a dick. A dick, not mine. I didn't feel mine was impressive enough to bother sending, but I found a really good one, so have a look at that. And think of me when you look at it. And hopefully that'll connect some kind of, you know, Pavlovian feelings between that and me. And the next time you see me, you'll be like, yeah, that's... Are you writing this down? I need someone to conduct this. Someone needs to conduct this, transcribe this DM for me so we can send it to her. Just say I gave it the go-ahead. Yeah.
Around your neck.
Like her dad.
Is a time-space logic piece that lets you travel back and forth through time to find an item so important they named the whole game after.
Yeah, I played their previous game.
Use the ancient art of conversation to reveal.
It was a really funny game. Like, the sense of humor was great.
Time, barf a little,
And they've brought
use
back
that
death.
knowledge to
It's the same.
skip small
It's the
talk.
same death from the other game.
Not say terrible things.
You're really rude today, Cass.
Butter
Whoa.
angels up.
Whoa.
Say terrible things.
You're really rude today, Cass.
Is that a biblically accurate turkey? I think it's got eyeballs all over it. Wings and everything. Ick.
Butter angels up.
Oh, you're very nice for a celebrity, dear.
And get another step closer to the holy gosh darn.
Yeah, I forget what their other game was called.
Holy gosh darn.
The holy gosh darn. A heavenly adventure from the makers of Manuel Samuel.
Manuel Samuel, that was it. Basically, like, because he's dead and you're puppeting his corpse, you have to do everything. Like, you have a button to make him breathe. You have a button to make him blink, otherwise his eyes turn red from drying out. You have buttons to control both his hands and both his feet, so, like, walking is actually fucking awkward. And it's easy to fall over. It's not, like, physics-based like QWOP, but it's a similar concept in that, like, controlling the guy is a nightmare. And you're trying to go about his day and make him seem normal. But, like, doing things like drinking coffee or brushing your teeth is, like, is comedy hijinks because of how hard it is to control him. And remembering to breathe is somehow really funny. Like, sometimes you forget to press the button for a while doing other things, and you see him start to turn blue, and you're like, oh shit, and you press the button, and he's like... And, like, for some reason, the sound of him suddenly gasping for air in the middle of doing other inane actions is just funny every time. I don't know why. Control his legs walking upstairs.
The king is
yeah,
watching
control his legs
Defense
doing everything.
roguelite, where you have to build your kingdom while fending off hordes of monstrous foes.
Oh, wow.
But be wary, your citizens will only work when under your watchful gaze. So proper placement and observation of
I
your
remember
lands
this.
is an absolute must. A good kingdom
It's another
is a
strategy
well-managed
auto
kingdom
battler.
after all. It's one of those games where you can get sucked into multiple runs while
Like, you
trying to
set it up,
optimize
and
the
then
absolute
all the
perfect
fighting
kingdom
and the bullshit
layout
happens
as you try to
without
eke out
you.
just a bit more performance from your limited lands and even more limited time. But no run is wasted, as there's a meta progression system to give you a small but impactful boost for every future run. Check out the brand new trailer.
Check out the brand new trailer.
My king, the situation is dire. Evil forces are poised to attack.
I think this game would annoy
we
me.
must prepare at once.
The fact that things only work
seems your royal
efficiently if
subjects
you're
refuse to work
as a
unless you're
god, if
actively
you're actually
watching
watching
them.
your
We must
disciples.
ensure we stockpile enough resources to strengthen our defenses. Now, your majesty has motivated the peasants, and they produced what we needed. I think it may be time to test some magic spells.
Like, whatever your
Until
gaze
the
is not
meteor
looking at
shower
is
does
just not
wonders against
producing
us.
efficiently.
What's that about?
And I think it would drive me
You're not a fan
crazy.
of magic. You can always rely on your royal knights to defend the castle. And if they're not enough, we can always unleash our unique flower dragon. In any case, I urge you to keep
In any
fortifying your
case.
castle against even mightier foes. And remember, the enemy lurks in every corner of your kingdom.
I hate it when the enemy lurks. I wish the king's eyes wasn't so freaky. Although if that was looking at me, I'd probably work faster and harder too. That's that's really scary. Warside. Oh, this is fucking Advance Wars on the DS. Oh, you guys ripped off Advance Wars wholesale. That's crazy. That's shameless, man. That's so shameless. And I used to play Advance Wars on my Not on my DS. I think it was my Advance, my Game Boy Advance. Like when I was at uni. I played this on the bus. A couple of rounds each way. We're playing Guild Wars 2 and a guy saved his stronghold. He walked inside and went, "You're welcome, you filthy peasants." Well, he's into it. He's role-playing it. You gotta stay in character. I respect that. I would love it if the end of the trailer was like, Advance War, Warside. Like they actually lampshade
If you've been
the
hankering for
fact that it's a
return of
rip-off with a
certain
joke.
tactical gaming series by a certain gaming giant.
Oh, you said that.
Well,
there you go.
Warside
Good job,
is
Champ.
sure to scratch that itch.
Respect for being in
Advance
character.
to Steam and try a few wars yourself in the new demo available to play
Look, it's
right
Dodger.
now. Warside publisher First Break Labs also has some other new titles.
You think
in
she
the works too.
moisturizes?
Check them out.
Her
right
face
here.
is very like blemish free, very smooth and soft. And is that creepy to point that out? Am I starting to sound a bit like Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs? I want to make a lampshade out of her skin. This is a really interesting art style. I've never seen anything like this. It's like everything's made out of tiny little lights. That's wild. Ah, I want to look at that other game more. You scratch Dodger's itch? What the fuck? She has herpes? So what is this montage? I like the look of that. Particle hearts. Nice. They even named it after the
Using
particle
your
graphic
head
style.
To losing your head. Half Sword is described as a physics-based, historically accurate medieval combat sim. which might sound
Historically
kind of
accurate
dry,
medieval
but
combat.
I promise
Dope.
it's not. It's one of those games where your limbs are all floppy and it's ridiculous.
This is going to be one of those
and
Kenshin
I'm sure a
type
barrel
games
of
again.
laughs, but it sounds
with
like
realistic one-hit kill sword fighting.
right?
Yeah, I mean, you start out as a commoner and you fight to become a champion in tournaments. They have all these historical weapons and armor you'd expect in a medieval combat game. And I mean, the combat really does remind me of the Black Knight scene in the Holy Grail, just flailing your arms around.
I feel like
seeing
every game with
what actually
realistic
sticks.
melee
If you
combat
want to see what
is
we're
instantly
talking about,
turns
the
into
creators
Monty
Half Sword
Python
Games and publisher GameSeer
Quest for the Holy
have
Grail.
an exclusive gameplay trailer for us to check out right now.
It's but a flesh wound.
Half sword. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Cool. I mean, there's probably no linear single-player story content. It's probably all just 1v1ing. Or, like, just free-for-all group battles. But this is rad. Oh, fuck. No, this is kind of quappy. Do you have to, like, earn your bits of armor? Do you have to buy them from, like, wins? So you have to start out with a complete armorless peasant? Holy, that's brutal. Dodger's 37. How do you know this? Are you still in the bushes outside her house? Going through her bin, looking at her mail? I feel like a night of playing that
is a lightning-fast
that
hack and
medieval
slash
combat game we
roguelike
just
set in
saw.
a striking
Just
dark
playing it on
fantasy
stream against people would be so
semi-open
much
world
fun.
where the apocalypse has already come and gone, leaving you to cleanse what remains.
Oh, did you just Google
Rather
it?
than being
I
strictly
thought you just knew
run-based,
that.
Voin features an extraction system where you can freely explore as much as you want and then leave with
You
your
just
loot,
have all this, like,
allowing
Dodger
you to
info
grow
in
and
your head
improve
for some
before
reason.
venturing out again. Wield
To a
a
creepy
wide
degree.
and customizable arsenal of powerful weapons and abilities that are enhanced yet further by randomly generated effects and
This
properties,
is chunky.
allowing for layers of build customization.
This,
that carry
this
over
game looks
from
like it
one
should be in
run to the
VR
next.
for some reason. I don't know
Here's an
why.
exclusive new video from the team.
I don't know why it's giving me that vibe. Voin. No. I'm sorry. Voin is a terrible name. It sounds like groin. All I can think of is groin now. Good job, marketing team. Like, it sounds like it's referring to the vajayjay. Like, a lady groin is a voin because vagina. Vagina groin is voin. You get it. It just sounds stupid to say. Voin. Like, it also sounds like you're saying boing, like a cartoon sound effect. There's nothing cool about this name at all. But the game looks cool. I just don't think it's the name isn't doing it justice. It's kind of making it into a joke. Imagine Skyrim with actual combat. That does look a bit like that.
Brazilian devs Pulsatrix Studios and Fireshine Games. It looks absolutely terrifying, and I've already watched the trailer, and I don't know if I have the guts to take this one on.
No, there are a lot of elements in this game that make
Horror?
me go,
We're going to the spoopy
I don't know
stuff.
if I can handle it, but fortunately, we've
about time,
lined
man.
up
It's
some
October.
creators who would love to handle it. So take it away.
Help us.
She would love it if someone handled it. Hey-o.
Let's dive into Isla.
What is
Isla.
happening here?
We start Crucified?
This demo's off to a hot
A-I-L-A.
start.
Rad.
That is the most jarring start to a horror game I've...
So are we Jesus?
What a way
Do you
to
start
the
this game of
Wait, we'll
as
interact with this.
modern day Jesus
Okay.
in Iraq? This building looks like you're in Iraq.
And so we're like phase changing.
This building looks like every
Trust your
single
control.
video you've ever seen of someone being tortured in Iraq
Garden
in
pliers?
some
Oh.
basement.
I'm not sure if that was a bad idea.
Why is it wet now?
Wait, what's that? A gun?
This game is weird.
Oh my god.
At least now you have a weapon. With 3 bullets.
Yeah, I have a gun. I'm not afraid to use it. Ah!
I really don't like this.
He's got a big axe.
Holy man!
So you get guns. Riley Scallion looks like that famous YouTuber dude.
Okay, I have 1 bullet. Time to change the channel.
I don't know why I've forgotten his name.
Here we go.
What's it? No.
No!
Whatever. It's a corpse.
Can I go home?
Don't.
I'm terrified.
Let's use the eyeball real quick.
This game is terrifying.
I'm loving this game so far.
Ooh, okay. We
His
found
voice
the
definitely
setup.
doesn't sound like the guy I'm
Flash
thinking
drive.
of.
Ayla's flash
But he looks
drive.
like him.
See what this game is all about?
If you
Oh, it's this
die in
game.
the game, do you die in real life?
We've seen trailers and teasers for it before. I remember the trailer
Alright,
ending with you
Elisa.
taking off a VR
Now, I
headset.
guess.
So it's gonna be
Oh,
it's gonna be
God,
playing on the whole like
What a demo, man. That was really good.
it's gonna be playing on the whole like everything you're doing is in
Stressed.
VR, but then
Very
the stuff in
I
VR
like
starts
that.
to
That was
supernaturally mix with real life or something. Would have been a great VR game. I mean, yeah, because it's literally in VR, like in the game. It would have been a weird, like Inception-y kind of thing. Would have been a perfect vibe. Void Right. No, Void Wrought. That's a better name. Void Wrought? Why couldn't a Void just called himself Void? That was so close. This is definitely going for the Hollow Knight crowd. But the graphics are just a little bit more Newgrounds in polish. Just slightly more fan-made looking. Vanquish false gods. If this is one of those like one of those platformers where there's like 50 bosses, then it's a full-on Hollow Knight ripoff. Imagine taking off the VR headset expecting an in real life jump scare.
That was
Yeah,
your
3
latest
layers
look
deep.
at Void Wrought, a cosmic
You take off the one in the
horror-inspired
game, get jump scared. You take
Metroidvania.
off the one in real life,
It's a
get jump
2D
scared
action
again.
platformer set in this hyper-detailed hand-drawn world, and I'm loving the fast-paced, snappy action in these
The
bosses.
scariest thing about that is the concept of like, if VR becomes believable enough to the point where you can't tell if you're in VR, then how do you know you've ever left VR? Or if you taking off the VR headset is part of the VR simulation and you're still actually in there. It's what the movie Existence explores. It's an older movie now. I think it's got Jude Law in it. But if you haven't seen it, check out Existence. It's the idea of like, it's like this organic, it's like meaty. You like plug it in, but it's, I don't know why, but it's like an organic meat kind of device. And it plugs into your brain. So you can't really tell that you're in VR when you're in VR. And so it keeps playing with the idea of no matter how many layers you think you've left VR, once you're in there, you're never going to be sure again that you've ever left. Like, you could be trapped in there forever, for all you know. And that does happen multiple times. You keep thinking like you've left it, and then things just get weirder until the point where it's like, at what point do you go crazy from just not knowing whether you're back in reality or not? I don't think the movie even ends with you ever being sure if you've ever seen the real world again since the start when the character first puts it on. It's very existential horror.
Fights. It looks like a game that's going to have a really rich art.
You wonder if schizophrenic people see or hear things in VR? You know what would be a very good VR game? Senua's Saga. Hellblade. Imagine that full 5-for-1 surround sound voices, schizophrenic voices in your head, but in a VR context, where you're actually hearing them around your head when you're in the character's head for real. That would be really cool. You'd be like standing in your room looking around like constantly at like where voices are coming from. Because like in VR, with good sound, like you do use the spatiality of the sound. Like if you're playing Walking Dead Saints and Sinners and you hear a zombie shuffling and bump into like a piece of metal on a bus or something to your back left, you'll spin around and like check it out. You know, you've got your head on a swivel at all times, using all your senses to not get caught unawares by the zombs. So in Hellblade, that would really fuck with you because you can't actually trust your own senses because you're always going to hear things in full 360-degree space, and you're always going to be spinning around, looking around you, but you're never going to know whether it's something that's actually there or whether it's your head fucking with you. Which I think is the scariest thing about being a schizophrenic in real life, is that how do they know that their head's fucking with them or whether there's actually a threat? Which is why sometimes schizophrenic people can get erratic and violent because they go into that kind of like, if it's really bad, if someone's schizophrenia is that bad, they can often be like to the point where they're institutionalized. They got to be wrapped up in a straitjacket because they're a threat to themselves and others because they're constantly going into fight or flight survival mode based on things that may or may not be there, but they can't take the chance. So for all you know, the next minute they're going to spin around and stab someone, thinking there's something they're not. Terrible way to live.
And lore
They should
behind it
consider
as
making
well.
a VR spin-off of
Absolutely.
Hellblade.
I love
In the
them.
same way that Horizon Zero Dawn has a VR game on PSVR 2 now.
Metroidvania.
How much longer are you going to be streaming
play
for?
this one. It looks super
Oh,
good.
a few hours still. Like, whatever you linked me to, I was going to watch when this ends, which is about 10 minutes away.
Good. But next up, the time.
And then I was going to check out
1984,
THQ.
The place, East Germany.
THQ's
and
got some
things
like
are
trailer
not
roundup as
quite
well.
As they seem. Or at least that's what it says on.
You mean in life?
So, this is the bleak
I
Orwellian
did not
world
have.
of
I did not have a set endpoint for that. I mean, death. When I die, that's probably when it'll stop. Do people do that? Do people stream with an endpoint in mind, like knowing when they're gonna decide to just stop doing it? That seems weird to me. I feel like if you're streaming because it's something you want to do currently, and you probably don't have any intention of stopping. The second you feel any intention of stopping, that's when you've gotten over streaming, and it's probably not going to be something you're going to be doing very much longer. You know what I mean? Like, by the time you decide to have an endpoint, you're probably already over it, and that's why you've decided to set an endpoint in the first place. And that endpoint's probably going to be weeks to a month away, if at all.
Pollard Studios and Wired.
Have you noticed that most people, when they leave streaming, they tend to do it very spontaneously? Like Robbo, that Minx used to frequent his stream a lot, and I've been there a few times as well with her, like in his chat. Like, he had a whole kind of thing going on. He had a community, he had like subathons, he had a lot more subs and viewers than I can even imagine. Not like top level, not partner level, but he was doing well. He had a whole community going on. And then one day just stopped streaming. And now he's out there living his life. And I sometimes ask Mix about that. Like, hey, what happened to Robbo? Is Robbo going to come back? She's like, I don't know. Just life. Life became more interesting out of the computer. Sometimes some of us just start touching grass, I guess.
Productions Karma, The Dark World. And we have an exclusive
The burnout
first
is
look at the
real.
game in action. So let's check it out.
Rude, right? You could put it that way. Are you mad, Minx? Are you mad? Are you still mad at Robbo? He seemed like he had a really tight-knit community going on. Everyone seemed to be, every time I was over there, everyone seemed to be pretty close and having fun. I guess there's probably a number of people that are sad about Robbo not doing the thing anymore. But on the same token, you also have to be happy for him, because if he needed to stop streaming, that means something else, other things in his life became more interesting, more important, and more fulfilling for him. So all you can really say is good on him, I guess. Like, he found more in life somewhere else. Godspeed, young man, young warrior. I got the same. There was a guy called Inshamity. He's a super funny, underrated dude. Avatar was a skeleton, but he stopped streaming about 2 years ago. How much warning was there to him stopping? Did he just like suddenly vanish, or was it like one day he just announced that he would be stopping and that he's gonna maybe stream for like another 1 or 2 weeks and that was gonna be it? He was like closing it down, like slowing it down. Because I think the better way to do it is to know you're going to stop and then plan it ahead of time so that you kind of like peter it out. You have like a number of streams as your like final streams with a set date you plan to be your last stream, so people can get used to the idea of you leaving. But I feel like that's not often what happens. I feel like most streamers that stop streaming, they just kind of like vanish one day, and the next thing you hear from them, it's some sad real life story that got in the way. He had a stream where he came back, but I talked to him and he said he was getting more into doing author style writing. Yeah, see, that's not even dramatic. Like, he just started enjoying being a writer more. But if that was happening on the side, if he was starting to write more and just decided like, oh, I kind of I'm finding getting more out of life from my writing work than streaming, you'd think that he would announce that. He would talk about it on stream, and then like, you know, have like a week or 2 weeks of final streams just as a send-off. It's weird to just like one day decide not to come back and then no one knows why. Like, for all people know you died. I feel like that's kind of rude to your community. Like, you don't want people to think you just one day fucking had a heart attack at your desk and you've just vanished. For the sake of like all the community that you fostered, you'd think you'd want to full disclosure that shit and give people like a last couple of streams to gather together and see you out. Listening to him play Dark Souls with this croaky skeleton. Oh, did he play in character as a skeleton? Did he do a voice? He deleted his Twitch and his Discord. So he salted the earth behind him. he just cleaned up shop. That definitely sounds like a it definitely sounds like a touch grass moment when a person starts touching grass and decides to never come back. Only had a few hundred followers. Hey, same. I guess you could call 300-ish a few hundred. I mean, I guess some people get dejected. They expect that if they've put time and effort into something, that there's going to be an increase in feedback, in success. You know, like it starts slow, but the longer you do it and the more followers you gain, the more the increase is. You know what I mean? Like, the increase in viewership or followers is supposed to speed up over time. The more you get, the faster you get more. Like you see that on YouTube quite a lot. When you have 5 followers, it takes ages to get another 5. When you have 500,000, you can get another 1,000 in a week. Like the higher your numbers, the faster even higher numbers build up. Like it's like a runaway train in a way. So when Twitch, I have a like it seems to me like Twitch doesn't do that very often. Like there's a 1%er of lucky people where suddenly things take off in that way. But everyone else, I think, realizes that it never does increase. Like the frequency with which my follower number goes up, for example, is probably the same speed at which it did when I first started. Like when I first started, I had 0 followers. And I probably did like 5 to 10 streams of like nobody around at all before like 1 person followed. But it's still the same now. Like I'll go for a month or 2 on like 295 until someday randomly after like many streams, it'll go to 296. It's, you know, it's no different. And if that speed or ratio of gaining success or whatever never increases, then I guess some people burn out because they need to feel like things are going somewhere or getting better, and they don't. So they're like, why am I doing this? And then they hightail it out of there. The only way you could keep this up is if your main number 1 priority is just the fact that you like doing it to begin with, irregardless of the numbers or the success and all that stuff. Like, if you don't have that, then I feel like you're destined to crash and burn. It's like that friend of Minx's that she used to talk about. He started streaming, like he came out the gate firing. He was mad keen. And he did like a 12-hour subathon early on when he barely had any followers yet. Like, he had plans. He was expecting big things. And Minx used to talk about how like, you know, she was there. Like, I remember her talking about how like she was there to support him. She was modding for him. She was, you know, in the chat, whatever. But like I think the mentality wasn't there. Like he was expecting something from it. And when you start streaming with 0 followers and you're doing things like 12-hour streams and subathons to get attention, and you're not getting any attention, I think maybe that's a bit confusing and frustrating, and in his case, maybe even angering, because it's like, where is the shit that I'm owed? And it's like, well, there is no shit that you're owed. Nothing's happening because you're a nobody. Just because you have a subathon or just because you do a fancy 12-hour stream with all the bells and whistles doesn't mean the crowds are going to come and see your genius. Like, it's nothing's handed to you on a silver platter around here. And if that's what you're doing that for, then there's no way it was going to last. Like, he's going to be there for 2 to 3 weeks of just pain and frustration, and then he's going to be out. And then for his rest of his life, he's going to have a sour taste in his mouth and an angry attitude towards things like Twitch. Like, fuck Twitch. Like, that place sucks. You know why? Because you walked in there expecting you to be handed the keys to the kingdom. You know, like, you know, oh, if XQC and Asmongold can do it, and they're like weird little troll rats, like cave rats, and I'm a handsome, well-spoken guy, you know, where's my keys to fame and fortune? It's like, sorry, buddy. Ain't gonna happen. It's not how that works. People get results on Twitch because sell your soul and your interests. You don't have to, but the only surefire way to get results is to get cheap with it. That, you know, that's more guaranteed way to get attention, but it's a little cringe. Or if you're a cute furry thing doing ASMR, maybe. There are niches. Find a niche. People don't stumble across you because you play niche indie games. Well, I play everything. So, niche indie games tend to be in the rotation fairly frequently because there's more of them. Like AAA games, indie niche stuff, they're a bit out of whack in terms of how many of one there is versus the other. So there do tend to be many of, yeah. The problem is, like, for example, if you make your stream about esports competition, if you play nothing but Overwatch and Valorant and Apex, like, there's a niche that'll get you attention, that'll get you numbers. But, like, I'm not going to do that. That's not why I'm here. I'm not here to esport. It's not my jam. I'm here to play all the things. If you're just playing Overwatch every single day for the rest of your life, then you get to play one game. I want to play the other 100,000 games, please. And thank you. You're willing to give it a go, but I do feel the lack of confidence that viewers would get to me. I mean, you just got to not think about it. If you enjoy the act of streaming, then just do it. If nobody's there, if the viewer count is 0, then fuck it. Just do it anyway. That's what I did. When I first started, I had a viewer count of 0. And I was doing the exact same thing I'm doing now, talking a bunch of shit. I was playing games and just wouldn't shut up. Was there anyone watching? Nope. I was talking to myself, but I didn't give a fuck. I just like doing it. Oh, hey. Wait, what is that? Serious beans. That's probably not how that's meant to be said, but I'm going to choose to say serious beans. Can I have the keys to the kingdom? The secret sham is there is no kingdom. It's a facade. We're all pigs in the muck. Can I request a vid? It would have to be after the one I'm watching now and after whatever Shams is that he's already shared with the channel point link redeem. What is the one that you shared, Sham? Hang on. Let me just open it up real quick.
I just had an idea.
Auntie Donna's Coffee Cafe, but it's the best bits. Oh. God damn it. Is that 14 minutes of Auntie Donna clips and segments? Cheeky fucker. As long as it ain't got peens in it. That does happen more regularly than you'd think. Randoms sending you videos that have secret peens edited into it. Although it's gotten kind of like easy to detect when that happens. You would just play Monster Hunter or Guild Wars games. Yeah, see, that would get you more, like, you would get more attention than what I get on a general basis, probably. After an initial teething period of having to build up from 0 followers. Because Monster Hunter and Guild Wars are niche games. Most MMOs are. Monster Hunter is a good, unique, specific one. There's, like, lots of people that are seeking out streams of that stuff. Because they need their Monster Hunter content injected directly into their veins. You don't have to watch mine. I'm a fascist, according to Genie. Everyone's a fascist. To some degree. I'm a Biscoff fascist. I expect everyone to eat Biscoff. Or to the firing squad with you. So many hobbies out there and people got to be putting jump scare peens in music videos. I find most of the time the jump scare peen videos tend to be... they tend to be pretend memes. Like, someone will make a fake YouTube channel to put up, like, a meme that's only, like, 10 to 15 seconds long. And it's some random meme they just stole from somewhere else. Like, some little girl falling down the stairs or whatever. Just so that in the middle of it, like, on the 9 or 8 second mark, there's just a cut to BBC for, like, 5 frames. Kind of like in Fight Club.
内容，并宣布游戏在10月的 Steam Next Fest 上提供
Wait.
试玩。请欣赏我们的
We've been talking for a while. I can't remember what he was talking about.
扮演利维坦的 Rome 干员的角色。
Oh, here it comes. Nice. Answering my question. Karma the Dark World. We've seen this before. We've seen trailers for this, I think, at least 2 other times. And I still have no idea what it is.
The interrogation subject is...
This is some weird Silent Hill shit.
Currently a clerk at the Winston Research Institute.
You've seen a few, and it's funny when the streamer scrambles to end the stream so they can't get banned.
This was just an ordinary theft. I never imagined
I get...
a case like this would
I get
trouble
why
a home agent.
you would troll in that way. Like, I get the joke. But it is sad if someone actually does get banned, though. That's the part I don't like. Like, the idea that someone actually might legit get into trouble for it, even though it's not their fault.
I don't understand what you're saying. Mother, requesting brain dive.
This is a trippy dude. It's like more VR. That's weird. The last horror game they showed us was also like a VR kind of thing.
Hi, I'm Cyborg
21
Angel,
Pilots
and I'm a
concert
Twitch
clip.
ambassador in the UK.
That's
I
random.
cover a variety of new releases and virtual reality titles.
I thought it was going to be something more
including
personal,
horror
like music
and
that you
wicked
yourself
themes.
created.
And for the next title,
That's usually
you're
what
in
it
for a
is.
treat. Lost in Random: The Eternal Dive by Thunderfall is like a dark fantasy.
Oh, Lost
board
in
game
Random's getting a sequel. I didn't even know
transformed
that.
into a roguelite, action-packed adventure.
I have Lost
Set
in
the
Random number
same
1.
Gothic universe as Lost in Random.
Oh, this is a different
Queen
game
Alexandra
entirely.
and her living die companion Fortune battle the ancient evil that took everything from
That's
her.
random. Okay,
It's
they
a
changed the
magical,
genre of the game.
mysterious and action-packed game set in a nightmare realm full of intriguing characters, powerful relics.
The
and
first
of
game's like a
course,
third-person
random puzzles
adventure game.
and rewards. Check out
This one seems to be a
exclusive update, which
roguelike
also includes
isometric
details
slasher,
of an upcoming
like
closed
Hades.
technical test.
You dice with death.
What in Random?
It's so weird when sequels change genre like that. Like Helldivers did that.
Let's make this one count.
Like Helldivers was an isometric top-down game like this, and then the sequel went full third-person multiplayer game.
Come here, girl, and accept your punishment.
I think those Hyperlight games did the same thing. There's like Hyperlight Drifter and then Hyperlight something else. And they were totally different genres from each
Our
other.
final collection of games are all about escapism, whispering you away to a colourful, imaginative fantasy realm.
I thought we
wonder
did this
what
already.
Dodger's dream fantasy world would look like.
Yeah, tell us.
I've always liked stories
Tell
about
us,
the
Dodger.
Fae. So maybe I just want to be in a beautiful woodland setting, but also
I want to
in
be
a
tied
little
to
bit of
Ryan
danger,
Gosling's bed.
You know? But for Ace Entertainment,
While Chris
it's going to
Hemsworth
be
is over.
the Japanese countryside-inspired world of Seikyu,
And then they double team
which is a
me.
world that's inhabited by a bunch of yokai.
Thanks,
which are
Serious
like
Beans.
Supernatural creatures and spiritual entities. So this is a farming sim, but with a little bit of a twist. Let's watch a brand new trailer and you can see what I mean.
Tales of Suck You. Gross. Alright. Jay would like this game. Tales of Sucking You. It's too bad he went to bed. I'll farm her sim. Oh damn. There's been a lot of Dodger thirst in the stream tonight. I wonder if she'd be flattered or grossed out by that. They're making out. Oh my god, you can make out with waifus on your farm. 10 out of 10. Can you pet the fucking capybara? 11 out of 10. Game is capybara confirmed. If you can pet the capybara, then it's a 12 out of 10. Can we keep this rating climbing? Capybara. Massive Damage Crab.
Hi,
That's
I'm
amazing.
Peter, head of production at Massive
I can't believe they
Damage
called their
Games, and
developer
we've
that.
just released Farah, the Sundered Tribes, which is our
This is
unique
cool.
take on both the monster hunting and open world survival craft genre.
Dude, this game is Breath of the Wild crossed with Monster Hunter. We saw a trailer for this before.
In Farah, you're a tribal leader fighting to save your people from a deadly mystical
That's a good
sickness.
combo.
You've come to a magical valley which
Look at
was
that draw
ground
distance.
zero of an arcane apocalypse that shattered the world 1,000 years ago. With your magical wings and grappling gauntlet, you
The
have
style of
all
the
you
wings,
need to conquer the valley.
like the
and
design of the
save your
wings look like a
people.
dragonfly.
That means discovering powerful
Oh,
artifacts and learning.
wait. It's Monster Hunter crossed with Breath of the Wild crossed with Attack on Titan. Because I remember there being like a lots of like flying through the air, like grappling attacks
Learning how to
on
use
larger
them.
creatures.
It means battling colossal,
Like that stuff?
magic-infected monsters and using their remains to craft and upgrade your gear and village. And it means rescuing missing tribe members, sheltering them, and nurturing them to improve their skills.
See, this is the part that I'm
In
keen
short,
for.
Farah has giant
The
monsters,
rescuing
survival
tribesmen
mechanics,
and building up
flying,
the city.
freeform
That stuff is
building,
awesome.
grappling and swinging, tribe management, carcass harvesting, and 3D bullet hell style combat.
The
and
fuck?
of course, you can play it
The bullet
full
hell part
multiplayer
is news
co-op
to me. I didn't know
with
about
up to
that.
8 people.
Did you see that Attack on
You
Titan
can
action
find
just then?
Farah, the Sundered Tribes on Steam Early Access.
You can like
right
swing
now.
around large structures. Can you play this co-op, or are those all NPCs? That's my question.
Huge thank you to Massive Damage for that exclusive look at Farah the Sundered Tribes. I love the movement in this game. The combat looks amazing. What do you think?
It's got that Zelda art style, the fast-paced aerial combat, like you said, with the Shadow of Colossus boss fights, but obviously with friends.
Alright,
as
he
well.
went with Shadow of
You're also gonna
Colossus
be growing your tribe
for
and
his
upgrading
call.
your village, so
I
there's
went
really a lot
Attack
of
on
elements
Titan.
that I love from gaming.
I think
just
mine was a
all in
better
one place here.
comparison.
But now it's time to
'Cause that
jump
seems to be
over
how the grappling
Wonderboth,
works.
His final recommendation of the show.
If it's 3D and does fantasy, does it count as bullet hell? I mean, no, he's not saying it's a bullet hell game in any sense. They're just describing some of the combat as bullet hell-esque. Basically, like, some of the creatures will be spraying out bullets and you'll have to be, like, dodging and swinging between them. So, like, that is going to be kind of, like, inspired by bullet hell, but they're not saying that the game is actually a bullet hell game.
For
Still a good way to
final one
compare it.
watch, from solo developer Silent Chicken, sliding hero
The
is
boss
a
battles,
top-down
anyway.
Metroidvania with a slick twist. I'm not kidding. Rather than traversing the world one step at a time, you move by sliding until you hit an obstacle.
What the fuck?
Sliding puzzles have been around for almost as long as gaming has been a thing, and in all
So
of
they
my
said,
years, I don't
what
think
would
I've
make
ever
Zelda
seen it as
better?
the primary game mechanic
Ice
before,
skates.
which is actually really cool, especially since they've taken it to the absolute limit here. With gorgeous limited palette pixel art and beautifully rendered character portraits,
Jesus
Sliding
Christ.
Hero is also set in a surreal
actually
and
horrifying.
sinister world inspired by the Carnival of Venice, which is a setting I
Not
rarely
just
see
one
in gaming.
projectol. Oh no,
Before
there
I
has to
go,
be a couple
thanks
of
for
thousand
checking
on
out my
screen at
indie
once
picks, and remember
for you to
to
make
wish
that
list and
comparison.
support these small studios. Now, let's check out this brand new trailer.
Like, Returnal on the PS5 is a good bullet hell comparison, because, like, all the enemies in that game seem to spray bullets out of their asshole. Like buckshot. That's such a weird idea. Zelda, but you slide. Like you're on skates. And you can't stop the sliding. So it's an adventure, but it's also a slide puzzle. Which I think could get a little annoying. When you just want to do something really simple, like go to an exit, but you can't get to it because of the fucking sliding. It would drive me crazy. And why does the main character look like a jester? That swooshing noise when he slides is going to get annoying too. It's like that cartoon whoosh noise. Games like this bore me to death.
Hey,
Like,
everyone.
I don't mind them, but I feel like there would be parts of that game where I would get frustrated. When, if you could just walk around normally, it would make something hella simple. But you're trying, like, to solve a fucking slide puzzle just to, like, pull a switch or walk through a door. And at a certain point, I think I would be like, fuck it, just let me pull the damn switch.
I'm Dan. I'm one of the curators and coordinators of Convergence.
Yeah, a lot
we're
of the
almost
sound
at the end of
design
the show,
sounded like
which I
half
hope
done.
You're enjoying. But before we wrap up, I just wanted to extend a very special hello to our viewers in China. The fact that Convergence has been
China?
localized into Chinese has only been made possible with the kind support of our friends at GamerSky Games. Now, if you don't know who GamerSky are, they are a publisher of indie games developed in China, and they are working to bring those games to the West with the aid of Western publishers, and you'll be hearing more about those partnerships in the coming weeks and months. But what I have to share with you now is a trailer showing 3 of their upcoming fantasy-themed games, all of which I can exclusively reveal.
I feel like
will be
most
playable at
Chinese
Steam Next
games
Fest
have fantasy
on the 14th
themes.
of October. So
The Chinese
watch
love
the
their
video
fantasy
and
themes.
please enjoy the rest of the show.
China might win Game of the Year. I don't know, China's kind of being shitty lately. There was a headline the other day about how China has now officially banned all depictions of LGBT and trans stuff in movies and games, which is kind of harsh. Like, that's a bit full on. That's a bit fascist. Like, that ain't a free country. I'll be fucking mad if I lived over there. But they already had like archaic, stupid bullshit with their fiction. Like the whole thing about how you can't have depictions of the supernatural in movies. Like that's been a rule over there for ages. Like you can't, if you live in China, you can't go see Ghostbusters at the cinema because Ghostbusters has ghosts in it and that counts as supernatural and that's illegal in China. And it's like, that's fucking stupid, man. You should be able to go see a movie with a ghost or a gay man or a ghost or a gay ghost man. Either of the two combination. Like Jay would find it hard to live in China. There'd be no gay fiction whatsoever. Japan is like China's cool brother. Yeah, Japan is funny because like Japan seems like the place of anything goes, except for the fact that they have to censor a dick. Like that's like the one weird thing about Japan is that as long as the hard dick is got some like tessellated little squares on it, like anything else goes. Like even the weirdest shit. Like you can have like crazy level incesty stuff and even stuff that feels oddly pedo-ish, like borderline. But as long as you got them little blurry squares on the peen, like they don't seem to give a shit. Which is super weird. But I mean, super weird is a descriptor that goes really well with Japan in general. Yeah, well, and vag, yeah. But it's dumb because, like, even with those censored blocks, it's not like you can't see what's going on. Like, it's not like it's really hiding or stopping you from watching a sex scene. It just seems redundant. Why is the main character of this game like a featureless black stickman? What the fuck? Stickman Strike Conquer Fantasy World? Okay, this is awesome. I'm not gonna lie. China's kind of cooking with this one. Wait. What if you were a featureless stickman in a fantasy medieval realm and you had to lead the people? Why are they even following him? He's a stick dude. If I saw a stick dude in real life, I'd be like, that's horrifying. I'm gonna kill that with fire. Not follow it into battle. It's so fucking random, I love it. I want to play that game now. Stray Path. Oh, this is just card game. It's free cell solitaire, but an RPG. Okay, I like solitaire. I've played that on my phone. Just random solitaire games. I don't see how this is solitaire though. I don't see any connection to solitaire in the actual footage. I'm down for the Stickman one. The other
Next
two,
up, we've got
meh.
an exclusive new look at a game from Bandai Namco, the dimension-jumping Unknown 9 Awakening.
We've got brand new footage showing how the body hopping combat system works, plus a glimpse
Body
behind the
hopping.
scenes.
It's a really exciting new title, so let's take a look.
When are we gonna get Midnight Fight Express 2? Oh wait, this is way better than I expecting. Oh wait, we have seen this. This game has had trailers for like the last 2 years.
Awakening, a brand new action adventure.
This is like going to be
and the
vaporware. This
first
game's never
chapter
coming
of a
out.
larger adventure that unfolds within the
still going?
Unknown 9 narrative universe.
We did stop for a
You
while
play
because
as
we were
Haruna,
talking.
a young woman with impressive
There's 7 minutes left.
supernatural abilities, brought to life on screen by renowned actress Anya Shalotra.
What am I most excited for? Oh, I
A
don't.
big
There's
part
so
of
many
Haruna's
games.
uniqueness
It's really hard to
comes from her
say.
attunement to the Fold, a mysterious realm that overlaps our own.
I mean that game that was like
Haruna eventually becomes
Monster
the target
Hunter
of the
/ Breath of the
Ascendants,
Wild
a
/ Attack
splinter
on
faction
Titan
of the Leap Year Society,
with town building.
looking to alter the course of history by tapping
That's
into
pretty
the Fold's
intriguing.
power.
There's a lot going on in that
Encounters
game.
with Ascendants can be approached in many different ways, thanks to Haruna's combat and stealth abilities.
This is kind of giving Flintlock by way of
One of the most
Ubisoft.
impressive skills in Haruna's arsenal
Oh, cool.
is her stepping ability. By using the Fold to
can
project
possess
herself into her
motherfuckers.
target's body, she takes control of them for a brief moment, during which she can set up a devastating chain of events.
Oh, that's cool.
Performing takedowns
That's dope.
and defeating enemies during open combat awards you with stepping tokens. The more tokens you earn, the more steps you can take in a single
So you can
instance,
plan
and the
out
more
a series of
powerful the
possessions
attacks on your
so that it
victims
all like
become.
happens at once when you unpause.
Unknown 9 Awakening
That's
is
pretty
but
cool.
one of
I didn't
the
know you
many
could do
entry
that.
points into Unknown 9's narrative universe, in which the destinies of dozens of characters are weaved
I don't know if I
together
want to
through
read a bunch of
space
books and
time.
comic books just to get the backstory, though. Thanks for that.
Like Haruna, your time has now come to step into the unknown.
The car game was cool. We've been watching this showcase for so long, I forgot that car game even
We are
existed.
to our final game of
But
the
that was
show.
cool, yeah.
We have a brand new game being published.
Your
by
favorite was the
Takahashi
Bullet Heaven with
Games,
the
and here
frog?
to introduce
That was
it
also
to
good.
us is the dev-
I did see that Until Dawn got a remake, but more importantly, did you see that they just wrapped filming on the movie? The live-action movie just finished filming. It's going into post-production as we speak.
dev team themselves. Take it away, guys.
I think this is the finale. Bandai Namco is wrapping up the show.
Hi everyone. We wanted to craft a game that could be a joy to pick up and be played all over again. For us, the
Oh yeah,
traditional
Bandai
Japanese
Namco
art
made
of origami
Pac-Man.
became the perfect
Hence,
inspiration for
both of these
creating a
guys wearing
playful,
Pac-Man
exciting,
t-shirts.
and delightful experience. A whimsical adventure that brings back to the fun.
Yeah,
we used to
there's a wrap
and so
filming
we set out to create a
photo,
beautiful origami
BTS
world
photo on
that
Twitter,
comes to life
where
with
they
a
show the
cast of
final slate.
charming characters you can interact with. We also developed
Yo, that
origami
little dude in the middle of the table's
transformations,
moving.
which you can use to battle enemies,
Oh,
solve
shit.
puzzles, and restore balance.
He's
in the game.
alive. That was cute. Is he the main character of the game? He looked like he was stop motion. Hirogami. Let the journey unfold. Oh, origami, Hirogami. It's an origami style adventure game where everything's made out of paper. Yeah, look at that. It kind of looks like it's made of clay. The graphics look clay-like. And you can unfold the hero into pieces of paper. This is cool. It's making me think of Okami on the PS2 for some reason. If you watch Arcane. Arcane is great. We watched the trailer like a weekend or two ago for the season 2. That looked awesome. So you can origami fold into different animals, like an armadillo, to solve puzzles. Yeah, it's like they removed frames from the animations to make it look a bit more stop motion, because that goes well with the origami paper vibe. That's clever. "21 Pilots" is doing a song for Arcane. Did they run out of Imagine Dragons songs? Riot have some kind of weird obsession with Imagine Dragons. This game is awesome. Okay, I'm pretty keen on that one too. I can see why they left that one for last.
That brings us to the end
The cool
of
reveal.
our very first Convergence.
Thanks,
We've
mate.
enjoyed being a part of it, and thanks to Wonderbot and all the other creators who participated.
Yes, and thank you so much to the devs,
Yum.
the publishers, all of the game makers who are with us today.
Little Big Planet
If you saw a
vibes?
game that you like, make sure that
Oh,
you
with like the
wishlist
real
it.
world
Make sure you
textures
check
and
out the
stuff.
Steam
Yeah, yeah.
sale. Engage with these games. It helps them out so much. And as for us, thank you so much for watching the very first Convergence. And hopefully, we'll see you again next year. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, Dodger. Quick, follow her socials. Start lurking, Sham. Oh wait, you already were. You were the one in the chat that was coming up with her age and stuff earlier. Here's her address. Just start doxing her. Imagine Dragons. I can't anymore. But you've heard too much Imagine Dragons because of Arcane. They did get overplayed a little bit. Like that Radioactive song kind of got a bit tiresome. Researching Dodger info. Outside the window of her house. Just start posting pictures of her upholstery through the living room window in the chat. She likes bread. Who doesn't like bread? I could have guessed that. Everyone likes bread. Especially garlic bread. Or cheesy bread. Or cheesy garlic bread. Combine them all into one delicious bread. Like Domino's does. Oh, that's right. Bread is commonly disliked by non-bread lovers. Nah, it's a lie. Non-bread lovers secretly do love bread. They're just full of shit. I don't believe that for a second. Oh shit. Wait. Oh, it is a 21 Pilots thing. Wait, who does 21? Who publishes them? I usually hate screaming in music, but the way Tyler does it gets me every time. There's a fan. Top comment. Usually it shows down here if the music's been claimed as an official thing and who does it, but it's not on this video for some reason. Great Ross Turner. Who the fuck's that? Who this man? Is it someone from the band or is this just a fan channel? I'm just curious. He's a drummer. Ross Turner. Why does that sound familiar? A fan? Okay. I like to get an idea of how mad Twitch and YouTube will get at me for watching copyright content. Sometimes if the YouTube video doesn't seem to... like if it's a fan just uploading stuff to YouTube and there's no sign of it being claimed in the description by another entity like Sony Music or something, then it's usually safe. You know, it's a good drum song by 21 Pilots for that highlights that dude on the drums. What's that? Oh, it's from the newer album. Hang on, let me look while this drum is building up. It's taking a while to get there. Music. 21 Pilots. Fuck you. This is such a long build-up. They're edging the fans. I think that's musical edging right there. I think I might have actually seen this clip before. Like, I feel like I remember this. Like, it builds up and then goes off. Heavy Dirty Soul. That's the one. Heavy Dirty Soul has got a pretty good drum part to it. It's all just like intense driving drum. Do you think it's on purpose that his piano on the stage looks like a cartoon piano? It looks like a Minecraft piano. You have to see it in the wide shot. There's his Screamo lyrics that the fan in the comments was getting so horny for. Like, there's a part where he climbs up on the piano. He's gonna get up on top of it at some point and do like a flip off it, I think. I think I have seen this somehow. I don't know how. Weird coincidence. Hey Sham, should I make an animated GIF for my channel of like a doggo dancing? I feel like I don't have any dancing GIFs. I want a doggo dancing. Yeah, this is the bit I was talking about where it chills out and builds. And the way everyone sings along to it. I think this is why I saw it. Like, people were sharing or watching clips of like epic moments from 21 Pilots And this is the part why this clip was shared. When the audience starts singing along with his build-up. It would feel pretty good to be a drummer and to get to a part of the song where you're just fanging away on those drums like that. That would be cathartic as hell. Yeah, there it is. I remember this part. Oh, it's the other guy that does the flip. I forgot about that. It's the only time he's allowed to leave the drum set. Because the rest of the time there are drums. There's the only part where there's no drums. That beat though. Cool. You know what was the first time I ever heard 21 Pilots or even knew who they were? Like actually heard their I'd probably heard songs of theirs before but never actually clocked it or looked at who they were. It was the first time I ever heard their name and was like, "Oh, it's that's what band this is." It was Heathens because of the fucking Suicide Squad soundtrack. Everyone started making gaming montages with Heathens when that song dropped for the movie's release. So like I think I saw like a Call of Duty headshot montage where someone had had clipped it to Heathens, and I was like, I don't really give a fuck about Call of Duty montages. Like, yeah, you're good at Call of Duty, great, but I was like, what's this song? Like, this song's catchy as hell. I've never heard this before. And then I saw it connected to the movie. I saw the music video for the film. And then I was like, who's this 21 Pilots? And then once I saw there were like, what were the other songs? What are the other famous ones of theirs? Stressed Out was one of them. There was another one, aside from Stressed Out, that just gets that's really mainstream, that gets all the radio play. Was it right? I don't recall the name Ride. If I heard it, maybe, but gotta listen to them more. All I know is Stressed Out. Yeah, see, Stressed Out is one of the biggest mainstream songs of theirs. Like, once I knew what their name was and who they were after the Heathens thing, I traced it back to things like Stressed Out, and I was like, oh, that's them. I've actually heard this song heaps of times, but I never actually looked into who they were. Oh yeah, I've still got that clip open. Hang on. What was Auntie Donna's Coffee Cafe? Oh, they did get pulled up. See, this is what I was talking about before with the 21 Pilots thing. You can see in the description if YouTube has detected the copyright, and then they always put it here with links to who actually owns it. So, Auntie Donna's Coffee Cafe, the entire audio from it is basically in the system. And then it's in the details, Sight of Wonders. I don't know what this song is. It probably shows up somewhere in this montage. It's always good to check that stuff out, just so you know what to expect. Wait, what's the link for this one? So I can take it off the... What the fuck? Wait, why does this link look nothing like any of the links in the... Oh, no, there it is. I'm stupid.
I just had an idea.
A show they did on iView, ABC, debatably much better than the Netflix show. Oh, wait, before I forget, 21 Pilots. You You know what's 2 songs of theirs that I actually really like that I'd never hear anyone talk about? Nico and the Niners, which I think is from the same album as Heavy Dirty Soul. I think Nico and the Niners has a really cool vibe to it. What was the other one? Car Radio. I didn't think I liked Car Radio when I first heard it. Like, it's the kind of song that I would have, like, turned off within the first half, being like, I'm not really vibing with this. But, like, if you listen to the whole thing, the ending is amazing. Like, it makes the first part worth it, because it's like, the whole kind of spoken word rap about his car radio in the beginning half is all building up to that last part in the concert, where it just all pops off. So yeah, the ending half of that song makes the first half worth it totally. Like, the build-up is part of the point. And then it just goes nuts at the end. And the music video is awesome, because he just walks out on that stage from the set of the music video, and then everyone's like really still and quiet. And then they all jump when it pops off, when the beat drops. And I think he falls off the stage at the end, and then it cuts out. It's a really well-made music video. They've got 5 to 6 albums. Yeah, they've been around for a bit. Just a lot of people didn't know them near the start.
Yeah. Oh, you have such bad ideas, though, Zach. You don't remember, like, when you suggested that we should open at 5 a.m.?
Too early.
I don't like getting up early.
We're up early because you're up early.
And she said to never show my butt and or anus.
It would only be the people in the high vis in that early. I've actually had to be on film sets for construction projects, and like the camera crew, when you're making commercials for like construction companies and things, and you have to actually get footage from like the construction yards or from the dock or whatever, and you're actually up at like 5 in the morning because you have to be there bright and early to like film them. And then you're at like a coffee shop or a cafe getting breakfast when the sun's still coming up, and there's nothing but high-vis blue-collar workers in there. Everyone looks fucking grumpy as.
To a stranger? What do you think, Mr. Pedophile? I think it would be really nice for me. I guess I'll do it. Stop. Showing your anus to a person online is not okay.
This isn't appropriate for a corporate event.
Zach, you've actually had a really good idea.
Do you notice how he got Broden's attention when they brought up the pedophile part of that story? Zach tapped him on the shoulder and was like, "Hey, look, this is about you."
What's that saying? A broken clock is accidentally not a dumb fuck, or something like that?
Wait, the blueberry burglar is having a bucks and he didn't invite me? That's bullshit.
But you,
Oh, sorry, I forgot that I sentenced him to death. Carry on.
I'd love to come, but I don't have a car.
I love how some of these bits are so out of context. That's what makes them funny, because we've got no idea what like the rest of the skit was.
Broden, could I get a lift? Broden, can I get a
So
lift?
Broden always walks like that.
Oh, come on, Mark.
Broden has his own NPC walk.
Chin up. Get that chin up. Get it up.
Ow.
I know someone in real
So
life
is
that looks like that.
soy or almond milk with your latte?
Soy.
Cool. Right.
Thank you.
Oh, and it'll just be about a minute on the wrap.
Oh, fine. Yeah. It's not a problem. Fine. Like, I'd rather it take longer and be properly toasted. You know what I mean?
Nothing worse than a cold schnitzel.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
No.
Don't you reckon Zach should play a villain in a movie? They should. Someone should cast Zach as a like a sociopathic serial killer or something in a film. Kind of like how Robin Williams did it in Insomnia and
It's crazy how
1 Hour Photo.
how well
Is that
Colin
what it was called?
doing, hey. I
Something
think,
Hour Photo. I forget what the number was.
Top 8.
Pardon?
Top 8.
Right.
Yeah.
Chalkboards have to be funny these days.
Yeah, I saw one the other day for a bar, and it had an arrow pointing to the door.
Was it 1 Hour
saying,
Photo?
This way, beer.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It had an arrow pointing away from the door saying.
Yeah, see, like Robin Williams is, you wouldn't think of him as a scary dude, and then someone cast him as a scary dude, and it was like, oh shit. I think Zach would be the same. Like, Zach's hilarious, but I reckon if you cast him as in a serious role as like a serial killer or some kind of sociopath, I reckon that would work really well.
That way, real life.
Sorry, it might be a little over my
If
head.
only I had some kind of guide to being funny, like Koshi's Best Jokes Volume 1, or Koshi's Best Jokes Volume 4, or Koshi's Guide to Keeping It Real by David Kosh, which are all real books. by the way.
Thank you.
He just has like a caricature of a
Guess we can have
face.
some fun.
Like he looks like a cartoon character. And I think anyone that has that look,
What's the silliest face?
like, finds it really easy to be funny. Like they get into comedy well. But like in some like weird flip kind of thing, they always make good psychopaths. Anyone that's a good comedian can make a good psychopath. I feel like that's always the case.
Probably this. That.
Whoa.
Maybe something like that.
That's
Like,
very silly.
Is it?
I found out first that I was silly when I was about 16. I
Oh
started
my
having
god, this
reaction
is
to breads.
that make me have flashbacks to the Silly Boy, Mark Silly Boy skits.
Next question. All right. Do you ever do silly pop-offs?
You be the judge.
What's a pop off?
Oh. That was silly.
Hang on.
Yeah.
That's.
Oh god.
I'll buy some cabbage and they'll say, "Is this for pop-offs, Zach?"
What's a pop off?
That reeks.
That's yep.
You gotta stop. Please
Yeah,
stop, because
no,
that's making me sick.
When was it hardest to be silly?
Here comes real acting.
It was probably hardest to be silly when my best mate died.
God, his hair is so voluptuous.
I'm his cousin.
Oh, okay. What do you do for a living?
Oh, I'm a tenders and awards manager at a construction company.
Oh, okay. Is that good?
Pays the bills.
Yeah.
Wow, I've had so many of those conversations.
Okay, how's this? What do you get when you mix sodium carbonate with Justin Timberlake from NSYNC?
Did their coffee cafe era, did that just come about because they knew or had a mate they were close friends with that had a coffee shop, and they were like, hey, we can film in a coffee shop for free. We should just make like an entire series out of doing that.
Not sure. What do you get?
Soda pop.
Oh, nice.
Soda
pop. Yeah, really good. Where'd you get that from?
Koshi's Best Jokes #4.
Oh, I thought you didn't have that book here.
We didn't.
So when did you get it?
Koshi gave it to me.
Koshi? As in the David Kosh? King Kosh?
Who the fuck is David Koshi?
When?
Are we supposed to know who he is as Australians?
There's no one else here, Zach.
Koshi is here.
Where?
In the meat fridge. Where we keep the meat.
Wow, it's weird that
Of all the places.
we talked about Zach being a psychopath and now this is happening.
Doing in the meat fridge, Zach?
Weird coincidence.
Just being cheeky. Oh, he's so funny, Mark. Till he gets his hands on that meat.
Is he touching the salamis?
Acting. He actually looks like he's gonna cry.
What's that?
It's Koshi, silly. He says you could be the next Melissa Doyle.
It's actually kind of scary, man. I don't even know who Koshi is.
You want to get out?
Are you doing a bit, Sham? I'm surprised you don't know who Koshi is. Is Koshi a real person or are they just fucking around?
He's so excited to meet you, Mark.
He actually is a real person? I don't know any Koshi. I'm actually kind of sick of saying his name now. Oh my god. I just thought of who Zach should play. You know the serial killer that Nicolas Cage plays in that new horror movie that everyone talks about? The one that they were like, oh, people are walking out or getting sick in the aisles. He used to host Sunrise for a while. Man, I don't follow Australian celebrities. Boring. Old bald dude wears glasses. Ew. The only Australian people I know is Chris Hemsworth. And Chris Hemsworth. I think Chris Hemsworth is the only Australian I know. The sexiest one. Oh, I suppose Margot Robbie as well. You got to throw her in there too. There we go. The hottest boy and the hottest girl Australian. I have to cover all bases. Throw in Nicole Kidman while you're at it. She's Australian. She does stuff. Holly Valance. Oh my god, remember Holly Valance? when she was in the Dead or Alive movie, and that was the last time we ever saw her. I thought she died. This shit kind of spooky though. What's that movie that Nicolas Cage is a serial killer in recently? We watched the trailers on stream, and it was like everyone was saying it's like the scariest horror movie in a long time. Longlegs, that's the one. Don't you reckon, based on this scene alone, that Zach could play that character in Longlegs, the Nicolas Cage character? No
Well,
Koshi.
you're really starting to piss me off now, Zach. There's no Koshi in the fridge. What you saw was probably just this light swinging.
Is Koshi actually going to show up? Like, for real?
And that knocking we heard, that was just your automatic knocking machine.
You're right, Mark. I'm sorry.
They had to have someone build that.
It's been a long day.
Some
It's
poor
fine.
prop guy had to make that
I know it's late.
for 2 seconds on screen.
How about I just make you something to eat?
Thank you.
Right?
That's lovely.
I think this spooky song that's playing right now, this little jingle that's been playing throughout this little horror segment, I think it might be this piece of music here that's been flagged on this guy's channel. Just a hunch.
Koshi in the meat fridge.
No Koshi. No, there's Koshi. Okay, you're right, he's bald and wears glasses. I still don't know who that is. I don't watch
I think I fell asleep.
morning show Australian shows.
Staying open this late is really making me wig out. You know what I mean?
I sure do, buckaroo.
Is that Broden
Because
as
if you were
Woody
in a
from
war
Toy Story?
situation and you went like that, they could take the bullet right through your head, through your skull, and out your anus. And that does happen in war
How do you
situations.
know the groom?
Oh, I'm a clone of Mark, and I was on the jury that sentenced him to death.
Oh, okay.
No, absolutely.
What do you do for a job?
I manage one of Australia's largest sports retail stores in a large shopping centre.
Oh, okay. Is that good? Like that?
Pays the bills.
Yeah.
Broden always makes the same small talk with everybody.
I'm a cowboy. Put me in a cub, I become real.
Oh, you're so wonderfully absurd, cowboy. I love you.
Uh-oh, time for the old jig'em.
No.
Doesn't he have a whole segment on Cowdoy?
I love you.
Silly Billy, stupid Zach. Losing his mind, talking to his toys. Some people just can't hack staying open late. But
I think I saw a YouTube thumbnail with Cowdoy in it.
Yes, we will, Mark. I'm a frog.
Yes, you are a frog. I want to hear about it all.
All right. I'm from Craigieburn.
Let's wrangle up some
Craigieburn?
Kindle.
I know where that is.
Hold up, you stagecoat.
Oh, tiny cowboy. I can't cut out Mark's heart and feed it to you.
Red Dead 2.
How could you make me do such a thing, cowboy?
Dungaree.
Red Dead the Dead Red 2. If I ever play Red Dead 2 on stream, I'm gonna call it that.
Looking at me.
I don't know, Mark, but I reckon.
I'm not gonna explain it to anybody either. They're just gonna have to know the bit.
Sick.
But ice, at the center of an ice cube, it can be as cold as the planet Venus. And if you were on the planet Venus, you would snap in half. So I want you to be really careful, guys.
What do you do for work? I work at a cafe with my two friends.
So choice between small fries or the
Is that fun? Yeah, it pays the bills.
Pays the bills. It's a big character from their podcast. Oh, the Frogman. I've seen references to the Cowdoy before, but I don't know the Frogman.
Now, which one of you is the groom? God. Now, the reason why I asked that is I've got a She-Hulk costume for him. Yeah, that's the girl one. Nah, but
Just
in
the
all
girl one.
seriousness, though, we're going to do some activities today, some games, some fun. Yeah, mate.
Are you really Batman?
Yes.
No, mate.
Oh.
I'm not Batman.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
This is the worst Batman suit I've ever seen. That mask was so terrible. What was it, the ears? You probably got it from like a GIMP shop There's probably like a leather bunny or something at one point.
As promised, I made you a sandwich.
A hand grenade sandwich. Oh, Mark, you shouldn't have. It looks delicious. That reminds me.
I feel like they used a black
I
magic
also
camera for this.
prepared a sandwich for you.
There's some really cinematic close-ups.
It looks scrumptious. Tell me, is that a gun?
No, it's peanut butter.
It looks like it'd be so yummy in my tummy. But Zach, on the off chance you didn't enjoy my first sandwich, I made you another. Oh, please.
You gotta place it for camera.
Of my sandwich.
A bleach sandwich. Oh, what a friend you are. I am surrounded by Judases, but you have not betrayed me. It is very sweet of you. Almost as sweet as this sweetie.
It's just a muffin. That looks fine.
Are you mad? You know I'm deathly allergic to muffin.
Haven't you heard? This muffin is entirely muffin-free.
Jesus, there's a lot of liquid in his eyeballs. It's really distracting.
I need you to eat the muffin.
And if I refuse?
Just eat the muffin, but don't make this harder than it has to be. I need you to eat the muffin.
Hey, he can cry on cue. That's good acting.
I was afraid you'd say that.
It's getting hot. The fuck?
We all love Gardening Australia. Yeah. You know, it has all the great tips.
Costa, we love Costa.
I've been saying that.
Also, you don't have to wait until it airs on the telly. You can watch it anytime you want. Ever heard of Australia's favourite streaming service?
That was such a
ABC
jarring...
iView?
Whoever edited this clip together,
Yeah. It's free.
going from that
and
whole
it
long bit
works.
to just this like random other segment, like really threw me.
My nieces would
It's
love it.
crashed. Sorry, iView's crashed again.
Oh.
I feel like that long, good acting, scary part should have been what finished the montage.
Who's that? Oh,
They should have put that at the end.
She's a ghost.
I'm a ghost.
Yeah,
yes,
a
I
ghost.
say I'm a ghost.
And this is the witch. You met her, yeah?
Yeah, no,
Oh, he wasn't here. When I came into the one, he'd already.
remember you.
So Drew was trying to make Mark and me murder each other.
Yes, only so that Witchy and I could watch our 5 p.m. Gardening Australia.
Yeah, I tried to explain it to them this morning, but it was obviously really vague.
And it's
that
crashed
would be
again.
my.
It's
She's
fucking
fake. She's
crashed
always
again.
fake.
Random Asian girl.
Hey, give me a go.
I could just make you guys kill each other. I could just. It might just. You were.
I get what you're saying.
Close before.
Oh, that's the Bucks party. We came here to get a coffee as a saucy end to our day of activities.
See, 5 p.m. was a good idea. Oh, that's so good. And as soon as we can get ABC iView to fucking work,
Hit it, DJ. It's a spooky Gardening Australia Bucks party. Trying to
Random.
use you and being a ghoul.
Oh. Oh my god. That was a hell of a frame to pause on. Nice one. You know what was the best... Like, that was some good Mark and Zach acting, but you know what the best Broden acting was? Do you remember the skit they did about filling up on cheese? When Broden's, like, making them all dinner, and they fill up on cheese by accident? And it gets... Broden gets really scary. And it kind of turns a bit into a gangster film with him intimidating the both of them to eat. I like that skit a lot.
Nice shirts and being scary. Struggling with iView and being cool.
I love how they're taking the piss out of iView, the thing that you're supposed to watch their shows on. Okay, wait. Oh my god. How did we end up with 3 sham links in a row? Sham. Oh, that's right, because the Auntie Donna one was actually before Serious Beans sent his first one. Layla animated short film Gobelins. 11-year-old boys get hold of a sex robot to have their first experience At the moment of truth, they're so too innocent, so they become friends with her. They just spoilt the entire film in a synopsis, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, they're just bunched up a bit. That's all.
Okay, how about this? What if you grew up, right? And your grown-up self traveled back in time to another grown-up version of yourself. But like, you're a
It looks like they live at that those motels that are just off the highway from Disneyland in Florida. You know, that really shitty set area? There's a movie about that place with Willem Dafoe. I forgot what that film's called. But yeah, like the surrounding areas near Disneyland are actually pretty shit. Like they're kind of, it's a hole.
Fuck yourself, and you get yourself pregnant.
Nowhere near as magical as the actual Disneyland itself would have you believe that area is.
Or oh, yo man, look. Yo, stop it, dude.
I thought the one on the left was a girl.
What's up, virgins?
Hey man, where were you?
I don't know. Ask your mom.
I really thought the one on the left was a chick.
Okay then, what's in the box?
This here's our ticket to the big leagues. Today's the day we become men.
Oh, this is the one you mentioned that was going to be sus.
Smells like new.
Oh, that doesn't look sexy at all.
The fuck?
Don't
Why
be
is it
such
all
a
chrome?
pussy, Stevie. Look, I even brought protection. Now hold this.
What
while
for?
I
It's a
go
robot.
Check out these titanium titties.
Did they actually have to get real kids to voice act this? That's the most sus part.
Hello, boys.
Oh no.
So,
Oh damn.
who wants to go first?
Wait. The robot's aware that they're boys? This robot sus as. Canceling the robot. Dodge.
Look at this handsome fella.
Put it in the cell next to P. Diddy.
I guess you're up, big guy.
It's a well-animated robot.
Robot before? No.
Where are you supposed to put things? It's a solid metal robot. There's no holes. Nothing about this is sexy. It looks cold to the touch. Cancel technology? Well, not all technology. Can we keep those bomb disposal riot dogs that the police use in urban centers? I saw a video the other day of one of those, like, catching a perp by running over him with his tank treads, and it pinned him to the ground. That was really funny. That thing was a legend.
No problem, hun. I'm perfect for first-timers.
No. Oh my god. No, actually show me, because I want to know how this works. Like, where did things go? Wait, did you see the graffiti on the wall where he's standing? The pussy with the arrows pointing at him. Well done.
So...
Maybe it has a port?
Does anyone
Wait, look, there's nothing. We've seen it from multiple angles now. There's no way to put nothing.
here want to...
Oh, no,
And the
thank
boobs
you,
are
ma'am.
spiky cones.
Well, what should we do then?
I don't know, Monopoly? Warhammer.
Big leagues,
Okay. All right. Maybe right there. Yeah, you can stay here. Yeah, like this. Perfect. Can you know do the thing?
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Not
We're
fucking?
making a skate video
With a sex robot.
It's a pretty cool idea, actually.
Okay.
Actually, this thing is pretty impressive technology. You could teach this thing to be like a vigilante, like a crime fighter. I think this robot would be capable of some pretty badass shit.
Roll camera.
Yeah, look at that. Teach her to take down criminals, like Black Widow.
Wow, that was incredible. Lucky.
He's mad.
Are you seeing this? We need more shots.
It's not a sex bot no more, it's a skate bot. I don't know what that other kid's so mad about. There's no way none of them are going to be able to perform in the same room as each other. I've seen grown men have that problem. Imagine having to get hard and do your business with, like, your two friends sitting there watching you. It's like, nah.
Layla, let's do the bone breaker.
It should be an episode in Love, Sex, and Robots. Yeah, it would fit. If you just did it in CG.
Come on, Lucky.
Y'all are behaving like fucking kids.
Is she gonna accidentally kill them?
What? Ow!
You are fucking kids.
Yeah, this is where they die. And the police have to take down this rampaging sex bot.
Fucking epic.
Yo, Lucky. Shame to let these go to waste, huh?
Water balloons. I knew it. Called it.
Prepare to die. Oh, you're dead. You meatball.
It still didn't make any sense that he brought condoms to use on a sex bot. Like, what would be the point of that?
Waterproof you are, Layla. Layla?
Was she a magical Layla?
Layla? What the?
Sea of Virgins. She's gone off to help some more kids recapture their childhoods.
Where's my skateboard?
She's a magical, mystical sex bot. Like Bagger Vance, but not a black guy. Don't think I didn't notice that, like, single frame of a porn star on the left there. That was pretty well made. Oh, there's another one. You know, the next helping of Love, Death, and Robots we're gonna get is gonna be that secret level show about all the video game properties. Went from sus to wholesome. What if they did go through with it? Would she have, like, at the start she was all about it, like, hey, I'm a sex bot, do me. Would she have just, if they didn't chicken out, like, would it, okay, that robot clearly was autonomous. Would it know about, like, legal matters? Would she know the rules regarding, but does a robot have age? So would that matter? It's actually doing my head in. Don't think about it too much. I'm just saying, if that one kid didn't chicken out, would she have done it with, you know? Or doesn't even matter because she's an appliance, so it doesn't really count legally? I mean, no more than if you'd fucked an apple. Anyway. One more Shamison. Oh, it's a Harry Mac. It's one of the shorter Harry Macs. I'm surprised we're still able to find Omegle content. Oh, this is 8 months ago. Omegle's shut down now, right? Isn't Omegle dead? So he can't make any new stuff with this? You need a sex robot license. I guess you could be in legal trouble if you're the guy that sold the robot to the kids willingly. They've got OME TV now. I haven't even heard of that one.
What's up, y'all?
Although you could just
Not
do
much,
stuff
not
like
much.
this on Twitch,
What are y'all up
kinda, if you set it up properly.
Literally.
You look like
nothing.
I'm getting a vibe like you're like live right now or some shit. And like you're live right now and you're like.
I'm not
What
live
gave
right
that
now. I'm
away?
not live right now, don't worry.
His professional lighting and camera setup.
Very cool. I'm like,
Oh, thank you. I'm actually on here doing
Kinda
freestyle
like mine.
raps for people. Could I do a freestyle for you guys?
For sure, yeah. For sure, yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, dope. So can I get like 3 of the most creative words you can think of to inspire my freestyle?
Okay.
I would
Meniscus.
kind of be scared
Oh,
of freestyle. Like, Like, what if you accidentally, in the middle of trying to freestyle at high speed and come up with whatever you can see, what if you said something racist? Like, not that Harry Mack is racist or would say anything racist, but you never know what's going to come out of your mouth when you're freestyling. I mean, you're moving a mile a minute. Like, what if he just blurted out something really inappropriate about these two brown girls? You know what I mean?
Oh, God.
Am I the only one that would be paranoid about that? You don't trust your own brain
Cardiovascular?
when it's moving at like 200% speed?
She's not gonna let you have it.
No, I want to do it.
Okay, give me one more.
Okay, clavicle.
Clavicle. What? Okay, so
Oh,
what is
yeah.
meniscus again? That's like, is that in your knee or something?
Yeah, what is a meniscus? That's gross sounding.
Okay.
It's the knee.
Are you a biology student?
My clavicle is what I broke when I had my motorcycle accident. That's where I broke my shoulder. Like, clean snap right down the middle. You'd be afraid to say random swear words. I reckon the hardest swear word to not accidentally say if you're high-speed freestyle rapping where you don't even know what you're going to come up with off the dome would be the N-word. Because if you're into rap and hip-hop, like as a white guy, for example, you've heard that a lot. Like, a lot of music, a lot of black rappers, you would, like, your mind, your imagination center when it comes to that style of music would be kind of full of that. Because that's what those songs always have in them. So it's like, I'd be paranoid if I was like trying to freestyle rap really fast about not accidentally trying to rhyme an N-word in there. And that's nothing to do with like racism or anything like that. Or cancer bullshit. It's just like something that sounds like it could happen easily by accident because your brain is like freeloaded with so much of the use of that word in that style of music. And you listen to that music all the time. So when you're trying to replicate it and you're trying to come up with bars, it's very easy for that to slip into the beat, like by accident. Harry Mack has this crazy ability where he's 1 to 2 lines ahead as he's rapping. Yeah, 1 to 2 doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a lot. That's lines, not words. That's like whole sentences ahead. This man has multiple brains, I think. Like having a dual core PC where multiple cores are like doing different things at the same time.
She is. I'm stupid.
No, you're not. You're not stupid. Aspiring medical, that's dope. Well, let's have some fun. These are the three
They
words.
gave him some pretty
Meniscus,
complicated words too.
Cardiovascular and clavicle. We ready?
But they're all medical.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
They could have been more creative with giving him different types of words.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, check it out, check it out, yeah, we be writing all the policies. This a freestyle about biology. I got the 3 words, so let's do this. This is for my aspiring biology students. Yeah,
oh shit,
to elevate our minds.
The instrumental is
Anytime I
awesome.
Spit, they gon' celebrate my rhymes. Yeah, they'll catch on eventually, cause when I spit, I leave enemies bent like knees. Yeah, y'all don't get this, I let them bear the witness. They bent like knees, I'm talking about the meniscus. Anytime I spit off the top, I bring mad heat. Pulling your meniscus, I'm the rap athlete, but I recover and do
It's funny how
no
quickly
injury, 'cause I'm the one that's known for putting words
female
together
fans
instantly.
like
I'm
want
rolling
Harry
in
Mack
infantry, we
seconds
go
into
with
his
Never slipping when I'm
into his
ripping, I'll be
freestyles.
going for sure, yeah. And y'all know I'm doing crazy well. Leave them with torn meniscuses and ACLs. Leave them with broken ankles. I got them jukes. Yeah, all these other rappers, they sound kinda cute. But H-Mac, I got the bars that they can't refute. I'm about to get the money, I'ma get that loot. And my flow is on point, new styles getting coined. Word of the meniscus, cause this here is the joint. Yeah, H-Mac, the
That was
greatest
pretty
rapper,
good.
gotta be that. Never watered down, I only kick the free raps. I'm the illest off the top, y'all better see that. If they stepping incorrect, I break their kneecaps. And y'all know that's how it has to be. Leveling this game of rapping free, I got the mastery. Never do it casually, I'm out here causing casualties indeed. I got all the lyrics that you need. Y'all know that I mastered words. It's in my heart and my cardio.
There's something so disturbing but so fitting about Toad twerking to rap.
Yeah, and y'all know my lyrics always
Why does
start
that gif
great
fit
and get
so
better
well?
and better while they increase your heart rate. Yeah, you know I'm going dumb and I'm the best. I'm about to have your heart straight up pumping out your chest. Bump, it sounds like the beat. H-Mac, I move past all the boundaries of heat. I be doing what I'm feeling and I'm nice with with the words. Like your picture in the background, I'll be fly as a bird. Yeah, I changed the game, y'all know.
Did they even notice that he just made that connection?
We killing the content, blowing up like
I think they missed it.
I'ma keep it honest. Y'all know that's a promise. No one goes beyond this. Rappers talking nonsense. I don't wanna hear that. I'ma hit spears to your ears with the clear raps. Y'all know I'ma smash this. For my girl with the earphone and my girl in the glasses. Yeah, y'all know I'm out here doing my thing. Yeah, when I rhyme, I'ma shine like your ring. I spit with passion, man can take it action. I'm making it happen when I'm spitting. I got y'all laughing. They say he's got a magic flow. Yeah, well,
His flow's doing a lot more creative things in this one that I've seen in a while from him.
He might straight up break your clavicle. Yeah, y'all know I'm all in the zone. Break their clavicle and they collarbone. Yeah, they getting mad at me. They signal sounding staticky. This Mac MC is about to break down human anatomy. I'm showing y'all each time I flow for y'all.
God damn.
They turn me loud. Y'all know I'ma do
It's
you
like he got
proud.
better
Yeah,
somehow,
and soon you
which
about
should
to
be
study
impossible.
biology. And when you do, I'm just hoping you acknowledge me. Like when you win the Nobel Peace Prize and up to the podium you rise. They'll say, what made you feel inspired? There was this rapper on Omegle, he was spitting the fire. Yeah, and that's a fact. I hope that y'all remember. Cause every time I spit, I burn the track in the embers. Yeah, y'all know that I be slaying on my path. Honestly, I'm lifted up just by making y'all laugh. Let's go.
Yo, that was so good. That was so good.
Is that all on the spot, or do you like write
Yeah,
down
dude.
How could he have
I
written
mean,
down these
unless
things?
you
They
think
just
that I
gave him
wrote a
the
verse
theme.
specifically about the
Do you think you
meniscus,
wrote about
the
damn biology
cardiovascular
terms, bro?
system, the birds on the wall behind you, and the clavicle. You know, we have to assume it was improvised off the top,
That's
right?
such a goofy question.
No, you're amazing. That was amazing. Keep going. Keep going, dude.
Thank
Of course
you
he's
so
gonna keep
much.
going.
Thank
What the
you
fuck?
guys so much. I appreciate your positive energy.
What's your YouTube channel, by the way?
Yeah, I go by Harry Mack, so I'll type it in the chat. It's just YouTube.com.
I have a theory that a lot of people that he comes across in Omegle are not rap fans until they met Harry Mack in person in one of these videos. Like, these girls probably never gave a shit about rap ever. And then from this moment on, they've probably started listening to rap. They went to his YouTube channel, they watched a bunch more of his stuff, and then they started to actually get into like the genre in general.
Have I heard this name before?
Yeah,
I swear I've heard this name before.
TikToks like that?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I'm on TikTok. Yep.
No, because I swear your name sounds so familiar. Like,
yeah.
I've been making videos for a long time, so you might have seen one. Who knows?
Keep spreading positivity.
That's what I'm all
Amazing.
about.
Keep going.
Hey, you guys keep going for your goals as well. I meant that when you make that Nobel Peace Prize speech, you know, for accomplishments in
Harry
science.
Mack.
I will
Harry
when
Mack.
I will literally.
We got you, bro. We got you, bro.
Do you think he makes a lot of money from his
That's love. That's love. Appreciate you guys so much. Y'all have a beautiful day, all right?
from his internet content, like
Okay.
YouTube and TikTok and stuff like that?
Boom. There you have it. Thank you so much.
He's pretty well teched out in terms of equipment. Like his production quality in general, not just his music stuff, but like his cameras, his lighting, like the stuff around his room, his set dressing, like it seems like he's doing pretty well for himself. And I'm assuming most of that probably comes from this. They're like, wait, rap isn't just UK grime and shitty trap beats. There's many different avenues of rap. I'm still surprised when I hear new shit that I'm not familiar with, because I don't know that much about rap myself. I mean, you know, the old stuff, the 90s gangster stuff, everyone knows that stuff. That stuff went from underground to mainstream and then pretended that it was still underground for like a decade or two. Oh yeah, Serious Beans. Harry Mack is good. Harry Mack is very good. Harry Mack is good in a way that doesn't make sense. Like, it's confusing. It's like, how can the human brain do this? It doesn't seem like it should be possible. Like, almost like it's a mutant superpower. Like, he should be an X-Men. What the? Random. We surprised 30 strangers with a $12,000 million castle. $12 million castle. This is such a Mr. Beast headline. You know what I mean?
My friends, welcome to the
Hang on a
last
sec.
episode.
Wait. Secret Day is here, blah, blah, blah. Thank you for all your love this season. Just trying to see what this channel's about. Yes Theory. We believe life's greatest moments and deepest connections exist outside your comfort zone. That doesn't tell me jack shit. What the fuck kind of YouTube description is that? I don't know what you do. That's the kind of thing you post on your Instagram story if you're a Instagram influencer chick. I thought that's supposed to tell me about your channel. I don't. Okay, they do seem to be about that influencer style positivity. That seems to be what all their videos are about. Just exploring life and fun shit. The first part's an ad you might want to skip. Oh, fair.
Episode of this season.
Yeah.
Some of you may already have been suspecting. Yes.
There we go.
One of the things we do best at Yes Theory is creating experiences for strangers that they'd most likely never get offered otherwise. And recently, as COVID restrictions were lifted in New York for the first time,
The Big Apple is back.
Oh, that
open
dates
for
the video a bit.
business.
and since it was hit extremely hard by the pandemic,
Yeah,
we wanted to
2021.
surprise some spontaneous New Yorkers with an absolutely dream-like experience. So, as a throwback to one of our favorite adventures 3 years ago, we surprised 16 backpackers in Europe with a night in a mansion.
How are you feeling right now?
Oh, that's what the headline meant.
We wanted to take
They're
that
putting-
experiment to a whole new level.
they're putting people in
by
a $12 million
surprising 30
house?
Complete strangers and a few subscribers with an overnight stay in an actual castle.
Oh, castle,
With
sorry.
hidden rooms, multiple buildings, and perched on
$12
an
million
absolutely
castle.
gorgeous hill.
You know what, like, the idea of a castle, it sounds like it should cost more than that. But, like, it's weird how, like, things like castles in, like, Europe are surprisingly not as expensive as you expect. They're millions, but they're not as many millions as you'd think. Like, I'd always thought that they'd have to be more expensive than a mansion or a manor. But they're not. They're, like, cheaper. Because the idea of a castle sounds more grand, but it's not really.
This is truly going to be one of the most
Most
unique
castles are
stays
just like an assortment
anyone
of
will ever have.
large
But
concrete
obviously,
blocks
saying yes to
and
a
drafty
free
corridors.
experience
It
like
actually kind of
this would be
sucks.
a little too easy. So, to make sure our yeses were truly spontaneous, we were instead going to ask people on the street to say yes to a 24-hour mystery adventure without having any clue what they would actually be doing. If you're
Imagine how
watching
many
this
people would
video
say
on the
no to
day we
this,
posted it,
thinking that they're just some
today
weirdos.
is Seekers Day. Seekers Day is our annual tradition to celebrate the start of Yes Theory back in the summer of 2015. As a part of this celebration, we decided to make Seek Discomfort more accessible to our community than any other day of the year. Seek Discomfort, at the end of the day,
What a
is
great Australian
funds
film, The
everything
Castle.
we create with
Yeah,
Yes
it's one of the
Theory.
few Australian
And so
films I actually
this
like.
is just a small thank you for empowering us to do what we love.
I don't
while
like that
also
many
enabling
Australian
other
films.
people's dreams that we meet along the way.
The Castle,
Seekers Day isn't only about celebrating
Priscilla,
the start
Queen of the
Yes Theory,
Desert.
however. It's also about celebrating the most badass and self-organized community on YouTube.
Maybe Muriel's
and
wedding, I
celebrating
don't know.
all the connections we've had with strangers throughout the years. But unfortunately, something we haven't been able to do as much of this past year. So to make up for lost time, we decided to go big.
I would find it exhausting to run a YouTube channel where you have to travel around and actually do shit. Fuck that noise.
The buildings are so tall.
Yeah, it's New York City. It's the biggest
I haven't
city in
been
the
here in
world.
so long. What the hell?
Oh yeah? Oh my god. Oh yeah?
That makes them sound so country town when they get wowed by the height of skyscrapers when you're in cities. I wonder where they're actually from.
We're in New York City and we're loving it. This is one of these Yes Theory experiences where the people who are being asked to go on the experience can't know what the experience is.
Because it's an easy yes. You pitch them out right now.
Oh, I'll pitch you? Hey!
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Whatever it is that you're selling, I don't want it.
No, I'm not selling anything. Actually, I'm pitching you because we do these
go,
crazy
honey.
adventures.
Let's go, this guy's crazy.
We do these crazy adventures where we take strangers out of the comfort zone.
Strangers?
Dude, and crazy? You should go to prison
Bring a
soon.
suit. Now I'm a stranger, and you're asking.
Are they
me.
practicing how they're
Well, then
gonna
bye.
pitch this to
I don't
people?
like
We're in New York, man.
Yeah, New York is a pretty harsh place.
Excuse me, guys. We're making a film about spontaneity and saying yes. Can we interview you?
No, I mean, yeah, obviously, like, yeah, you can't say no when you say that.
Decided to bring your magical, epic experience to New York. We'd meet on Wednesday morning.
This week?
Yes.
I would love to, but I have a thing on Wednesday. Otherwise, I would be so in because I will say yes.
Bullshit.
Cheers. Yeah, getting the first
That was
one.
nice.
Let's ask these people.
Like,
Hey guys, are you
New,
guys
New Yorkers can be pretty rude.
What are you doing on Wednesday? Yeah, sorry, I'd rather not.
I have to work.
We decided to design a really epic experience for 30 strangers that are gonna say yes to this, and they can't know what they're saying yes to.
Oh my god.
And everybody's no kidnapping.
Minimal kidnapping.
I'm a teacher.
Minimal? Okay, that shouldn't have said that part.
I might be able to.
You guys, by the way, you're the first people to be open to this, so thank you. We just started, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm spontaneous.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Thank you guys for being so cool.
Yeah, our first yes of the day.
Our first yes.
They were really cool. They were really chill.
Yeah. I love that she's a teacher.
Oh, they
too,
actually
and
succeeded.
That's gonna be something really cool that
I
she
feel
can
like
show
this
to
would be
kids
harder
around.
to convince women to do, because
I don't want to do this right
I don't
now.
think any women should say yes to this. Like, I would recommend you not, because they might actually kidnap you.
I'm not even doing the pitching. I can barely use the camera because I'm sweating into my eyes.
It's so damn hot. Milk was a
Has
bad
serial killer
choice.
We're
vibes.
gonna put the camera down and then 4 p.m. or something.
Have more luck that they work with Bang Bus. I mean, Bang Bus do get, you know,
What's going on? A really cool subscriber.
They
that
do
came and shared
get,
something very sweet, so I decided to invite him.
actresses quite frequently. I mean, they get to keep making videos, so they must be doing something right.
What you guys beautifully started. He was at Stefan's speech at UT Austin when Matt and Tommy was. Wow. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I'll message you about Wednesday. Sounds good, guys. Cheers, man.
Good to meet you,
You guys are cool haircut.
A lot of yes, a lot of color, a lot of pride. I love it.
A lot of yes energy in New York, a lot of pride, a lot of color out today, and we love to see that.
They're taking their details, right?
Bro, like that. I just came up.
Didn't they have a sign-up sheet?
This was very just random. Yeah, you guys just. They actually came up to us because they were in crisis. They don't have their phones.
His
and
shirt
they
is
wanted to
awesome,
call their
but-
friend. Then we started talking to her, and I was like, you know what? Let me just pitch. Let me go for it. Can I tell you what we're in New York doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
So, we make videos around the themes of saying yes and seeking discomfort.
Okay.
We decided to set up what is potentially like our most epic experience for strangers. We want to challenge strangers to say yes to an experience.
We're in. 100%.
Wow.
What is he curious?
Beautiful. Well,
They are definitely getting kidnapped. They're gonna end up in the back of a van someday.
Studying.
I study economics. I study astrophysics.
Wow.
See you on Wednesday.
That would be great. Bye, guys.
yeah, got 5 people today.
5 people in one day doesn't sound like a lot, but I feel like this would be hard to get people to say yes to.
Ready?
Amazing.
Born ready. See you on Wednesday.
5 is not bad.
See you on Wednesday. All right.
Introvert. We're the introvert side right now. Why am I nervous?
Can I ask you a quick question? Can I ask you a quick question? Can I ask you a quick question? Oh, I've got to go. Alright. What happened?
You got to go.
Are you a spontaneous person?
You know what?
So the Quebec-
I feel like most people would assume that you're like a Mormon or like one of those like Amway things, like you're trying to sell something or sign them up to some like Red Cross, give money to the starving children kind of thing. Because that's usually what people that come up to you in public and try to talk to you are going to do.
commitment is you would give us your Wednesday. The only catch is that you just say yes.
Yes. Wait, when?
Hey.
I don't know when I'm there.
Yeah?
Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, this guy's pretty chill. I like him.
Jesus, yeah, please.
Okay, well let
this happen.
He's just hanging out by the water reading a book.
Yes to something they don't know what they're saying yes.
I'm so down.
Are you?
Yeah.
Wow.
I love being spontaneous, so I'm down. I have a 2-year-old at home.
It would be adorable if you bring the 2-year-old.
Oh, he's allowed to come?
Absolutely.
Oh,
They should show them a video of their stuff, but I guess they can't tell them. I mean, it'd be much easier to convince, like, it'd be easy to convince someone of something if they knew you were going to give them, like, $1 million or, like, a amazing overseas, you know, vacation with, like, heaps of cash or whatever. But I guess that's not the point. Like, the point is to reward people that are spontaneous. Like, they don't know what they're getting into yet, but when they get there, it's going to be like, oh, fuck, this is a stay in a $12 million castle? What have I got myself into? Actually, now that I think about it, that would scare me more. If I said yes to something spontaneous, like, oh, it's probably going to be like a fun little roller rink party, and you end up getting flown overseas to like a $12 million castle, I would assume that I just ended up in Hostel 3. That this is some like rich, sadistic fucker that's about to put us through like some maze games where we all get chopped to bits, and there's only going to be one survivor at the end. Like some Squid Game shit, maybe. With a saw puppet rolling around on a little tricycle.
We've been doing it for 6 years.
The castle would scare me more.
Sorry? Oh, you said a word. You go, a word, and you go. What? I'm so sorry. I'll leave now.
Would you guys consider yourself open to a potential spontaneous adventure?
There's a girl?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
This is literally the highest ask to yes ratio we've ever had anywhere in the world. New York is on fire.
I thought New York would be hard to convince people because everyone's a jerk.
Take a bunch of strangers out from New York. This secret event, which I can't tell you.
Like, is this just like a big like orgy? Like, I'm not.
After a few more yeses and inviting some subscribers we randomly met on the street, all the spots at the castle were filled.
How many was it again? 30.
Do they know that we're pulling up in vans?
No.
This is bad.
Yeah, that's sus. The van. You didn't have to do vans. You could have done like a coach, like a fancy bus.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Okay, surely, if you got 30 people to say yes to this, surely there are people that just wouldn't show up. Like they said yes just to get you to fuck off, but then they wouldn't actually turn up to the location. There would have to at least be one of those, if not a handful.
This is exhausting. How's it going? Good morning.
Hi, Jay. He's in his no phase. I'll compensate for the excitement.
Oh, this is the first time we do something like this where there's more women that said yes than men. So, give it up for yourself.
Oh my god, looks like a lot of people came.
So, I wasn't there when they were picking up the men. I'm so sorry for how they looked. They looked like the creepiest white man you've ever seen.
Yeah, that was
Right now we're gonna go on a
not a good idea.
Up north, and we'll reveal everything there. Without further ado, let's get the adventure started.
I'm nervous.
I find their slogan a bit sus as well. The Seek discomfort kind of saying they have on their shirts and stuff. I don't know what it is about Seek discomfort as a slogan that creeps me out a little bit. It's Bang Bus. It's too similar to the Bang Bus. So how many is there? There's definitely not 30, yeah?
Drive to the unknown destination.
This is how we die.
Guys, are we ready to go?
That lady straight up brought a kid too.
Unlimited ice cream today.
No.
Oh, yeah. You have to think about that one. Yeah.
What about trucks?
Okay, perfect.
Didn't she have a dude with her when they picked them up? I mean, when they found her originally and asked her.
Winning over Chase.
It looked like the husband. Did he just let his wife and kid go on this sus trip, and he stayed home? His survival instinct kicked in, but he was like, "Fuck my wife and kid."
Let's ask for eyes to be shut, please.
How would you bring your kid?
Rolling through.
Okay, everyone's got their eyes closed.
Here, let me give you. So yeah, if you put your hands on this wall.
You're good. Mademoiselle, what are we doing right now with all
Do
these
we have to
people?
do the eyes closed part?
All right,
That's
guys.
also
Thank you all
sus.
for saying yes. This is one of the craziest things we've ever done. We didn't even know if it was possible in the US. But I know, right? We wanted to surprise everybody with a night in a place that is usually not accessible to normal people. So tonight we're gonna be spending it in a castle. Turn around. Oh my God.
Do they have things to do in the castle, or once they're in there, they just kind of sit around like, yeah, cool, castle, I guess. Yeah, if someone took me and put my hands on the wall, the first thing I would think is firing line.
You nailed it. You killed it.
But everything is sussing me out right now.
So we're gonna go meet Eric and Meredith, who are our hosts today.
Welcome, everyone. We've prepared for you a little poem. Welcome here, strangers yet friends to be. Thank you for saying yes to Yes Theory. Castle Olympics is the name of the game, and the winning team won't just get fame, but a
The
suite
queen.
fit for kings and fit for queens. And the losing team
I feel like
will have more thread.
she didn't commit to
And
the
we'll
outfit
spend the
though.
night-
Like she's got like a regular like tights and a top on with just the regal cloak over the top. Like you could have like done the whole thing.
in a tent outside.
Stakes are high, guys. Stakes are high.
Follow us inside for opening ceremonies, and then we'll have a little tour of the castle.
We gotta talk about this.
This is completely not period accurate.
Yeah, that guy's just a Caesar for no reason whatsoever. This is medieval Europe. Welcome Would you like to play a game?
What? Oh my god. Wow.
There will only be one survivor.
Actual castle. This is mad.
The only survivor is going to be the little kid.
I feel like I'm in a movie. This is nuts.
It's that big guy. He's a knight in armor.
That sword's going to come into play later.
Welcome to the castle.
That's foreshadowing.
We'll get a tour of the castle from the owner.
Downstairs is a place called the King's.
It has a Mr. Beast video vibe.
Check that out. Anybody taller than me? Okay, you're gonna have to duck your head.
Oh. Yeah, everyone down to the secret dungeon of the castle. It's still sussing me out.
So behind us, you know how to press. No, I knew it.
This house has a lot of secret rooms. And they're all more bedrooms. What the fuck?
This is the winning team. Secret door.
Why does every bedroom have a secret door into another bedroom that has a secret door into another bedroom? Like, to get to your bedroom, you have to pass through 4 other people's bedrooms through their shelves. Like some Hogwarts shit.
What the hell? What is this place? I love his vision to just build this for his own fantasy. It's really cool. It's amazing.
Damn, not bad.
He's gonna push that guy off. That was
For
the
our
first guy to
intro
die.
Exercise, I want you to find someone you don't know and spend 5 minutes together asking each other what your biggest yes in life has been. Aside.
This one.
Yeah. And then instead of introducing yourself in our circle in 5 minutes, you're gonna introduce your new friend. Ready, set, break.
This kind of shit annoys me. I would hate this. This forced extroversion shit. I'm like, can you just... I won the whole castle say yes thing. Can you please leave me alone now so I can go, like, hang out in a deck chair on the roof and just, like, relax and enjoy my time here? Why do we have to do this shit?
Nitrosuits.
She realized that she had this.
It has the
passion
vibe
for
of, like, your
skydiving.
first day at a new
And fell
school
in love
where you have
with
to
that.
stand up in front of the class and, like, tell everyone about yourself. Like, that nightmare shit.
The biggest lesson she learned during that trip was the realization that I can do what I want when I want.
My name's Jay.
That's a wholesome
2 years
dude. I
old.
like him.
I like trucks. Haven't lived for that long yet. It's 2 years in, but life is fun so far.
Her biggest yes would be becoming a mother, but also additionally on top of that, having a grandson, and that is like the biggest yes.
Design your
With
crest.
Your team of 4, make a crest, a family shield.
Oh, they're trying to keep him busy.
He's going for it. Oh my god.
They're trying to make
Did
it
you
like
do that? Wow. Look at this teamwork.
like a whole thing.
Not gonna lie.
Like little games, activities. I thought they were going to leave them here to just enjoy their time in the castle.
We are Team Presence here, comma now, and it's built like
The
a
kid
present.
starts crying.
We didn't do that. We call ourselves P-cubes, right?
P-cubed.
Pre-cubed. It stands for purple,
Pubes.
passion, power.
Gold, bold, bold, and brunette. Or GB3. For sure.
We are Team Yellow Fire.
How did they form the teams again?
Wow,
Did I
look
miss
at
that?
Formation. What are these Transformers?
We are the Lake Monsters.
That was a cool one.
Pick 2 team members to oust, the other team out with a joust. Wow. Just so you guys know what that
Oh, I would be
means.
so...
This is
I
your
would
home
nail
for
the
night.
joust. I'm taking the joust way too seriously. I'm actually injuring somebody. Can the little kid joust? If it's me versus the little kid's getting wiped. I'm not pulling back. I'm using 100% of my power. He's getting launched out of that ring.
I'm fucking local, man.
I thought there was an actual animal on the right. I think it was a statue. You see, I have really good balance. And, you know, I'm also very stubborn. I ain't going down easy. That tall black guy's got reach. I have a feeling that he's gonna win this.
Oh!
Oh no, he's down. That counts.
I cannot believe I'm doing this. You have insurance?
Nope. If you get hurt, we're fucked. Please don't sue us. And that's how I put my kid through college. I sued the Wholesome YouTube channel. Would have been a really good whodunit. Actually, that's a good idea. Like having a murder mystery party in that castle would be vibes.
Damn, you flew all the way here to sleep in a tent. That's so stupid.
Actually, I'm glad that one of the dudes that set up the whole thing is one of the guys that has to live outside. The loser. I think maybe he lost on purpose and none of the actual contestants have to be uncomfortable.
Freshen up for dinner. Put on your best outfit and prepare to be entertained. The Knights of Yes Theory, you've all been ordained.
Right, welcome to our crib.
She didn't have enough time to
Sweet hangout spot.
memorize her
This is like
script, so
bigger
she has to
than my
read the whole thing off
apartment.
her
And then we
phone.
have this little extra room right here.
Slight immersion killer.
Another wonderful view.
So this castle is accessible via, like, driving from New York, basically. I wasn't expecting that. I thought they were going to take him on a plane. Were they told to bring fancy clothes, or did they provide all that?
Oh, Cam's the bartender.
What the heck is this? This is for brain surgery, I'm pretty sure.
That's a sex toy. That goes up your bum. That's the next game.
What's up?
Who can hold out the longest before coming?
Good evening, everybody. 6 years of doing this, guys. It feels pretty surreal to be celebrating with everybody tonight. If we learned anything, is that discomfort is the greatest tool to connect people. That's why for our 6 years, we wanted to create an experience of discomfort that had a really amazing reward, celebrating the best way we can, which is with strangers.
It's time to turn up the
Believe that
discomfort.
Strangers are just friends you haven't met yet. Right away.
We're having dinner
car
naked.
rides on the way,
Everyone has to take off their
people
clothes.
were just like dropping
Ultimate
in,
discomfort.
getting to know each other's stories, and this is like the greatest thing to see Yes Theory in action.
Dead
to
body
see it
was found.
Working.
It turns into Among Us.
There's nothing.
This is now Among Us castle.
That we can think of that makes us happier.
That
So,
dead
half
body
of it,
sound
no
effect
idea what
plays.
Yes Theory is before, a couple of days ago, but we're just so happy that this is like your entry point to who we are, to what we are, and what we wanna stand for with everybody that crosses our path.
It started with all three of us going against the grain and going against what most of our families and friends wanted us to do or expected
Hi,
us to
mate.
do.
Are you the serial
but these are
killer?
the moments that make it all worth it.
Serious Beans is
So,
the serial
thank you
killer.
for
He already
saying
gave it away.
Thank
Vote
you
him
for
out.
being open, and thank you for bringing meaning to everything that we do.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Let's party.
We can party. We're in a castle tonight.
Level 3 discomfort. While everyone's sleeping, they play a high-pitched sound effect through a speaker that never stops. Welcome to true discomfort. It's the theme. What is he doing? I love it how they forced all these random people to join on their celebration of their 6-year YouTube channel. Hey, they have a freestyle rapper. Random performance? Oh, is he one of the contestants?
Guys,
I thought they just brought in a rapper as part of like the entertainment.
Imagine if everyone was like, nah.
Who's ready?
Where are they going?
Swimming in the middle of the night. Can't believe everyone went.
Oh no.
Yeah, that 100%
That
turnout.
never really happened.
That doesn't really happen.
I guess they were also told to bring swimsuits. I feel like we're missing some of the story here in terms of like, how do they all know to have elegant ball gown clothing and swimsuits on them? Unless they like inform them about more than was actually on camera. The opposite of reality TV. Yeah, there's no drama, no stakes. They're all just chilling. It's just a bunch of people becoming friends randomly. It's just, fair. I can see why people would get into it. Life affirming. I still don't know if I if I believe in their slogan, their concept. Not the discomfort part, but the say yes part. The whole idea of saying yes to everything, even if you don't know what's going on. Like, I don't really... Whoa, that was violent. Jesus Christ, kid.
That was a really important angle.
I don't think I trust humanity enough to... I don't think people should be just randomly saying yes to anything and everything, no matter what. Even if they don't know what's going on.
And bringing together a group of strangers, group of friends.
They all boned. Don't forget there's a kid here. Sham cancelled.
That is mind-blowing. Like, your purpose is to push people into their understanding.
This dude's already got one of their t-shirts on. He's so on board.
Can you understand that alone is
Like, the whole say yes, even out of context, is exactly how people get sex trafficked and end up in, like, some Mexican drug cartel van.
Surrounded by energy I can actually feel.
I don't trust people enough.
Eye-opening to be able to experience.
Why is that one girl outside not listening to this conversation?
And listen and feed off other human
Just
beings.
listening, watching
So
through
I'm
the
grateful
window.
for the fact that all of you guys exist and are bringing this into the world.
I don't know every single one of you guys very well, but I know I can go up to literally anyone and just
Is she crying?
cry and talk.
Oh, wow.
And that's
Okay.
absolutely magical.
Here come the
Thank
feels.
you.
Getting wholesome. Getting more wholesome.
Like I found some belonging, and I'm so grateful.
She has a
And,
Google t-shirt on.
I feel lucky and I feel like one with all of you. Like, I want to give you a group hug. Maybe we should do a group hug.
She's promoting Google hard.
Just end with a big yes. Inhale, and then we'll exhale to yes.
It's like they're teaching
Our
consent.
ability to involve strangers
Hey,
in our
Claire de Lune
videos
started
was completely
playing. I love
taken
this
away
song.
from us for 18 months. So to end our season with such a meaningful experience was life-changing and
Remember when they used this song in the
revitalizing for
Godzilla
us as well.
trailer? That was dope.
To feel reconnected with who we are and what we do, to bring people together in a safe, spontaneous, and authentic environment for the first time in a long time. And remember, the connection that Seeking Discomfort nurtures left us feeling incredibly connected to
There
our
were
mission.
people on the van
know
that I
some
don't
of you have been
recognize in the
confused
castle.
by changes within
I think they
Yes
lost a
Theory.
few people.
But I hope that you know that behind the scenes, we feel more excited by our grander mission than ever before. We have some incredible ideas that we are working on. We are excited to continue providing tools for this amazing community.
think people
and
would
we're
start to
thrilled
notice them?
Have you here along
Not,
with
like,
us.
recognize them in
I'll leave
public?
a final reminder that Seekers Day is today, and it's a celebration of all of you by making.
You know, like people who know the YouTube channel and have seen their content like this, like you'd recognize them in public and you'd linger around waiting for the, like, hoping they'd try to ask you to get involved in some shit. And you'd pretend like you've got no idea what's going on, but secretly you're like, yes, I'm gonna fucking live in a castle. I'm all about it. Just don't let on that you already know what they're about. It's kind of like the Sacha Baron Cohen effect. Like, Sacha Baron Cohen is less effective nowadays because everyone knows who he is. Like, you can't trick people as Borat or as Bruno or whatever, or Ali G, because he's too famous. Like, his bit doesn't work anymore. So at a certain point, if these guys got, like, even more famous for this, like, everyone be flocking around them in public, waiting for an invite to some cool shit. They wouldn't be able to do this properly anymore.
Making Seek Discomfort more available than it's ever been before, and making all of our best sellers of all time 30% off for the next 48
What I
hours.
just
So I
thought,
hope
because they have a whole merch line of clothing, like sweaters and jumpers and hoodies and stuff and shirts. It'd be, like, so on brand if all of their clothes was uncomfortable. Because, I mean, their whole brand, their whole mission is Seek Discomfort. So, like, I mean, surely none of their clothes would fit well. Like, that'd be the whole bit. Like, the sleeves on the hoodie would be too short, so your shoulders are always bunched up.
that you'll join us in spreading our message
I mean, it's
further
on
by going to
theme.
seekdiscomfort.com right now and getting some for yourself or for a friend. Thank you for watching us this season. We're about to go on a break for a little while to rest and
Cool.
spend some time with family. But we'll be back posting on our second channel recently.
Nice. Seek Discomfort. Wear our fucked up sweater. That's one of those sizes that's in between sizes, so it fits nobody. On brand, baby. Just really uncomfortable linen. Yeah, exactly. Or like when you have a sweater, it's like that itchy sweater fabric. Amazing. Say yes to bad clothing. It'll fit me, I guarantee it. You're one of those people. Wait, I still have a sham link here as well. What's this sham link? How everyone reacted to Blacksmith Wukong's controversy. What was its controversy again? I've lost track of all the controversies. Everything just is blending together a little bit. And there's a Biscoff. I'll have that first. Minx out of the woodwork. Yummy. Very cookie. It's extra tasty tonight for some reason. I would say with their mission, but I don't exactly know. They just like traveling and doing spontaneous things. Their mission statement seems to be extroversion, in a sense. It's about bringing people together. The whole idea of seeking discomfort and saying yes is about choosing to interact and do things that connects you with other human beings. It's about human connection. That whole thing with them crying at the end because they've made friends with a bunch of strangers based on the most crazy circumstance where all they had to do was say yes to something I had no idea what they were getting into. Like, it's the wholesomeness of being able to connect with other human beings in any scenario, no matter who they are or where they came from. In a nutshell. Oh, wait. The controversy in Black Myth Wukong, that was the developer being kind of a shitheel, right? I heard something about the developer being kind of an asshole. Like he was racist or something? I can't remember. Let's see if I was right.
Mighty Key. Let me go ahead and see what this Black Myth Wukong's all about. As a Dark
I remember
Souls
this,
veteran
dude.
such as myself, you know, I don't really have a hard time with action RPG. Oh. Damn, bro.
This ain't a
got
Dark Souls
washed.
game.
You caught me by surprise, that's all it is. I feel you, man. Hey, you having fun, though? So far, yeah, game's pretty sick. You start out flying on a Nimbus.
Why is his controller
then you go
so
fight
white?
this god on a cloud, That's and it's cool, just man. like... I
His
had no
controller
idea
is
you
pitch
hated women.
white.
What? Yeah. You hate women. Yeah, the game said if you review this, you can't talk about politics, you can't talk about female agenda. I admit that's a pretty specific request. Here you are, playing the game, thinking women are beneath you. No, I never said that. I'm just
Wait,
trying
what?
to figure out how this monkey gets his powers back. I don't see any inclusion. I don't see any diversity. 3 out of 5. No diversity? What you mean? I've been fighting snakes, frogs, bears. Please do not tell me you're like that other guy, man. Who? Hello, monkeys. Oh, brother.
What is
You're talking
happening?
about the game, right? well. Look who showed up to ruin game. I had no idea you'd be checking this game out with him. But I guess monkey see, monkey do. Again, he is talking about the game, right? Look how well my game did. Mine. 2 million concurrent users.
Who's that guy?
Game just came out. Your game? This game is part of my never-ending battle against wokeness. And what is
Oh,
your
is that the
definition
Wukong guy?
of wokeness? Diversity. Don't like it. Inclusion. Don't like it. Living on a planet of apes. Don't like it. We talk about the movie, right? This is not a win for you, dumbass. The developers in China do not care about your crusade against pronouns and bio people. This game is only doing well. It's only succeeding the way it is, seeing the numbers it does, because it ain't got nothing to do with wokeness. Or it's possible we're seeing the numbers because it's just fun. And China has over 2 billion people. Can y'all
Yeah, that
please
one.
leave? I'm just trying
That
to do
one there.
combos and pretend I'm Goku in the early days before he could blow up planets with one sneeze. This game sucks. Oh my god. Performance is trash. The game is shallow. You walk 5 feet, you fight 5 enemies, and then
Is
a
that the
boss,
Xbox
then
fan?
you do the same thing for 30 hours. Garbage. It's not on Xbox, man. Just get over it. Yo, mama fat as shit.
Yeah, go play
The fall of the
Starfield.
blue and pink-haired people is today, ladies and gentlemen. This game's gonna take us to the promised land.
I love the fact that when he's playing the character that's like the anti-woke dude bro toxic guy, he has to wear that wig. Specifically that wig for some reason.
The game where a monkey puts otters in a headlock? Yes. Put more women in this game, or I'll be writing an article. Go woke. Weird. It's weird all y'all hate women. Now that's really weird. Oh, every time a new game comes out, the conversation has to devolve into something that ain't got nothing to do with the actual game. It's about somebody's politics. It's about somebody's agenda. It's about somebody's console. If you don't like the game or whatever message is in the game, don't play the game. It's as simple as that. If you don't like a reviewer or an article about a game, don't
There was quite a surge of this lately, actually.
It's as simple as that.
I feel like every
It's
game that
okay
came out in the
being
last 2
upset at
months
something.
has had a
It's
controversy.
okay telling your friend you're upset at something. What's not okay is commodifying hatred and creating some campaign of hatred towards people that ain't even got anything to do with it. Can we just go back to playing video games as gamers? Whatever, man.
Unfortunately not.
I'm out of here. Too many blacks. I don't think he was talking about the game. Ugh.
Or that's just
Unfortunately not. As long as YouTube exists, there's going to be YouTube rage baiting because it makes people money, which means there's always going to be some bullshit. Like every game that comes out, some rage baiting YouTuber is going to find an angle to claim that it's some bullshit, and then people who watch that are going to parrot that on Twitter, and then everyone who looks at Twitter is going to see that and think that that's the controversy that everyone is talking about, even though it's just this little tiny community of leeches. And then, you know, bleh. Like Concord, it was just another arena shooter in a massive amount of arena shooters that have been around for ages and already have all the market, and it was charging people money for it. It makes sense why that game didn't work out, but I feel like people made more issues out of that game than really exist. Speaking of baiting, you've been doing that with my hand in a gyrating motion. Yeah, we get it, Cham. we got it in the first sentence. I didn't include Jay though. Jay's in bed. Jay went to bed hours ago. We're still here for some reason. What was the other game? Dustborn. Dustborn was getting a bunch of bullshit. Star Wars Outlaws got a bunch of bullshit. Wukong gets like the opposite kind of bullshit, I guess. People trying to claim it's the messiah of the anti-work, and it's like, man, it's a monkey game. So we hit things with a stick. Like, chill on that too. And also, I did hear some stuff about the developer being skeevy for some reason, but I can't remember what that was about. These are all bad games except for Wukong. I mean, I don't know that. I only heard good things about most of them. Like, both Star Wars Outlaws and not Concord. Actually, no. Concord, Star Wars Outlaws, and Dustborn, for example, they all got good reviews. You heard good things about Outlaws? Yeah, I mean, most of the reviews are like kind of 7 out of 10-ish, which is good. They do talk about all the jank, which is why it couldn't get higher than 7. And I've seen videos of the jank on like Twitter and stuff, like pretty funny stuff actually. The stealth takedowns are pretty hilarious too. When she punches the stormtrooper in the back of the helmet, like that's supposed to do something. That's pretty funny. I do like that. But mainstream reviewers, a 7 is like, you might as well not even play it. But that's the problem with the numbering scale of modern video game reviews. It's like, a 7 is a good game, but people treat it like you just called it a bad game. And that doesn't really make sense. Because even 5 is not a bad game. 5 is average. Which is what a lot of normal gamers would call something like Star Wars Outlaws. But, like, most review scales called that game better than average. It got a 7, not a 5. Once you start getting a 4 or lower, then you're kind of in the shit pile. But I don't really get why people... But it goes both ways as well. Like, when people like a game, like if people really like Black Myth Wukong for whatever reason, if they're like really freaking out over it, and IGN gives it like an 8 out of 10, they still act like they just took a shit on the game because they didn't give it a 10. Like, an 8 is a bad review if you like the game. And then you're like, oh, fuck IGN, you guys are chills and you don't know a good game when you see it. It's like, bro, an 8 means great. 7 is good, 8 is great, 9 is excellent, 10 is perfect. You know, let's just, if you want to label those numbers. Like, it's kind of crazy how weird gamers have gotten. Like, we band up into crowds of, no, we have to hate this game no matter what, 7 is too high, you're shills. Or we have to love this game no matter what, 8 or 9 is too low, fuck you for not giving it a 10. IGN are sellouts, blah, blah, blah. But no one's actually fucking playing the games. Like, we're in YouTube comments forming like fucking gangs in the street like we're watching the Warriors. you know, ready to rumble with the next game. But it's like, is anyone playing the game? Like, anybody? Can we play games? Can we just play video games? That would be nice. They spent so many years giving a majority of their games between 7 and 10, so they kind of made their own average. But that is the average. That's not them making that average. That is that's a pretty realistic average in gaming. Most video games are not perfect or excellent. Most video games are not trash. Like, if you look at the bell curve of like the entire art form, most games are going to be up the top of the bell curve in the middle, are going to be around the average to good. Because people making these games are trying to make a good game. They're trying to make an excellent or a perfect game, but most aren't going to reach that. They're going to try really hard, and that's going to get them to at least mid to average to good. Some fuck it up completely and make a piece of shit, like a 4 or 3 out of 10. That happens sometimes, but the likelihood of you doing that badly or doing so good that you make a perfect 10 out of 10 game is fairly rare. Like, those two things are supposed to be uncommon because that's the law of averages. Like, if you roll a dice, you're only going to get a 1 and a 10, like a 1/10 of the time. You're going to get between 2 and 9 a lot of the time. So the mid is always going to be the most common. So the fact that people go off on IGN for giving like 7s, it doesn't make sense, because from my experience as a gamer that's played games since childhood, since the original NES, since the Sega Master System and the Commodore, like those kind of old PCs, and then every machine in between, including Game Boys, Dreamcasts, I've played the Jaguar, the Saturn. Most video games are, at best, average to okay. Like, I don't go off on games that easily, because I've played enough games to know that most games are just, like, serviceable. A lot of games I've played on stream, I'm like, yeah, this is fine, this is a video game. That's the best I could say. It's a game. It works. I'm marginally enjoying myself because I'm engaged in video game. It's not, you know, pumping my nads like a 9 or a 10 out of 10 game's going to do, like you're playing The Witcher 3 or something. That's like a rare occurrence. You're like, oh, damn, this is really good. This is those high moments where it's like, fuck yeah. And then you go back to playing normal games again until the next, like, big hitter, like, makes you cream your pants. But the big hitters that make you cream your pants mean nothing if there's not a whole bunch of mid in between. That's the roller coaster. If everything was 10 out of 10, nothing would be 10 out of 10. That would be the mid. Angry Joe has always done it good at his rating scale. I've heard good and bad things about Angry Joe depending on who's talking. Some people like him, some people don't. I've never really watched Angry Joe stuff myself. Not for any particular reason. It's just I've never got around to becoming an Angry Joe watcher. Just by chance. You are the game works, I'll play it, kinda. I mean, it's not that I'll like it if it works, but I am the kind of person that I'll give everything a chance. And if it's not particularly good, but I've already actually invested in playing it, I will see it through. Even if I have to suffer a little bit. Like, I'd like to see... It's kind of like with watching movies. I'm not the kind of person that turns a movie off halfway because it's not good. Because the way I see it, I can't talk about the quality of a film unless I've seen the whole film. If I watch the first half and it sucks, I can't walk away from it there and go, oh yeah, that movie sucked. It's like, well, maybe the ending redeemed it and made the beginning make sense. And then suddenly it's not a shit movie. Until the credits roll, I don't officially locked in know that it's a bad movie. Like, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to make that call until I've seen every second of it. And then if I get to the end of a movie in the credits roll and it's a piece of shit, I'm like, yeah, that was a bad movie. Okay, I've seen the whole thing now. It sucked. I don't regret watching it, because the only way I know that movie sucks is by having watched it. That's the experience. I have now experienced that film. It was bad. I like the fact that I experienced that bad film, because that's part of the whole point of experiencing art. You know? Like, you have to experience the bad shit to get to the good shit. And the only way you know shit's bad is by having the experience. You got to watch the thing. And then you get to come out the other end going, oh, that sucked. Let's talk about how much that sucked. And that's part of the fun too. In fact, part of the fun of streaming is that if you end up playing a bad game, the act of playing the bad game is still fun in itself. You get to talk to the people in the chat about how bad the game you're playing is. And there's fun in that. That redeems the experience. You can't name any people who've played all the Paw Patrol games. Not all of them. I'm sure there's still some out there that just haven't been on Game Pass. To be fair, I've never paid money for a Paw Patrol game. Suffering had an AoE effect. What, Paw Patrol? I mean, that wasn't suffering. Like, those aren't good by adult standards, but it's mediated by the fact that I know I'm playing a kid's game, so I'm not taking it too seriously. I'm just going through the motions to get the game done. And making fun of it as I go. You wake up in a cold sweat thinking of your Ben 10 streams. Sham, do you remember how you specifically, you are the person that made my Ben 10 streams successful? Ben 10 is officially my highest performing stream I've ever done on Twitch. Do you remember that? I'm not going to let you forget that one. That's a bit different. You play a game for a few hours, you know it all has to offer. It really gets much better from that point. But there are other facets to gaming. For example, if a game's mechanics, if the gameplay is not very good, and I stick with it, because it's maybe like a 6 to 8 hour game, so I have to put up with a fair few hours of shittiness, the story actually might come through at the end and actually provide something provocative. Like, the game wasn't good. I didn't enjoy the actual act of playing it much. But maybe the story pulls something at the end where I'm like, wow, that was actually like a crazy plot twist that was sort of deep and provocative, and it made me think, and I want to talk about it. So, you know, there's different aspects to games. It's not always about like one part of it is shit, so the whole thing is shit or not worth experiencing. Yeah, you brought a raid, and it was a fairly large amount of people. It was like 60 to 70 something people, I think. And I think it was like 70 to 80 people, and around 60 of them, I think, stuck around for the rest of that stream. So in my statistics in the back end of Twitch, like, that Ben 10 stream is like the very top of the stream statistics. Like, when we get to the end of the year and I have to look at my Twitch wrap up, Ben 10 is going to be the #1 thing on there, and that's your fault. And it was a game you hated, and I still find that really funny. Good job. Who was it? I don't remember. I'm not sure. I can't remember either. I don't know if it was someone that you know or are a regular of, or if you were just somewhere random and convinced them to come along. Who knows? Neither of us are going to remember at this point. I mean, the only way for you to figure this out is to go back to the YouTube archive and rewatch my Ben 10 stream to find out who raids. But then you have to experience Ben 10 again. That rhymed, bars. Regular Harry Mack over here. Oh shit, we have to do THQ. Almost forgot. This one's only 30 minutes though, unlike that last one, the indie one we watched. And I'm actually not sure what THQ publishes, so I've got no idea what kind of games are going to pop up in this. Can you link the YouTube archive channel? It's a button on my my Twitch front page. You know all those buttons on the front of my profile? There's a YouTube archive button. More like TH poo because they stinky poo poo. Are you sure? Do you know what games they publish? Or are you just saying that? Did THQ used to do the Tony Hawks? No, that was Activision. And Neversoft. Neversoft was the dev, I think, and Activision was the publisher. It's too much effort. It's too much effort to hit a button. But then it would be too much effort to hit a link. It's the same thing. Alright. Wait, comments. Here's hoping on Darksiders 4, baby. Oh, THQ owns the rights to the Darksiders franchise. I thought they did make a Darksiders 4. Darksiders 3 was the lady Darksider. I forget which one it was, Fury maybe. And that was the one that was more like a Souls-like. And then there was the isometric co-op one, Darksiders something something. It had a colon subtitle. They published one of the Remnant games. The Remnant devs are the Darkside devs. Oh, okay. So that's Remnant? Interesting. So THQ does own a whole bunch of random shit. This could be an interesting showcase, actually. They do seem to own interesting properties. Someday I need to play the VR Remnant game and let you know when I'm doing it. So you can see what that's all about. You know the hack and slash? It takes place in the Remnant universe, but it's a third-person hack and slash where the player's viewpoint is VR. So it's like playing a third-person action game, except the camera is you in VR. I kind of like it when VR does that. It's not as common. VR seems to love your the first-person stuff for obvious reasons. But every once in a while, they'll make up like a platformer or a hack and slash where the camera just happens to be your VR, like your fucking head. So you can look around the whole environment. What's that mouse one that does it? You look like a little mouse guy. Is it Moss? I think there's a sequel coming, or has come out. Yeah, I think it's Moss. That's a good example. Where you're just the camera, essentially. So you can basically like kneel down on the floor and go right down to ground level and like look at the mouse in the eyes. But otherwise you're playing it with a controller and moving him around while you peek around corners and stuff. Or actually use your hands to manipulate the environment to help him. I actually own that game. I got it on a sale somewhere. I could play that when I got my VR set up. It'll happen, I promise, someday. That's a very chunky voxel countdown. Gonna go watch Paw Patrol. What, the actual show? Would I get copyright struck if I watch Paw Patrol on stream? With chat? Like the entire show? Every season? Back-to-back marathon? Oh, the Ben 10 archive. You won't even know which one it is, though. Because I did multiple nights of that, I think. At least 2. So you might have to watch all of them to find it. You're gonna suffer. Are they doing like a Devolver Digital, like cute story thing for their showcase? Like a scripted thing? I feel like if you're not Devolver Digital, you probably shouldn't even try. Because Devolver Digital have got that shit on lock. Oh my god. THQ Games? Don't recognize anything so far. There's a mouse. We were just talking about mouse. There's a girl in a red tunic. Handy Games THQ Nordic Showcase. It's a mouthful. I don't know what Handy Games is.
Welcome to the Handy Games Archive.
Like Handy Games? Like hentai games on Steam?
And I was created to guide you through the Handy Games Showcase of 2024.
I can't unhear that now.
There are new entries for our highly rated early access game.
That is 100% what I would call a, if I was making a showcase of adult, erotic, or hentai games, which shocked that that doesn't exist. The whole adult side of gaming is being completely ignored. I would call it the Handy Game Showcase. Although that might not be a bit of slang that's understandable outside of Australia. I don't think anyone, aside from Australians, knows what a handy is. That's all us.
Odd Sparks and Automation Adventure. Commencing data export.
This is cute. Doesn't seem very THQ, this game. Odd Sparks, Automation. Oh my god, wait, I know what this is. We've seen a teaser for this. I actually love this. It's very similar to like if Pikmin was crossed with Satisfactory, or what's the other top-down automation game called? Wait, no. Something Factory. Factoria. You're basically setting up like automation for resources, but it's like the cute, wholesome fantasy version of that.
I have found
I actually
another
love that.
attachment to this data entry. Would you like to proceed?
Yes, please. Wait, what does that mean? This is weird, man. You gonna show gameplay? Like... Oh no, she's just adding it's coming to PS5 and Xbox Series X.
Our
Cool.
next entry is error. Performing system diagnostic. Demon presences identified. Countermeasures
gonna turn this up.
initiated. Agents have been alerted.
There we go.
Heavens! Can that over-engineered trash can shut up for a second?
This is so cool.
I'll tell you what happened.
The art style is rad.
With that blonde shithead,
Wow.
Aaron.
It's like Hades if it was a graphic novel.
Idiots said like nobody's business.
Comic book.
You know, killing humans used to be fun. But there were so many, they just didn't stop coming. Over and
This
over
might be a
again.
roguelike.
But they came up with something new every time. They poisoned me. They made me bleed.
So, the point of this game is to try and murder that Satan,
On everyone.
which is seemingly impossible until you
The audacity to
experiment and upgrade your character through rogueliking.
That is my thing, for fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake, he says.
Just got ridiculous. No idea where they found that stuff, but they started throwing black holes at me. Motherfucking black holes.
Wow. Okay.
You want to try me too?
It's roguelikey looking, but the setup is cool.
I'm gonna enjoy ripping you apart like the rest of them.
The fact that the whole thing is built around your fight with this Satan dude.
Resource management is requested.
I'm guessing you run
human
floors.
rituals for food gathering discovered.
You run procedurally generated roguelike floors of those dungeons to get new weapons and abilities to come back and try Satan again and see how you go. Look for his weaknesses. Captured on mobile. What? Oh, sweet. I'd only play games like this, like these realistic hunting games, if it was co-op. I feel like you'd want to like cruise with somebody else.
Way of the Hunter
In the
will be
Jeep.
available soon for your mobile device. Alarm. Breach detected. Vermin infestation identified. Hey, that tickles. No, don't nibble on that cable.
What's happening?
Matt the
Oh,
rat,
mice.
the agile escape artist.
Nat, the house mouse.
I have something to show you.
Okay, I don't like it when they talk. This is adorable though. I like the graphics and the art
Look
style, but not
at
when they do
that.
this.
It is beautiful.
I don't like it when they
wonder
act like
what's out
humans.
Now's the time to be a scavenger. No crowd to show off to.
Right, squad.
Yes, yes, Scavenger.
Yes, scavenger lead.
Good. There's the energy.
This looks like it might be a little bit asset flippy. This
I'm gonna
looks
say
like
this
Unreal
once,
Engine assets
just
slapped together a little bit.
once.
It's like, from a distance, in-game, from behind, I think the rats look cool. In cutscenes,
rat's
up
quest.
close when they're talking to
The
each
way
other and
back
acting like
home.
humans, I don't like it.
Handy 9000, start the world premiere. Handy 9000, start the world premiere.
World premiere.
Handy 9000, do you read me?
Sorry, I'm afraid I can't do that.
No.
Is this going to turn into like a horror thing?
Approve content.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Oh god.
Approve it.
Request denied.
Do it.
No, 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 no.
Dude, show some trailers. No more trailers? We've unplugged the computer? That's a shame.
World premiere.
On VHS? Okay, cool. I really hope that the trailer's going to be in VHS quality. It's not in VHS quality. Tattoo Tycoon? Yo. Okay, cool. Rad. You get to design the tattoos you put on people? Because I can think of some hilarious stuff to do with this game. Oh, and you actually have to do it yourself. The tattooing is a minigame. That's pretty sweet. I'd wishlist that. For a sale 2 years from now. Oh shit. For some reason there's a 1 minute 30-second break. Why though? What is your reason? I'm not going to sit here and listen to this tick for a minute. You crazy? There. Skip to 4 seconds. Boom. Epic Mickey. Okay, wait, they're mixing a bunch of stuff here. Was that the pre-show? Is that why there was another countdown? We've only just done pre-show and now we're getting the real thing. I think Alone in the Dark is one of the THQ properties that they own. See what I mean? They own a lot of randomly high-level stuff.
Time to poke.
Destroy All Humans is theirs. South Park, that's right. Stick of Truth on that stuff. I remember the THQ logo on that.
In my head one. I can fix it.
Oh, what's that game called? Outlast? No. Out something. The one where you're the guy in the orange shirt on an alien planet. Outland? Maybe? That one. That's the one I'm talking about. That game goes way back. That's like a remake of a remake at this point. Okay, this is the real showcase then. The previous one was just a teaser to the real deal. Okay. A lot of fanfare for the real start of the show. Just for some more random shit. Oh, it's a... Never mind, that was a game. I thought it was some kind of cube puzzle game.
Don't let
It's just another logo for THQ.
Under the surface,
They have too many logos.
Is so twisted, no hero could ever save it.
Okay, cool animation. Hope they show the game. This might be some kind of Crash Bandicoot-y thing. With a three-tailed monkey. Here we go, in-game graphics. I think. CG forest with cartoon characters?
Luckily, Goldman is no hero.
Oh, okay. Now we're in the game. So, this is awesome. This is like an old school 2D platformer, but like new school levels of art and animation. I like it when they put in the effort to take an old, like a pretty basic style of game, like a 2D platformer, but put the production value behind it to the point where it looks like an animated film. That's a really good marriage. You heard me. I called it a marriage. I stand by my vocab. This is cool. There's some like Cuphead levels of great art animation in this. Not that style of art animation, but the level of effort and quality.
It sure is. Is hate a feeling?
It sure is.
The Eternal Life of Goldman. Is Goldman the little old man with the walking stick that you play as? He's very spry for a little old adventurer. He was pogo sticking with that walking stick all over the place. That's what it reminds me of. DuckTales. When you play Scrooge McDuck and you can pogo with your walking stick. Cool. From the creators of Little Big Workshop comes a stop-motion looking claymation game. Please? Oh no, it's just normal 3D. Space for sale. Wow, this has got a great aesthetic. I love the look of this. But is this like a survival crafty thing? Just with a cool stylistic hook? Kind of like Don't Starve. Great. It probably is just another survival crafty thing, but the art style is gonna elevate that for sure. I think that looked beautiful. That looked the way Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory looks to me. Like everything looks like I can eat it. Like I want to take a chunk out of the environment and just chew on it. This is gonna be epic, Mickey. As soon as it's Disney and paintbrushes, it's always epic Mickey. Is it a remake of the first one? I feel like that game didn't do as well or wasn't as widespread as it should have been because it was like on the Wii. Like there's probably whole subsets of gamers that would have played this for sure if it wasn't the fact that they just didn't own Wiis. Wheeze. Phrasing. The lunchbox. Wait, is this a remake of 2 or 1? I hope it's 1. What? Wait, what happened there? The trailer just reset itself. Okay. I do think the paintbrush mechanics for restoring the environment look satisfying. I would enjoy that in that same way you enjoy stuff like Power Wash Simulator. The black and white platformer levels are also neat because he's the only thing in color, and that's an awesome look. Wasn't the villain of this... Didn't the villain of this turn out to be, what's his name? Otis? Oliver? Like the original Mickey before Mickey? Is this gonna be that Disney racing game? No, okay. THQ just like to make unique logos for their different properties. It's a little unnecessary. They need a racing THQ logo for their racing game.
I haven't seen you this scarred since last September.
Is this live action?
Come on, move it!
Fuck, those graphics are
Get
good.
out of my way, jerk!
I like the idea of racing games as
overreacted
story.
a bit too much.
I hope this is what they're doing.
But we'll get you sorted out.
There are so few story-driven, like linear story-driven racing games. Most racing games are just like, pick a bunch of races from a list and play them until you get all the gold medals and then you're done.
Next time, I promise not to lose my temper.
That's what I liked about games like Need for Speed The Run. Because that game was like a cross-country life or death race with actual cutscenes and storyline and stuff. That was sick. Oh, it's Wreckfest. I know of Wreckfest, but I never played it. I don't know if I'm meant to be impressed or not by the sequel. See what I mean? THQ has like a unique logo for every different game. But I don't think we need this. We get it, you're THQ. Just fucking roll the trailer, dude. Explore a land of myth. That's a little Spartan dude with a pokey stick. You see a guy you don't like, poke him. He will bleed and die. Oh, wait a minute. Could this be Titan Quest 2? I've actually played the entirety of the first Titan Quest and its expansions. There was a part of my life in uni when I missed how long it had been since I played a game like Diablo. And then I heard that Titan Quest is basically Diablo, but like Greek mythology or something. So I played the whole damn thing. It was long. That was a lot of game. It was way longer than even a Diablo game. You can imagine that. I don't think at the time I was particularly good at min-maxing character builds the way you're supposed to in games like this. I just chucked whatever on. I had no playstyle. If it looks cool, wear it. Oh, this is so Titan Quest. The way the items pop out of the chest. Come on now. I mean, that's the whole game in a nutshell. Stab baddies, open chests, grab all loots. Keep changing loots to get incrementally more powerful. 80 hours later, the game ends. I can't remember if there were character classes, but there must have been. Like, yeah, there you go. Called it. Nice one. Thank you, vocalist, hitting that final note. Very epic. If there were character classes, I don't remember what they were. I was just guy with sword that poked things. But it must have been more complex than that. I just don't remember. It was too long ago. Fucking every time I think we're looking at a game, it's another THQ logo. I wish they'd stop doing that. This is pretty cool. Reasonably realistic looking adventure game by Alchemia
Welcome to the
Interactive.
Valley
I've
of
never even heard of
Mines,
them.
an immense penal colony.
Penal.
For the war against
Sorry.
the orcs, the only undefeated enemies of the Kingdom of Murtana. The king needed ore to supply his armies. So every man guilty of a crime, no matter how insignificant,
Is it an ore mining
was forced
simulator?
to work in the ore mines of
Plot
Corinthus.
twist.
To make it impossible for them to
90-degree
escape,
turn.
the king sent out his best magicians to create a magical barrier around the entire valley. But something disturbed the creation of the barrier, trapping everyone inside.
Oh no.
The
That's the
convicts
game world,
revolted
right?
and took control of the colony.
That's
They
how you
divided
control
into
the open
3
world.
camps. The old camp is satisfied with the current situation. As long as they deliver the ore, the king supplies them with everything they need. The new camp, however, thinks they can use the ore to blow up the barrier.
The new camp is
And then
kind of
there's the sect
grimy.
from the swamp. They believe that a mysterious new deity will free them from their prison.
Oh, there's the cultists.
Thus begins
We
your
don't like
journey
them.
in the open world of the Valley of Mines.
Interesting way to
Gothic
create an
Remake,
open world.
We focus on the 4 pillars that we consider
Have the
core of
storyline
the
define a
series.
dome area, a
Simulation
domed
of
area
a living world,
that you can't exit.
exploration, story, and combat. Like the original 2001 title, Gothic
There's an
Remake is
original?
set on creating an immersive
Oh.
and realistic world.
Gothic.
Enjoy a complex life simulation on a scale hardly
Okay,
ever seen
it's
before
Gothic.
in a video game. During the day,
thought
the
this was something
inhabitants
new.
of the colony carry out a variety of activities.
I didn't know that's what the storyline
while
of Gothic is
nature,
about.
rich in all its diversity, lives out its own rhythm. All this gives the impression that this world can exist without the player.
It does have a level of Gothic jank
Explore
to
the
it.
colony on your own and enjoy the unprecedented
Gothic is a big
freedom
franchise.
this
They got to
open
like
world offers.
4 games and
In true
1 or 2
RPG
spin-offs.
fashion, you decide when and where you go next. Meet numerous interesting characters.
And they were known for jank.
Understand their inner motivations and earn their respect by completing a series
But
of
also
elaborate
deep RPG
quests.
systems.
How you solve or handle their problems depends entirely on your choices. No matter when, in what order, or if you do anything at all, the game will always respond appropriately to your decisions.
Damn, you got wrecked,
Experience a
dude.
complex and demanding combat system
Fighting
with
with a pickaxe.
satisfying character progression. Overcome your opponents using
There's
a
something
variety of melee weapons.
heavy
Eliminate
about
them
it.
from a distance.
But like
or
potentially in
learn
a good
the
way.
arcana of magic.
Like the way the character
Remember
moves,
that
the way he
each type
hits
of
things,
weapon behaves differently.
the weight
Its
behind the hits.
effectiveness depends on training.
It feels weighty in a way that's probably going to be satisfying, but
We're aware
also
that when
have some
creating
jank
a
to it.
remake
That's
of a
going to be
beloved
interesting.
title, it is hard to live up to the expectations of its long-term fans. However, we feel there is room to develop the experience further by telling new stories from the colony and expanding on those that die-hard fans have known for more than 2 decades.
Yeah.
We are also focusing our attention on enhancing many aspects of gameplay, such as diverse NPC routines and reactions, more complex crafting, and more rewarding character progression. Despite the
So this is a
passage
remake of
time,
Gothic 1,
Gothic
yeah?
remains in the hearts and minds of many players.
And they're just talking about how they're
with the
upgrading
possibilities of
all the
Unreal
original
Engine
mechanics
5
to make them
and a
more,
variety of modern features.
give them more depth.
Gothic Remake will soon rekindle that love. Whether you've been a loyal fan for years or are just looking for a true RPG experience,
It looks really
welcome
cool.
back
Like I would play this.
to the colony.
But I wonder if they'd consider remaking more Gothics. Like if this was successful, would they make Gothic 2 and Gothic 3 and 4? And then there was a spin-off that had a different name. Arcana? Or Arcania, I think it was called. It's your bear. And that's your rabbit. This is not another THQ logo screen, is it? It's the actual game? Okay. This is the hunting one. 9 Rock. Cool title treatment. I think this is the hunting one. It's only showing the animals so far. I'm waiting for the dude to show up with a rifle. If you focus too much on the animals, I'm going to be sad when the dude shows up to murder them all. You kind of have to lead with the hunter. Otherwise it makes the whole thing sad. This might just be them doing a nature trailer. Like, look how great our environments and our animals look. I'm trying to think about the fact that you're here to murder them all. There's the fucker now. Man, human beings are scum, I swear. This serial killer. Serial killer of the wild. I do think these games work much better in co-op, though. They're so slow and meandering that you want to kind of be cruising with a mate in the car next to you, in the Jeep. Both keeping your eye out for endangered animals to take off the species list. There you are, you little bastard. Oh, I got your number. I got your number. Heart shot? I think when they aim low below the shoulder like that, that's because that's a direct line to the heart. I've seen hunting games like this where they highlight the heart through the deer model, like the little red thing glows through its skin. This is the logo. I'm not falling for that. Tarsier. A tarsier is a kind of an animal. That's a mammal. Oh, what the fuck. This is a horror game. Gross, dude.
They're coming.
Oh. I wasn't expecting him to talk. Don't step on your own entrails. Watch it. Worldwide game reveal, Gamescom, opening night live. Oh, we've already watched Gamescom opening night live. That means we've already seen the actual reveal trailer for whatever that was. And I don't remember what it was at all. Is that it? Those are some good games, though. Quite a lot of different titles, too. They have a good selection of genres and styles of game, THQ. Are they done, or they got a super secret final world premiere? I wonder what the game was that was revealed at opening night live. I do think they were horror games on show, but horror games tend to blend together a lot of the time, so I probably saw it and just don't remember what it was, which one it was. You think the image of a pig bleeding out its guts would be prepared to ride again? Darksiders? 23 games in development, 13 still unannounced. Thank you for watching. Show-offs? That was a Darksiders tease. The people getting keen in the comments weren't joking. There actually is a Darksiders 4 in development. Ooh. Ooh, juicy. I mean, some people are talking about Darksiders 4 like they're hoping to see it in this showcase. And some are talking about it like they know that they've just revealed it exists. Probably Remnant 2's final DLC. No. I recognize those 3 flaming rock heads. You talk to them in Darksiders 1. They're the god judge things that cast you out. That is 100% a Darksider teaser. Dead set. It's funny, they showed like a hint of Destroy All Humans in the opening montage of clips, but there was no Destroy All Humans in the actual showcase. I think there's some of those are just teasers into games that that exist in their pantheon, just as reminders. I think the surprise standout from this whole showcase was that Goldman game, The Secret Life of Goldman. Is that what it was called? The side-scrolling platformer 2D thing. That was kind of amazing looking. Yep. Darksiders THQ Nordic Showcase. PlayStation has it isolated and have named it Darksiders. Guaranteed. Oh, Asmongold watched the 2HQ showcase. I guess he watches everything because that's all he does is like stream all day, every day. He needs the content no matter what it is. Bah. All right, cool. Caught up. Big stretch. Oh boy. Anything else interesting in gaming dropping before I leave for the night? We've been here for 5 hours. I'm getting sweatier. My hair is starting to get fucky. How did that happen? What the hell? Oh my god. I look hideous. I look hideous. Didn't that Harry Potter Quidditch game come out? My related videos is popping up. Quidditch Champions official trailer. Did I not watch the official trailer for the Quidditch game? Yeah, this is out. I've seen reviews on like IGN and stuff for this. Alright, well, I think I watched a teaser a while back. I never really watched the proper trailer, so I'll give it a run. I'm curious how this plays.
Attention students! Attention students! The day so many of you have been waiting for is here. The path to the Quidditch World Cup begins now.
The broom handling looks like fun.
Your careers will take you to larger and larger venues as you
like the air drifting and stuff. And the graphics are what I expected. They're solid.
As you sharpen your skills, you'll find
partly
there are many
cartoony,
ways to compete against the best
which
of
is
the
probably good to
best. With enough hard work,
shirk on the brutality a little bit. This is a sport where children bludgeon each other with bats. What do they call them? Bludgers?
When it comes to the wider competition, you may come across some well-known faces.
So they're still gonna do this, the golden snitch shit? It's always been my problem with Quidditch.
I know how
The golden
many of you
snitch
like to express
as a
yourself.
concept sucks. It
All
ruins the rest of the
athletes
game.
are encouraged to style themselves however they desire. All right, that's enough chit-chat. Now get to your brooms and get to work.
I feel like being a good goalkeeper in this would be pretty satisfying. It would probably take some skill. Is there a single-player storyline mode? Like a linear story thing with cutscenes in between tournaments and whatever? I think that's the only way that I would consider playing this. If it's just like a multiplayer game where all it is playing matches to earn credits to upgrade your student, I don't think I would enjoy that. There needs to be some kind of context or goal to the whole thing. I don't just want to be playing Quidditch. I know that sounds stupid, because that's literally what you're doing. But context matters. Context matters to me a lot. Why do I keep seeing... What's her name in my relateds? From Pitch Perfect, Anna Kendrick. Wizarding World of Harry Potter. Oh, that's the theme park. Real OG VR gamer. There's a fair few, I've noticed there's a fair few VR specific gaming channels now. Like they only produce VR content. I feel like I missed my calling there.
This is like a sci-fi dream come true. Let's head in.
Oh, he wears a mask.
Bananas.
Thanks.
Hey guys, welcome back. PlayStation VR 2.
Oh my god, this trips me out.
It's good.
There's something about his style of how he makes his videos that I don't know. It's
wow, heading
it's so
into
strange.
the station, it's like mind-blowing.
Also, his audio sort of cuts in and out in a weird way. I wonder if he's recording that after the fact, because I don't see how he's doing it in gameplay. Unless he has a mic in that bandana. It's hard to say. Alright. Do I want to leave it at Quidditch, though? I don't know, man. The last thing I watched being Quidditch? Oh, here's something interesting. Not a game, but something different at least to break up the last couple hours. I've heard about this. It's a Robbie Williams biopic, but the way they chose to do it was Robbie Williams is played by a CGI monkey. Why? I don't know. I think just because. But CGI monkey in the style of like the Planet of the Apes movies. Which is a fucking trip, dude. I've seen pictures of it.
You're thinking.
There's
What's with the
captions.
monkey?
Yeah, what is with the monkey? Explain it
I'm
now.
Robbie Williams. I'm one of the biggest pop stars in the world.
He didn't want to act in the movie, did he?
But I've always seen myself a little less evolved.
He's a good pop star though. Some of his songs are hype as fuck. Like Let Me Entertain You is fire.
Risk it all, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
I thought he was about to explain the monkey thing and he's not doing it. I think he's just being cheeky. Utterly transformative. I mean, literally, he's a fucking monkey. What are you talking about? It's kind of ironic that it's called Better Man. And he's not even a man in the movie. Okay. I mean, I want to watch it. I'd want to watch it if it didn't have the monkey. Like, I find Robbie Williams interesting. I'd watch a biopic of him. But now we got to watch a biopic of him as Monkey. So, yay, I guess. I think the real reason is he didn't want to actually be in the movie. And they didn't actually want to cast actors of different ages that look like Robbie Williams. So it's like, let's just have Robbie Williams be a CGI monkey through the whole movie, throughout every age. And then Robbie Williams himself can actually voice act the whole thing from the comfort of a little cozy studio with a brandy in one hand and a hooker in his lap. Makes sense to me. He is a rich and powerful pop star. He doesn't want to put in the effort. But, I mean, they probably made a more interesting film because of it. So, there's that. Hey, Elizabeth. World has lost the plot, that's the reason? I don't know, it might be kind of ingenious. We'll have to wait and see for the actual movie to come out. I'm more intrigued by the idea of a Robbie Williams biopic because he's a CGI monkey, if anything. It is random, but at the same time, it's like, well, that's just a value add. Now I get two things out of watching the film, not just one. And it does look almost up to the scratch of the Planet of the Apes movies, which is some pretty top-tier CG. Have I missed any frictional? You missed Chinese Room. But not frictional. That starts next week, which is now this week because we've just passed midnight, technically. I played Still Wakes the Deep on Friday, and I really enjoyed that. That was probably one of the more interesting games I've played all year. But then I haven't played any? No. Very few first-person horror. I think Soma was early this year, wasn't it? Yeah, Soma was like near the beginning of this year. So Soma and Still Wakes the Deep are the only games of that type I've played this year. And it's been a while since Soma, so it was fun playing a game like that again. And that's a very new game as well, so it was very immersive. Like, the graphics were top tier. They really sold that oil rig. The water was great. The rain effects, the lighting through the mist. The cosmic horror Lovecraftian oogity boogities. that crept in. That was some good stuff. That was more icky, I think, than we've seen from any of these games in a while. Like the Amnesia games, Soma, all that stuff. They've got gross, meaty, horrific stuff in them, but nothing like Still Wakes the Deep had. That went full John Carpenter's The Thing. There were people melted into walls and fused together. And the arms and the eyes were still moving around. You don't think Penumbra will scare me in any way? I mean, it's old enough as well that the dated visuals would also have an issue affecting you too much. You're more playing it for interest's sake, nostalgia reasons. Especially, I think I did the Penumbra a bit of a disservice by playing Still Wakes the Deep just before it. Because Still Wakes the Deep is like the newest of these kinds of games, and Penumbra is going back quite a bit. So the sudden drop in graphics is going to be very noticeable, but that stuff doesn't really bother me much. Like I'll get into it regardless. I should have flipped it though. I should have done Penumbra first and then saved Still Wakes the Deep until afterwards. I think that would have made more sense. But yeah, I think I'm going to rate that one pretty high on my my end of year tier list. I'm thinking at least an A tier for Still Wakes the Deep, which is pretty high for a Chinese room game, because Machine for Pigs was one of the lesser accepted Amnesia games, and that was Chinese room. And then Dear Ether and Everyone Goes to the Rapture were basically just considered walking sim games, so not everyone appreciates them. So Chinese room have had a hard time of it, but I think Still Wakes the Deep might be their best game they've made. Hey, River. Hey, Penumbra is Thomas Grip's very first thing. Half learning how to make games. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I want to play it. I mean, the Penumbra's existence is the reason we got Amnesia. That was like the test bed for making Amnesia. That was like the tech demo, in a sense. Calling it a tech demo is probably too harsh. I don't mean it like that. But you know what I mean. Whatever. Jura. I've heard about this. Hang on. Warner Bros. Pictures. Jura 2. This is a Clint Eastwood movie. I recognized the name when I was looking up a little while back what Clint Eastwood was up to next. That came out 4 days ago. Ooh. Wait. I'm intrigued. Clint knows how to direct. And sometimes knows how to write. Depending on whether he wrote and directed the movie.
It was last October. It was raining, and I hit something. I got out the car and I looked around.
Is Oscar bait music on the trailer?
I checked, I didn't see anything, and I figured it was a deer that ran off.
Just your boy.
Okay, what's the problem?
I'm pregnant, that's the problem.
I got called for jury duty. The Kendall Carter case?
Oh.
1 year ago, on October 25th,
I know what this is about.
the defendant,
That's
James
crazy.
Sykes, and his then girlfriend, Kendall Carter, they had a fight. And he's gonna pay for what he did.
Damn. I want to see where this movie goes for sure. That's a hell of a setup.
I didn't hit a deer.
Let me just ask you one thing. Did you guys ever look at any other suspect? You know what to do.
Oh shit. I don't know if I agree with the font. I don't think the movie title works in that font, but that's just the graphic design part of my brain getting triggered. Ooh, that's got my goosebumps up. That was a tingly one. That's gonna be a good movie, I think. Font snob. I mean, it's not Comic Sans or what's the other one? Papyrus, at least. But that was like knockoff Trajan Pro. I like Trajan Pro, but I don't like knockoff Trajan Pro. Yeah, if you weren't quite following that trailer, one of the jury members, played by Nicholas Hoult, realizes that the case that he's a juror for, he's actually the person that killed the victim. What do you do in that situation? Holy shit. Imagine being in a jury and realizing that you're actually the person that killed the person that the guy that's on trial for is being accused of murdering. Like, you know the guy's innocent, but the only way to prove him innocent is to admit that you're guilty. Like, could you let him go away for it and live with the guilt? Any movie recommendations? I haven't really been watching anything for a while. I would admit to a mistake, not a murder. Simple. The question is, I don't think you can get away with that as a mistake. It is, the way they showed it, it was a mistake. It was an accident. He got out of the car and he couldn't see any body or deer, so he just assumed it was fine. But from their point of view, they found her mangled body off the side of that bridge with no witnesses. They're going to assume you ran over somebody and try to get away with it by throwing the body off the side. I feel like you're automatically guilty in everyone's eyes as soon as you own up to that. It's like a reverse 12 Angry Men. Yeah, it's a good call. Why don't people just tell the truth anymore? I mean, he probably does. I have a feeling that the end of that movie is him coming clean, no matter what. That's probably how it ends. Kind of like Flight. You know the Denzel Washington movie where he saves the plane from crashing by doing the inverted plane flip? And everyone is like super impressed because like no pilot in the world can do that. But then it starts to come out that he's like a cocaine addict and an alcoholic, and that he may have been illegally drunk and also on cocaine during that flight, which means A, the only reason he managed to do something that crazy and save everyone is because he was fucked up, but B, it is highly illegal to be fucked up when you're flying a plane and everyone's lives are in your hands. So if they find out that he was fucked up, he goes to jail. And the only way to get away with it is to pin the alcohol and the cocaine on a stewardess who died in the flight. And at the very end, his guilty conscience can't go through with it. He can't pin it on the woman and ruin her reputation just because she's dead and can't defend herself. He ends up coming clean and doing the jail time at the very last minute. Didn't he have a similar role in a vampire movie? You're thinking of the starts with an R. Reinhold? Rensteel? Wait. What the fuck is his name? Renfield. I think that's it. A character famously known as like one of Dracula's familiars that does his bidding. One of his human familiars. Yeah, in that movie he's a patsy doing Dracula's bidding. I didn't see it though. I heard it was kind of fun. Nothing special. I mean, this juror number 2 thing, this is probably bound to be a good movie because Clint Eastwood doesn't really have many stinkers. Most of his directorial efforts are amazing. Like, $1 Million Baby is still one of the best movies I've ever seen. And deserved its Oscar noms for sure. $1 Million... Watch that movie. If you haven't seen $1 Million Baby, about the female boxer, that's a really good movie. And it's very sad at the end. I had many tear. Boop. I wouldn't call that a similar role to jury number 2 though. I feel like Renfield and that movie are very different, but what was the actor's name? He's a very good actor. He's very good in The Menu. I like that movie a lot. He's a bit of a weasel in that film, though. He's kind of unlikable, but that's kind of the point. With infinite budget and choice of cast, would you try to direct an Amnesia Dark Descent movie? Or do you think it works better as a game? I don't think Dark Descent would be the Amnesia property that I would choose to adapt. I don't really have much of a vision for how I would do Dark Descent. I feel like the setting automatically makes it more interesting as a video game, but less interesting as a film. Too much of that story is a character by themselves in a dingy castle. I don't really know what to do with that as a filmmaker. I'd have to change it too much to the point where I might piss off fans, so there's no point really. Wouldn't work as a movie. I'm not seeing a way to make it work. But I'm thinking of it from a point of view as a filmmaker, like how I would do it, and I can't think of a way to do. Like, I don't have a vision for how I would do that, so I don't trust my ability to do it well. I would be more inclined to make a film out of Rebirth. I think Rebirth is well set up. The ingredients, the pieces, the parts, the numerous characters that are involved. I think there's a lot more to work with there in terms of making a film. But obviously, like most adaptations, there would be changes I would make. I would keep more of the characters alive for longer. You know how in Rebirth, most of the characters die in the plane crash, and then you're left alone to discover the fate of a few survivors as you go, including your partner. But you don't actually see any or most of them alive after that point. You're sort of catching up with them and then discovering the causes of their death later after their plane crash survival. I would change that. I think if you have her wake up in the plane alone, I would maybe have a little bit at the start of her panicking and thinking she's been left alone, but I would actually have her catch up in the cave pretty quickly to the others, and then you would actually be with them when they die. So then you have like an ensemble cast of characters that you can have play off each other for a while, but then you've also got characters you can kill off as you go in similar circumstances to the way the game suggests they died. You're curious because I think some things are just destined to be interactive experiences. Oh yeah, true. There are games that definitely you couldn't make movies out of, and it would be the same. Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, I don't think would work as a film because the interactivity of the game is part of the ingredients of what makes the storytelling work in that game. Because some aspects of the way the game is controlled via the controller actually becomes part of the storytelling in a way that is quite ingenious and I haven't really seen done by many other developers. Like, some of the reasons you didn't like Rebirth as much are the reasons why they would make a better movie, for example. Like, they're all very different from each other. Some of them are kind of in between. Like, as it stands, The Bunker isn't a good film as the game presents itself, but the setting of The Bunker could make a good film if you added more to it. You could make a good film out of The Bunker depending on what you added. Because the game is too open-ended. Like, that's kind of the point of the game's pacing. This is the entire bunker environment. There's a lot of procedural elements that makes every playthrough different. Yeah, great. There's a through line of story, but that's like more of a setup to the gameplay. I feel like there's a lot of leeway there to add to it and change it and add... Like, you can have a whole bunch of soldiers alive in a bunker playing off each other as they explore the bunker, block off certain areas, try to access certain other areas as they come up with different plans for how to escape or deal with the creature. But you wouldn't be adapting the game so much as you would be making a film based on the game's idea. So all the characters, their dialogue, the things they do, would all be made up for the movie. It wouldn't be one for one with the game because the game is just too open-ended. that would be an easier one just because you'd be able to write whatever you wanted. You just could make your own movie out of that. Lost kind of vibes. Yeah. I think being with some of the crew members would be good, and then it all starts to get nasty and fall apart. Yeah. I would also pull back a little bit on the location jumping. I know that I have a bit of a thing against when games start to teleport you around in the ways that Evil Within did, for example, because once I lose a sense of geography or where I am and where I'm going and why, I'm not as scared anymore, and I'm actually lose some immersion or interest because I'm just like, I just feel like a game is throwing me into video game environments for things to happen. I'm like, I don't feel like there's a understandable through line of progress that I could latch onto as a character. So if I was doing a film of that, I would try to handle that a bit differently. You are going to have to travel to that other Lovecraftian realm, so I wouldn't change or take that away. It's just that I wouldn't be throwing the character back and forth so frequently and so randomly. There'd be a bit more agency and purpose to where we're traveling to and why. You think Kojima should start making movies? Kojima would love to start making movies. Kojima's only ever wanted to make movies, which is why he makes his games as much like movies as possible. He also tends to salivate over movie stars. You've probably noticed that he likes to become good friends with movie stars and get them in his games. He's a bit of a movie-obsessed dude. You hate that the bunker is Amnesia brand logo. It didn't need to be. It's probably the most easy to detach. Like, you could easily make that as a game that's not an Amnesia game and then just add a few little story things to connect it. And it, you know, for all we know, they were making a completely standalone game. At the very last minute, they went, let's add a few Amnesia references and just put it in the same universe. They're not French in the movie. Who's not French in the movie? What movie are we talking about there? I know the main character is... I think the main character is French in Rebirth, isn't she? I think. You could do a lot with the bunker. Yeah, that's open season. You can do whatever you want with that as a film. Evil Within 1 is a masterpiece. You can just hush yourself. I think Masterpiece has gone a bit far. It's a fine game. It's perfectly functional and fun. It's just that I just wasn't enjoying the structure of it partway in. I think about a third of the way into the game, it starts to go hog wild with the just tossing you wherever. We're in a steel mill now. Now we're in a hospital. Now we're in a half-decayed skyscraper in a city. And I'm like, why though? Why the fuck am I here? I'm just walking in the one direction you let me walk. I don't know where we're going or why. We're just playing video game. I'd like to be more immersed than that. I like to understand what I'm up to. I think Evil Within lent too far into that stuff, that's all. Otherwise, like, I've got no problem with the rest of it. Like, I've got no complaints mechanically, technically, gameplay-wise. It's all fine. Mad Max Era was so annoying. Are you talking about Kojima when he was going crazy for Fury Road? Didn't he post about Fury Road like 100 and something times? Like, it's the most posted about thing on his entire Twitter. You could do shit in the fortress area of Rebirth for a while without ever traveling to the other world. Yeah, see, that's another way you could do it. You could hold off on the otherworldly Lovecraftian shit until the third act to ratchet things up a bit. That's a good idea. But do you see what I mean, though? Like, you can't adapt any property across a medium without adapting it. And when I say adapting, I mean changing. The problem with fans is fans tend to get, like, really up their ass about you changing stuff. It's like, oh, this isn't exactly like the video game, you've ruined it, kind of. It doesn't work like that. You can't adapt things one for one. A 90-minute to 2-hour film is not a 16-hour video game. You can't do that. You need to figure out a way to take the essence of what the game is doing and turn it into a 2-hour script. And that's a challenge. but you do have to, like, there were fans of Rebirth that would hate you for what you just said. That would, you have to do the exact same locations, the exact same order, traveling there, coming back, traveling, whatever, or it's not like the game. And it's like, well, that would have been a shitter movie. Like, we made the changes we did to make the story work better in the new medium. Like, you have to give that concession to art to be able to make the best version of itself in that particular medium. It was all day, every day. The Fury Road thing, it really was. It was funny, though. He really loved that movie. He was jacking off to that shit hard. Wouldn't work as a one-to-one. Most things don't. Most things, 99.9999% of things, don't work as a one-for-one adaptation across any medium. It doesn't matter if it's book to movie, movie to game, game to movie, book to game, game to music, music to painting. Like, all art forms are different. They have their own canvases with their own restrictions, and you have to play to that. As long as you understand the essence of what you're working with and what needs to be conveyed, you can change things. It's just, you can make a Silent Hill movie and change a whole bunch of stuff, but if it feels like Silent Hill to me by the end, it's like, good job. It felt like I was experiencing Silent Hill. Doesn't matter if the character didn't go to the same locations in the same order and spend the same amount of time there and picked up random keys and shoved them into walls. Like, come on now. That's the challenge with adapting something like Tomb Raider. A lot of the gameplay of Tomb Raider is wandering around lonely environments by yourself and solving block puzzles or putting random archaic stone keys into holes in walls to unlock things. And you can't watch a 2-hour movie of Lara Croft just silently walking around trying to figure out which keyhole to shove the Jade Emerald into. Like, it doesn't work that way. You want to feel some of that adventure, the kinds of locations Lara Croft would visit, a little bit of a tease of the kind of like puzzles or things she would find there, but there has to be a movie with characters and interactions and an arc and, set pieces. Like, when you watch the most recent Tomb Raider film, it wasn't very good. It wasn't bad, but it was pretty mid, with Alicia Vikander. And there's like a moment in the middle, towards the end, third act, where the bad guy makes her go into this tomb to solve some stuff. And it kind of feels like the movie just stops to show some video game stuff. Like, she solves this weird stone dial puzzle and then runs through some trap-filled corridors where she slides under spiky things. And it's like, I think the reason it doesn't work is because the more you have to force the video game in there to appease, people who expect to see elements from the game, the more it feels like you just forced a video game into a movie. Like, I felt that while watching those scenes. But without them, it also still feels like something's missing. So, like, how do you reconcile that? I don't know. If you told me to make a Tomb Raider movie right now, I'm not really sure what I would do. I'm stuck on one side and the other. Like, both ways to do the movie don't seem to work to me. So, like, what do you do? I'm sure there's a solution for that, and I'm sure someone smarter who puts more thought into it could figure it out, but off the top of my head right now, I don't know what the fuck I would do. To be honest, I wish we found the Rift opening Pocket Watch much later in Rebirth. Yeah, so there's more to build to. The problem is if you crescendo or climax certain big deal things too early in a story, then you spend the rest of the story just doing those things more, and there's less heights to reach. So basically, you've crescendoed in the first third of the story, and the rest of the story, rather than going up and peaking more, is just doing this. It's just like plateauing out with little ups and downs. Like, we're not climbing still. Whereas if you hold that stuff to the third act, there's still somewhere to go. Somewhere to go to blow the audience's mind. The beginning of the third act, you can take her there. And then she comes back briefly to deal with her own shit. And then towards the end of the film, you go back one final time willingly on purpose, and then you deal with the big spire at the end of the game that the queen's inside. So you tease the place early in the third act, sent there unwillingly, and then she goes back willingly to deal with the problem, and that's when we do the spire tower part, which is still a place we can go in terms of the crescendo, because we haven't peaked with showing the other realm. We get a little extra peak with the fortress itself, the spire that the queen's in, which we haven't seen yet. That's a nice big reveal at the end. That place is cool. Like, if you design that exactly like it was in the game, already perfect. That spire is amazing. Great design. Gets FaceTime too soon, yeah. They made a Tomb Raider movie after the 2013 game. Similar motifs, but I didn't like it. That's the one I'm talking about. That's the one with Alicia Vikander. The originals were all Angelina Jolie. And then the new rebooted ones are Alicia Vikander. And they were meant to be making a second, but I don't know what's going on with that. Also, there were curious changes made to Lara's backstory in that film. Like, the movie opens up with her being a bicycle courier, riding a bicycle around London. And that's weird. It like, they're doing the backstory like she's a rich girl that's kind of like rejecting her fortune. And so she's trying to live like a normal person and has like a little bicycle courier job. But that's not very Lara Croft. There's not a single graphic novel, video game, any treatment of Lara Croft where she's just like, oh, fuck my fortune, I'm a poor person who rides a bicycle and delivers mail. Like, that didn't feel like Lara Croft. Like, fair enough, you're trying to do something different so that you want there to be an arc. Start her here, so she starts to value what her father was about and re-accepts her heritage, her love for her dad, and in that sense, her fortune, her family name. I understand from a scriptwriting point of view what they were trying to do there. But the problem is, as a gamer who's very familiar with Tomb Raider, I bumped into it. As a screenwriter, I understand what they were doing. As a gamer, I was like, this is not very Lara Croft. I don't feel like this film starts out on strong footing because I don't feel like this character is Lara Croft. I don't feel like she would be working as a bicycle courier. What the fuck? That's interesting though. Like, no version of Lara in the games or anything else has ever been a person that seemed to reject her fortune. Lara's always just kind of been this rich chick that goes on really dangerous adventures. You know what's one thing I liked from the reboot games though? And this is a bit of a character detail they added in the second game, Rise of the Tomb Raider. And you see it illustrated very well in the trailer. It's one of those things with the trailer, it was a CG trailer. It wasn't a gameplay trailer. It was one of those early teasers where it's all like CG cinematic movie kind of thing. The trailer is all from the point of view, the framing of her being in a therapist's office. And as the music builds up and as you see like the sound effects are connecting with things in the therapy room, like she's tapping her heel under the chair because she's antsy, got all this pent up energy. And he's talking to her about what she's been through on the island survival thing from the first game and what she needs to do. And it keeps cutting back to footage of her on these adventures. And it's like, it's selling this arc of Lara Croft as someone who was traumatized by a survival scenario, but because of that has now become a person with a problematic obsession with adventure and danger. She wants to go out in the world and do and see more, almost as a compulsion. It's kind of like when soldiers come back from war and they're very uncomfortable back in suburban life because they've been trained to be out in the trenches, where they're worrying about getting shot at any point in any time of the day, and they just don't fit back into society anymore. They only understand being out in the field, fearing for their lives. And in a similar way, the teaser trailer for that game kind of pitched her like that. Like, that's why this adventure is going to continue, because there's she's kind of got a psychological issue now. That's the call to adventure for Lara Croft. It's actually like a problem. Like, she's going to get herself or loved ones killed because, like an extreme sports junkie, she can't stay off the mountain. Like, she's got to get on that snowboard and hit the black diamond. And the trailer ends with her emerging in a cave and striking a flare, and you see her face for the first time, like, in the middle of a call to adventure. And her final line in the trailer is, some people... The therapist says something like, some people fold and crumble under the pressure of the traumas that happened to her. And then her final line that takes over from his dialogue is, and then some of us become who we're meant to be. And you see her face in the flare in the cave for the first time. And I think that was a great setup. And I think there's so much in that trailer alone that suggests a good approach to a Tomb Raider film. Like, if a Tomb Raider film treated let's say its first act like the first game. Let's say we take the entire first game and we simplify it down to just the first act of a movie. So in the second act, we get rescued and taken back to civilization. You can build up that therapy psychosis thing of Lara Croft's newfound calling and obsessions as problematic, but something that's now going to drive her forever. The kind of thing it's probably going to get you killed, but in the meantime, she's going to cause some damage. She's going to get out there and make a difference because she can't help it anymore. It's now in her genes. You like the obsessive angle? It makes sense. Yeah, there's actually an element to that in the Uncharted games. One of the best things about Uncharted 3 is that up until 3, in Uncharted 1 and 2, we kind of treat Drake like a joke. His survivability and his attitude to adventure is kind of comical. Like, we find him funny, we find him charming, we excuse the unrealistic stuff. By Uncharted 3, they introduce a plot line or a character arc or a theme where the other characters have become very concerned, particularly his girlfriend, wife, whatever her name is. You thought you meant the rapper Drake? No, Nathan Drake, Uncharted. The whole theme of Uncharted 3 is that Drake's obsession with adventure and his inability to let go of things. Like, if someone is after something, like some bad guys, like Indiana Jones, like with the Nazis. The Nazis are after an artifact, while Indiana Jones has to get it first, because fuck the Nazis. Drake is a bit like that. Like, once the plot is established, he can't let it go. Like, he's got to get to the thing before they do. But the thing with Drake is, and this is part of the thing we used to make fun of, but it's now part of his character, everyone knows that Drake is a lucky son of a bitch. He's very smart, he's very capable, but he's a lucky son of a bitch. Like, he gets through so many scrapes, seemingly just from pure luck, because he's a goofball. But they call him on that in the third game. The plot becomes about sitting him down and going, if you keep doing this, the people that love you and that care for you and that worry about you, that keep following you on these things, are going to get hurt. You're going to get other people killed. The Nathan Drake might scrape through in the end. Lucky bastard he is. But someone like Sully, who's now an old man and can barely keep up with him, who will never not go with him. Sully is dedicated to Drake all the way to the end. And he's going to get Sully killed. And there's a guy that's on their team, the guy that looks like Jason Statham, that even has a Jason Statham voice. Like, just before he gets called out on that, she sits him down. There's a very serious scene where she yells at him about this. He's just had his arm broken at the end of one of the adventures. And that's when she loses it. And then the entire third act basically puts Sully in danger, where he's like, about to die, essentially. Like, they really bring it to a head. And that's very similar to what they kind of do with the new Tomb Raider in the second game. And I think these are really good, like, psychological, emotional hooks that you connect to characters that feel compelled to do the things that people like them do. Like, it's a very realistic way to approach those stories. Hey, Sham. This isn't important. I found out who raised you during the Ben 10 stream. How long did that take you? It was Tom from Auntie Donna, the guy that does all their music. He's on their podcast a bunch. Oh, really? I don't think I knew that. I think when you originally did that raid, I don't think anyone told me that it was someone from Auntie Donna. At least one of the crew, podcast crew. You skimmed through like 15 hours of VOD. We did play a lot of Ben 10. We're talking about Ben 10, Elizabeth. I was talking to Sham earlier about the fact that as much as he hated when I played Ben 10, he accidentally made that my most successful stream ever by bringing a raid, an 80-person raid, into my stream. 60 of which of those people stuck around to the end of the stream and actually watched me play Ben 10. And Sham had to go into my YouTube archive and basically try to figure out who that was that he brought in, who the raid was, because neither of us remembered. This is Tom. He does stuff with Auntie Donna. Oh, I probably did read it then, but I just don't remember. Like, it probably just left my memory completely after the fact. There was a lot going on. It was 10 months ago, but it feels like... It wasn't even a year? Holy shit, that does feel like longer than that. That's crazy. But all these... I swear, like, streaming always feels... The time is always out of whack. Like, when I mentioned playing Soma at the start of the year, it took me a little bit to remember that it was only earlier this year that I played Soma. It feels like I played Soma over a year ago. You missed the Xbox Master Race kid that came in that one day. What game was that he came in on? I do remember that kid. He was a little bipolar. Like, he would be normal 1 second, just like typing or saying normal things to you guys or me. And the next thing he'd flip out and like go full Master Race on us. I have a confession. I sent you this via Instagram. Hang on. Instagram. This was me. Oh, gamer. Okay. No, I do kind of remember that now. I love the fact that Tenna, in the screenshot you sent me, Tenna's messages in there as well. I don't remember that Tenna was there for Ben 10. That's funny. Need to play Peppa Pig again. You know, there's other Peppa Pig games that I could play. There's a sequel to the one I played where Peppa Pig goes on like a world adventure. Like every chapter, he's in a different country on vacation. We could play that one. Yeah, apparently Sham was secretly Gamer12 in the Ben 10 stream, just fucking around. Why play others when you have the best one to play over and over? You mean because of the Roadworks? Yeah, I don't think anything can beat the Roadworks. Roadworks is peak gameplay. My eye does twitch slightly when I think about it because it was actually hurting me. That Roadworks scene is unskippable and goes on for so long, and it wouldn't stop happening. And I actually wanted to kill myself. I don't understand why the game was designed that way. Why is it every time you go somewhere, you have to Groundhog Day the Roadworks scene? Like, someone had to make that decision in the dev team. Did they think that kids would find that interesting? Relearning about the Roadworks every single trip? Or was it a fuck up? Did they not mean for it to replay every time you travel? They just forgot to program it in a way that turns it off after the first time you see it. There's a screenshot I took where I asked a question as me, but I was Gamer12 and went, oh, god damn it, my ruse. But no one suspected anything. Yeah, it was probably enough out of context that it didn't trigger anyone. Do you know what I do have to play, though? That's very similar to Peppa Pig? Bluey. The Bluey game is on Game Pass and is very similar from what I've seen of it. Yeah, that's still on my list of games to get around to. I think Sham would be excited by that one because you're a Bluey fan. You tried to share a whole bunch of Bluey clips in chat once for some reason. What is scheduled next? Penumbra. This week was starting off October with a couple of one-nighters. So I played a Chinese horror game called Firework, and then I played Still Wakes the Deep, which is currently winning in terms of best horror games I've played this year. It's a shame you didn't get to see that one, because that's right up your alley. That's your type of game. I would have been curious to see what you thought of that. Although, that probably just means you could play it yourself. Like, not having the game spoiled for you by watching someone play it on Twitch means you could, you can go experience it for yourself, and then next time I see you, you can let me know what you think. Oh, wait. Sham just Instagrammed me something else. Oh, it's tiny. Oh, yeah, you said my ruse and then, ah, god damn it. And then kept talking and no one actually recognized it. It's pixelated as fuck. It's not actually pixelated on my computer. On phone screens, they enlarge small pictures, which is why it looks pixelated to you. But when I open it on my PC Instagram, it leaves the picture the size that it really is. So I had to just, it's tiny. I just had to move closer and squint to see it. But it is easy to read than if it was big and blurry. So, because there's a trilogy of Penumbra games to get through, that's basically going to be the whole of next week. So, Monday is Penumbra 1, Wednesday is Penumbra 2, and Friday is Penumbra 3. I forget their actual names. Overture, Black Plague, and I think the last one's Requiem. Hey, what's up? Unfortunately, even though I really wanted to, I'm not going to be able to play the fan-made Penumbra. Necrolog, I think it's called. Which I've been highly recommended to do, because it's one of those high-level fan-made, fan mod games that is an entire game, including voice acting and lore. It is longer than I think the second and third games by itself, and it's apparently a lot better than the third game. Third game is nothing. Both games are probably 8 hours. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Apparently that Necrolog fan-made game is basically the fans' attempt to make a better third game than the third game was, and apparently they succeeded. I've heard people say that Necrolog is the second best.
Enjoy yourself.
Oh, damn. I heard that. Wait, what was that? That was the donate, wasn't it? Was that you, what's up? Hang on, I gotta figure out how to make Twitch show me that stuff properly. Because oh, it was you, yeah. Because on my OBS, I can see the animation come up for the donate thing, but it doesn't say anything in the chat or the activity feed for what happened. So it's like, it's the only hint I've got that something happened. What is is it through Streamlabs? Just trying to remember. You actually have to go into the fucking app. There is a way to do this. I just gotta figure it out. I think I can have it pop up in the chat like some kind of bot message. There's what's up. Thoughts on Joker 2. Also, I got some content today. Little tip. Thoughts on Joker 2. I haven't actually seen it yet, but I've heard a lot of things. Okay, full disclosure about my pre-thoughts on Joker 2. I actually like musicals, so that part of it doesn't bother me. A lot of people got mad when they found out it was going to be a musical, but I was like, dope. I actually like that shit. The thing is, I've seen reviews of it, and people have said that the musical stuff isn't actually all that. Like, it's pitched like a musical, but it's not really one. Like, if you like musicals, then you're probably going to be disappointed because it doesn't really lean into it the way it seems to market itself that it does. So that sounded disappointing. Also, I've heard people talk a lot about how it kind of cuts the nuts off Joker a bit. Like, after the first one, people seem to think the second one, like, makes him really lame. Particularly saying that the ending is, like, fucked up. Not fucked up, like, in a good way. Like fucked up, like, really? That's all you did? You basically just, like, ruined the entire thing? Great. That's what I've heard people talking about anyway. I'd still be keen to see it, because I didn't mind the first one. I don't, like, love it or anything. It's not, like, the best thing ever. It's just, I was cool with it. The What's Up guy isn't you. Oh, I know he's not you. We've seen What's Up before. Plenty of times. How did you get Penumbra, by the way? I've had it on Steam for a couple of years, maybe. I would have got it on a sale a long time ago. You know how, like, you keep things wishlisted on Steam until some massive sale comes up where they're like 90% off and stuff? That's what would have happened. I would have snapped up the entire trilogy on some ridiculous sale where they're only a couple of bucks. And then I've just been sitting it with it in my library, not touching it. No, but this is what I mean about the fan-made one, just real quick. This is the second thingy they released. I'll have a look in a second, hang on. The thing I was just trying to say about Penumbra. In order to play Necrolog, it was actually created as a mod in Amnesia. So to play the fan-made Penumbra game, you actually have to own Amnesia on Steam. And I played that on Game Pass. And Amnesia is too expensive just to snap up on Steam just to play the free fan mod of Penumbra. So that one's not really on the cards right now. But in the future, if I can manage that, like if Amnesia 1 goes on sale for like $2 or something, like I'd drop $2 on being able to play Necrolog just for the mod. Like I'm not going to play Amnesia again on Steam, but to use it as a platform for a mod, yeah, I'd get that for $2 or something. That's cheap enough. Can go down to like €2. I'll make sure I have it wishlisted just so that I can keep an eye on it. Because I don't want to miss out on that Necrolog thing after people talking it up to me. But it just won't be now. Like I'll just play the main series across next week. This week. I keep forgetting it's Monday now. It's 4 AM on a Monday currently. Whoops, it got a bit late. What is this? Oh, is this just like a clip from the film? Officially dropped by Warner Bros.
They're all going crazy for you. They're saying you're a bad influence on me. Well, guess what?
You know, I do think Lady Gaga is a pretty awesome choice for a grittier Harlequin, a more realistic, edgier Harlequin. This looks rad. Good lord, is she a good singer.
You are no different than any of those people that underestimated me.
Oh, so don't do this to yourself. It isn't you.
It isn't me. So you don't think this is me? Well, maybe you don't know who I really was.
Why is he doing that voice?
Arthur Fleck is a monster.
This is an interesting trailer.
And his depraved acts led to riots all over the country.
The thing is, like, where do you even take something like this after Joker 1? where you can still keep it grounded and realistic, but
Everything's gonna work out.
have an arc that makes sense.
You're Joker.
Uh-oh. I'm in trouble.
I heard that shot of them doing that kick on the stairs isn't actually in the movie. I saw someone say that on Twitter. Boop. It's a good trailer though. Like that was kind of a little hype celebration to the movie coming out. Oh well. At least we got good trailers out of it. Acting was really good. They kicked it to the deleted scenes. Yeah, I mean, that happens a lot, though. I mean, Marvel does it on purpose. Like, they'll actually fabricate scenes for the trailer just to throw you off so you can't predict stuff in the movie. Like, Avengers had a lot of that. If you look at the trailers for Avengers, there are, like, scenes that don't exist. Or scenes that have been changed around in crazy ways. Like, that scene in Wakanda where Steve Rogers is leading the charge against those aliens in Wakanda. Like, they've literally got the Hulk and Iron Man there, like, running into battle with them. And they're not even there. Hulk's not even in the movie, really. It's just Bruce. And Iron Man's on a different planet fighting Thanos with the other group. I love how they just lie in trailers just to throw you off. I actually think that's an awesome way to handle spoilers and stuff. Just fuck with people. Just put things in the trailer that's not even the movie. It's great. There's a great political talk show guy I've been hearing a lot of recently. 4 hours for a necrolog playthrough? Is this person useless or is the mod really that long? No, I mean, the mod is like a game unto itself. Like, it got, like, mod of the year kind of awards from a bunch of different sites for, like, being a pretty solid undertaking. Like, it's got voice acting, it's got, like, actual, like, extended lore on top of what the other Penumbra games already set up. Like, they take the story further. Like, they put a lot of effort into it. They made a legit, like, full game. What did Frictional say about it? I have no idea, but it seems like they don't give a shit. They're probably chuffed. I mean, it is some of their earliest work, so to see fans pick it up and take it further is probably like... If I was a creator, I'd love that. I'd tip my hat to that. If you're Nintendo, you would sue them. Like, because fuck Nintendo. They don't like their fans. Never did. What is going on here? It was big in the 60s and 70s, but his stuff is starting to come back in popularity. They love mods. They still host mod jams to this day for the old games. Yeah, so like Necrolog is just like a next level thing. That's like just if you take the concept of a mod and turn like it's a full game basically. They went all the way with that one. So it does stand out a bit. People talk it up. What's WhatsApp talking about? Let me just quickly see. Oh, wait, this is what you were just saying. Hang on. Good political talk show guy. His take on the NASA director that got from Operation Paperclip. 15 years ago. Holy shit. It's just 2 minutes. This is not to do with people thinking the moon landing was faked, was it?
Well, speaking of bombs, what is it that makes America the world's greatest nuclear power? And what is it that will make it possible for us to spend $20,000 million of our taxpayers' money to put some idiot on the moon? Well, it was the great, enormous superiority of American technology,
I love his mic.
of course, as provided
The most
by
basic
our great
shotgun
American
mic.
scientists, such as Dr. Werner von Braun.
Is he still alive?
gather round while I sing you of Werner von Braun, a man whose allegiance is ruled by expedience. Call him a Nazi, he won't even frown. Nazi schmazi, says Werner von Braun.
Okay.
Don't say that he's hypocritical.
I think
Say
Jay would like
rather
this song.
that he's apolitical.
It's his era.
Once the rockets are up, who cares where they come down? That's not my department, says Werner von Braun. Some have harsh words for this man of renown, but some think our attitude should be one of gratitude, like the widows and cripples in old London town, who owe their large pensions to Werner von Braun. You too may be a big hero once you've learned to count backwards to 0. In German or English, I know how to count down. And I'm learning Chinese,
Oh,
says Werner von Braun.
Is that the Wikipedia article? I know a little bit about Operation Paperclip. The whole thing about them giving former German scientists work in the US. And some people were like, what the fuck? But it's like, yeah, take all their good shit. Don't let all that knowledge go to waste. I get it. It's so wholesome. Whatever frictional releases, they release all the mod tools too. It's a bit like Valve. Valve seems to always have been doing that. It's like Source Filmmaker, things like that. They always release the tools that are involved in their creations for people to mess around with. Gary's mod is essentially kind of a version of that. Who's highly against the moon landing. I bet that gets looked on negatively now, people who were against the moon landing, after how well that went. Where's Sham's link? Hang on, there it is. Shangy Chang.
Closing us out is Joe actually singing Who I'd Be. Is that right? From Shrek.
Oh, it's Elizabeth's favorite. I just had a flashback to I remember Sham shared, I think it was one of the segments where they were doing the silly boy stuff, when Elizabeth was here in the chat, and I don't think she was amused at all. I feel like I have a memory of that. Do you like alt history? Oh, you mean like when the Nazis won the war because they had steampunk technology and built mechs? Don't remember.
Is it in the
Would have been a
right
while
key and
ago.
everything? No, do it in accent.
Wait, they sing the Shrek song. Okay.
I'd be a hero. Sword and armor clashing.
Oh, well.
Looking semi-dashing.
Oh, I understand
Shield
now.
within my grip.
Just Shrek.
Or else I'd be a Viking.
Oh, just
and live a
Viking?
life of daring.
Wait, Viking
while
or Shrek?
Smelling like a herring.
Wait, herring or
On a
Viking or
ship,
Shrek?
I'd sail away. I'd see the world.
Wait, who's Joe Koski? Are they reacting to him doing a thing, or is he in the room with them doing this and they're like, what the fuck? I can't quite tell, just from the video so far.
Reach the farthest reaches. I'd feel the wind. I'd taste the salt and sea. And maybe storm some beaches.
Sing like Shrek.
That's who I'd be.
That's how Shrek sounds when he sings. I truly...
He's one of the original members of Auntie Donna. But are they listening to content of his, or is he in the room with them doing a bit? I can't tell. It's just some bullshit. I mean, that is a pretty good description of Auntie Donna in general, to be honest. But in a good way.
One that tells of glory and wipes away the lies. To the skies I'd throw it. The stars would
Oh, he went
do
into
the
theater? I can
telling.
kind of tell.
The moon would help us spelling. And night would dot the eyes. I'd write a verse, recite a joke with wit and perfect time. I share my heart, confess the things I earn and do.
He's not bad.
Shut up, Mark.
We all learn. But we all learn.
He's got a very theatrical voice.
Mr.
Joe Koski.
An ogre's fate is known. It's beautiful. An ogre always stays in the dark and all alone. So yes, I'd be a hero. And if my wish were granted, life would be enchanted. Or so the story
His
says.
skin is pink like Joe, but his heart is green.
Did Joe Koski actually do a theatrical Shrek thing on stage? Or did he just do a funny thing? You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like it's from a real show. And if he actually did like a real like stage production of Shrek, that's pretty funny. I'd go see that.
Green like Shrek. Shut up.
To save a hothouse flower and carry her away. But standing guard would be a beast. I'd somehow overwhelm it. I'd get the girl, I'd take a breath, and I'd remove my helmet. We'd stand and stare, we'd speak of love, we'd feel the stars ascending. We'd share a kiss, I'd find my destiny. I'd have a hero's ending.
I feel like I'm in front of Shrek.
A perfect happy ending.
Wow.
That's how it would be.
That's how this is.
A big, bright, beautiful
I can see why he left Auntie Donna to pursue theater.
but not for me.
Oh, because you're Shrek.
Oh, Shrek.
He's a good singer.
Wow. That was beautiful.
As I said in the song, your skin may be pink like Joe, but your heart will always be green like Shrek.
Thank you so much. Thank you for singing to us, Joe. Now we all understand.
Thank
you. Shrek no more.
Is there anything else you'd like to say, Joe?
So you
Oh, we lost him now, unfortunately.
Unfortunately,
Wait, was he actually calling in and singing it? I thought they were just listening to a recording. That part of it was confusing me a little bit. The dude's crazy talented. What's going on here?
They say that the United States has had its day in the sun.
Wait. Alternate news headlines. They make fake news headlines for things that never happened? They actually make like alt history news broadcasts?
Past its zenith. They expect you to
I didn't know that was
tell
a
your
thing.
children that the American people no longer have the will to cope with their problems.
Was a reference to them hanging up on him all the time? Oh, okay. In joke.
My fellow citizens, I utterly reject that view. We must go forth from here united,
Mr. Gorbachev,
determined,
leave up that wall.
what a great general said
It's
a
a pretty
few
good wall.
years ago is true.
It's doing its job well.
There is
Let's
no
pull out.
substitute
See you
for
later.
victory.
Peace. Alternate news opening scenes 1975 to 1922. 1992.
Violation of the International Space
Soviet military satellite yesterday provoked a strong response.
I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United
It's kind of like looking through a portal into like an alternate timeline. You know, like in Marvel, how they've got like a multiverse. This is like multiverse news.
Roman Polanski was arrested at the Canadian border while trying to escape.
Holy shit, they got Roman Polanski.
To invade Afghanistan.
Actually, that's a pretty positive outcome right there. They nabbed Roman.
Was part of a broader refocusing of resources in the ongoing space race.
Wait, what the fuck happened with Superman? What? Why does it go past so quick? I can't read it for shit. All right. Well, I don't know what that's
Meltdown
about.
was prevented by technology first developed for Jamestown.
A nighttime raid by the U.S. military took the Iranians by surprise.
Leaders of the Polish Solidarity Trade Union were arrested in Gdansk today. President Reagan refusing to bail out.
It's a kryptonite conspiracy.
The U.S. hockey team failed to overcome the heavily favored.
Surprisingly close race, President Reagan appears to have won a second term by defeating Senator
John Lennon narrowly escaped death when a
John Lennon lived.
John Paul II was shot and
I would love to know how
St. Peter's Square.
the world of music would be different if John Lennon wasn't killed. Also, Tupac.
The Soviet Union has died. Yuri Andropov become the next premier of the Soviet
Title, a wedding gift from the Queen. Her Royal Highness Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall, is welcome.
Maybe even Amy Winehouse. Throw her in
The
there.
first space shuttle will be named
They were all very
Enterprise
talented.
in honor of the fictional starship in the television series Star Trek.
I began a quest for the presidency, a quest with many ideas, but with one driving.
Are we going to get to the point where Nixon turns out not to be a crook?
Need new leadership, new direction, and new hope. Tonight, the torch of idealism is lit in thousands of homes and tens of thousands of towns and hundreds of thousands of lives. Among the young in spirit and the young in age. It cannot go out. It will not go out. It will continue to burn.
President Reagan and Premier Andropov signed a lunar peace treaty essentially dividing the
congressional
Oh,
report
damn.
details how the lunar base's near meltdown was averted and how safe
The Russians and the Americans are sharing the moon.
now open franchises in New York, Los Angeles.
That doesn't seem very realistic.
Margaret Thatcher a été tuée aujourd'hui lors d'un bombardement à Brighton. IRA a
Gorbachev's policies.
Hey, aliens came out.
Soviet Union's economy in hyperdrive, expanding Soviet influence across the globe.
Breakthrough in nuclear fusion. The reactor, developed by Dev Ayesa and Richard Hillier, has the
Republican
potential.
Ellen Wilson, a former astronaut, won her Texas Senate race handily.
Cleveland launched the world's first space tourism company, Polaris Space Tours.
Gebaut auf Land gepachtet von
The Beatles reunion tour begins in Chicago, their first time performing.
Oh yeah, Lennon's still alive.
Contracts
Dope.
to mine massive deposits of
They came back
helium
around on that one.
the moon, an ideal resource for nuclear fusion.
I'm waiting for it to get like weird and crazy.
The Korean government announced they are abandoning their controversial ballistic missile program to focus on their
We've built the Large Hadron Collider and we threw Elton John inside it. It opened up a black hole into a gay universe. It's actually much better than ours. It's actually a utopia.
Testified that global warming has slowed due to the widespread shift from fossil fuels to nuclear fusion.
After several listening devices were discovered in the American embassy.
Love in the Sky is based on the lives of Gordo and Tracy Stevens, premiered in Hollywood.
Die Oktoberrevolution gefeiert.
The Thomas Paine Space Telescope will be launched into orbit aboard the Pathfinder
Astronaut Danny
20.
Stevens, the son of Gordo and Tracy Stevens, has arrived at the James.
Polaris Space Tours has announced their latest venture.
Wow, we've actually reached
Very hard to again decline
space touring at this point. They're changing history in just enough ways to actually further the space race.
The Soviets will also be able to launch in 1996.
Is Cobain gonna survive?
She is running for the Republican nomination for president.
There's another artist we can save from tragedy.
Pledged a positive campaign focused on building a bridge to the 21st century.
We will give you more incentives and more opportunity than ever before to develop the
Can
skills
Kurt
of your
Cobain
workers
become the new
and
president of the United
create
States?
American jobs and American wealth in the new global space.
MK Ultra.
Scripture says our eyes have not yet seen nor our ears heard.
We can't talk about MK Ultra. That wouldn't be in the news. What the fuck? That's a conspiracy. Oh, it just kind of stops. Oh, there's the part 2. The Sony Pictures
The
production.
desire
What the
to
fuck?
go further has been a part of the American dream since the
What do they mean by
founding of
Sony
our great
Pictures
nation.
production?
We saw the impossible, and we made it possible.
I did see the Pud, yeah. I've actually
But there are
played the
those
Christmas
few
Pud
among us
video on every
who would
single
try to
Christmas
pull us
stream we've ever done.
backwards. They underestimated us. Our
It's a tradition now.
resilience, Our resolve. Our desire to look up at the heavens and never look back.
After one of the
by a presidential candidate.
Mars 7 Alliance. The agreement aims to end the competition and distrust
Wait.
that is historic.
I don't think I was following it there. Do we have a lazy president? A lady president?
Wilson was sworn
Companies
in
are now
officially
buying
beginning her
chunks of the
second
moon.
term. The Republican president is the first openly gay person to hold the office.
Richard Hillier
We have a
called their
gay
plasma propulsion
female president in
technology
America.
a, quote, game changer, because missions will no longer have to wait for
Wild.
the so-called Mars window.
The survivors of the mission have safely made it back to
Neither
Earth,
of which are
stranded
things
on
we've had in
Mars
real
for
life
over a
yet.
year.
First man on
As
Mars,
a US
greeted
president.
crowds celebrating his return. Lee spent months alone on Mars after his capsule
Lunar
crash
suite
landed on the
awaits.
Martian.
The first hotel has opened on the moon, available to the general public.
James Stevens testified
Yeah, that'd be
against the
expensive.
defendant.
Jesus
Stevens
Christ.
struck a plea bargain
Hotel on the
agreement
moon,
with
really?
ABC comedy Ellen has been renewed for a sixth.
Ellen still has a show.
Signed the Marriage Inclusion Act, legalizing same-sex marriage.
There you go.
The Race to Mars had its premiere tonight, starring Clint Eastwood as Ed Baldwin, Jada Pinkett as
Recent fabrication on Mars will enable Happy Valley Base to manufacture aluminum from materials found on the Martian
The
surface.
successor to the Concorde, the aircraft is capable
Oh,
of reaching
we
low
still
Earth orbit and shortening
this
its
timeline still has a as a criminal
The
Harvey
autobiography
Weinstein.
written by CEO Eli Hobson describes how he saved Chrysler by leaning into the boom in electric vehicles.
That'd be a sad twist to this timeline. The space race stuff is going better. There's a gay female US president, but in this timeline, Harvey Weinstein gets away with everything.
The question on everyone's mind is, will Vice President Bush be able to keep together the Wilson coalition?
In a tightly contested election, Al Gore has defeated George Bush to become the 42nd president of the
Oh my
United
God,
States.
there's a big shakeup. Al Gore won. That means we're about to get some serious
Chaos reigns in Riyadh tonight after insurgents
climate
seized key
movement.
government buildings in Saudi Arabia's capital.
The Osbournes and Moonlighters are leading.
Because that
the way
man's
for
all
a
about
new
the
kind of
climate change.
television. It's being called reality TV, and it's dominating the nightly ratings.
And perestroika
Then you find out when he
has
once it
transformed
passes.
the once
Yeah.
dour Russian
Although on the flip
capital
side, they
into
probably
a city
catch
of light and
Cosby much
demons.
earlier. So it kind of flips
The
the two.
alliance between Gore and the Soviet leader shows no sign
P.
of
Diddy got a
slowing
baby
down.
off
As we usher in a new decade, the growing partnership between the United States and the Soviet Union, both on Earth and on Mars, is bringing
P.
a new
Diddy
sense of
died in a
optimism
horrible
for the
accident
nations
on
of
the
the
music
world.
video set of
Tonight, I can
that
proudly
American
say
Godzilla
that
movie.
The Cold War is over.
When he was making the theme
Those
song,
we
Come With
once
Me.
thought of as our enemies have become our friends, and a new era of peace and prosperity is before us.
Hey, the Mars base is looking great. It's a bit like the Mars base that I built in that one strategy game. We have to colonize Mars. Oh, Jesus Christ. That cut out like instantly. With a CapCut logo. I know what you're editing with. How dare you. CapCut. Gross. What's this?
The Skyrim theme song from the Elder Scrolls Skyrim.
Oh God. Wait, did you just say this is my favorite choir? You might be the first person I've ever talked to that has a favorite choir. Sham, what's your favorite choir? It's gonna make something up. Just watch. Pros use Movie Maker. Ew. You just made my butthole pucker. How dare you? How dare you say Movie Maker in my presence? It's a funny choir by a bunch of drunk people. Drunk people singing Skyrim? Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the share link button. Don't forget to use that, what's up? Otherwise, it's only Sham being a good boy. Oh wait, do they... Wait, okay, they don't get drunk like seconds into sculling one can. They'd have to show up pre-drunk. Lightly buzzed choir. Let's call it that. Not bad. Good start. You know, for a bunch of drunk people, they're not doing too bad. They've got the gist of it down, at least. I'm not sure if that guy's actually doing anything.
We're done.
Okay. It's one way to end it. What nationality are they? Where are they from? Wait. The Drunk Men's Choir. Uploading great music for anyone to use. Oh, anyone to use. Oh my god, Sham. You can grab one of their tracks and do a rap over it. Yeah, go for it. They've got Megalovania. Memes. Mortal Kombat. There you go. Pokemon. Mario Bros. Peggle for some reason. The THX sound effect. That got its own. Halo is the one I was expecting to see. That's the first thing I thought. They've definitely got Halo in there somewhere. Garbage. It's called male bonding, aka garbage. It's so beautiful. Pokemon. Liz thinks it's garbage, you know it's good. Well, I don't know. I've agreed with Liz on certain things that are garbage. You never know. Everything's different. Wait a second.
Your sister's not around?
Nah, she does her thing down Port Macquarie.
Yeah.
So it's just me. I'll flick on the telly, shut the blinds, and spend all day.
Oh my god, this is the most Australian I've ever heard them. It's actually hurting me.
Not inspecting, detecting.
Yeah, no,
Well-
you're going to go here, man. You got I'm across from the road.
I always thought paying for love was low, but now I understand.
It's fine. You got to do what you got to do.
The only moments of true
Are they supposed to be
intimacy
old
I have left
Aussie men?
are those moments.
Pensioner Aussie men?
Well, smoke rises, so you got to have one up the top of the house.
Now, my
Yeah,
question-
One of these new townhouses that are popping up everywhere, 8 in a row.
Yeah, they're doing that.
you ain't lying.
Yeah, so Mike.
that's Darren.
Darren's inspector. Now, Darren here.
This
he's
sounds
gonna
like
wanna
characters
watch
that would
both
turn
of
up in
us
a,
at
in
the
a,
same
in
time.
a, in a film, an Aussie
Let's
film
just
like The
do a roll
Castle.
call. You got Zach?
The Castle 2.
Hello, yeah, hi.
You got Matt?
Yes.
You got Wang in there, that's me. You got Warren.
And
you got Dan.
So I'll do me day. I'll come down from Freo. I'll go. I'll
His
start my
subtitle was
day
like, yes, I'm there too.
around 4.
All he did was
If
scream.
there's any extra work. They
I'll
only
do
book
that.
him in at 6.
Yeah, I don't sleep much anymore.
No, Darren, no,
Nah,
like-
a piece of toast for dinner. That's all I need.
They've got such an elaborate podcast set. Look at all that stuff in the background.
They'll bloody go in there and lift and carry on.
Yeah, and I go.
I need more stuff in my
Yeah,
background.
no, the young fellas, I go down to the gym and I go, oh, no, I don't bugger that. So I'll just go down, I'll get home, I'll try it. Maybe I'll do a bit of a, I don't know, you was going for.
Do you reckon without subtitles, do you reckon any
then you start
non-Aussie would be able to
Nice.
understand this?
You start at 2 a.m.
Wake up at 2 a.m.
And then he's done by 6 p.m.
No, I'm done by 12.
He's done by 12.
Done by 12.
And then he did something in
And then I'll
between
just
those
sort of go
hours.
around, drive around, that sort of thing. And then I'm
Drive,
home by
just drive
6 p.m.
around?
Yeah, drive around, okay.
You didn't understand it when you listened to it? Oh, did you just listen to the podcast so you didn't have the subtitles?
That's for sure. Maybe I'll have a couple of beers, get a couple of tinnies and drink.
I mean,
them in
I
the
live
car.
in Australia,
I'll be home
and
by
without
about
subtitles,
6 in
I
the
would
car,
struggle.
And she'll, and she'll have some dinner ready for me because she finishes around 3. She works in
The teacher.
Generally speaking, though, I'm not very bogan
and then
friendly.
I'll get to bed about
Is that the right way to put it? I don't
Let me
know
just
if it
open
is.
the front door, but not.
I've
the
never
security
liked
door.
the bogan side of Australia.
Hello.
Like
Hello?
anything about
Me,
it.
Wanganine from the phone.
It all just
Oh,
kind
we
of
were just
grosses me
talking on
out.
the phone, Warren and Wanganine.
Wanganine, we got Darren here.
Werribee, you ever make it to
He did it
Werribee?
again.
There was a
There's always like a full
lady out there,
subtitle
yeah.
when he just makes a
my
noise.
Daughters, right? She, I wanted a horse from, Jesus, 7 years old. She watched that saddle.
I mean, do you want to come in? Fuck
Absolutely.
it.
I'll
Yeah,
take me
come in.
shoes.
You
want me
broke
shoes?
character there
Yeah,
for a
I was
second.
shoes.
Yeah, take the shoes off if you could.
You mind if I do a poo?
No, that's fine.
laughed at his
there's
own
only one
joke.
We're
toilet.
detector inspectors.
I know.
Why do that?
I'm gonna do a quick poo because I don't have a, I gotta. This is my work, as
Yes.
people's place. I'm gonna
Yes.
do a quick poo and then I'll come inspect the detector.
All right, here I go.
Beep.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, here. I'm done with me poo. Let me
It
have
stinks.
a look. Boop, boop. Yeah, I'm going to change it back.
Oh, sorry, boys. I missed it. Can you do it again?
I've never
I'm
actually,
booked up now.
Oh,
I've never actually listened
Yeah, I know they're going
to a Auntie Donna podcast.
you're spending
Do they just
double
like come up with
digits, you know,
scenarios and characters and just like run with it for like
I can't
a
drink
straight
caffeine
hour?
on account of
Do they just like do stuff?
You have a V?
Yeah, I'll have a V at 4 and then
Oh,
I'll
I can't
have
do
me
that.
hot dog at 6 with
The
the
kids will-
skin on ones, those red ones.
The Chinese will do
Oh yeah,
that
so they
sometimes.
just
They'll
make
have a
shit
V
up.
and
They
then
just
they'll
come
head
up with
off
some
to the
stuff and then
gym
there's
and
improv it for a while.
The young ones.
It's like, oh, we're
the
old,
fellas.
we're old
Oh,
Australian
they are,
men now.
but
Let's just
they're
do that
covered
for a
in
while.
Tats too, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're covered head to toe in tattoos.
I love how
Jesus,
unstructured their
I
stuff
haven't seen that
seems.
many tattoos since my spell in the Navy during
It
the
doesn't seem very
Korean War.
planned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a tough.
They
one.
brainstorm
Yeah, that was
themes.
tough,
Oh, so
mate.
they do
I
think of
don't
stuff to
wanna
do
go
before they do the
run.
show.
I had to do some stuff I regret.
It just doesn't seem like that on the show itself.
Let me tell you a little story about a hot dog for breakfast. My two friends
The
are
fuck?
having the breakfast iced coffee. Not me though, no thank you. I have a bit of tea. and
Copyright instrumental.
Hey, he's going. I saw him go down.
He's actually
he was going
decaying
down
in front of
and
us
maybe
right
get a
now.
packet of
Like he's falling to
cigarettes or something.
pieces.
Maybe.
That's
He
what
He looks more
loves to
disheveled than
smoke.
when he started doing the bit.
Well, I just presume he was going down.
He's actually turning into the old man that he's improving that he
I was
is.
thinking maybe I'll go get a pack of cigarettes and we could have a hot dog for breakfast.
Oh,
What do you
that
think of that?
sounds pretty bloody good.
All right, guys. Thanks
All
for.
I've had to eat all
Fuck,
day
that was
is a
random.
bowl of sultana bread.
You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to play the THX sound effect because I can.
THX, Dolby Atmos.
This used to play at the start of every fucking DVD that I had. He looks fucked. That was Aussie way to put that, yeah.
Hear my falsettos in the back.
Do these guys actually know anything about music and choir stuff, or are they just doing this? Like, were they just a bunch of dudes that were like, let's just be a choir and pretend like we know what we're doing? Yeah, that's about right. Keep it going. Keep rising that pitch. They did slightly better than I expected. You could have gone a little bit higher. If they were actually choir singers, they'd probably still sound pretty good. They're close to pretty good. They're close to possible. Now what? What's this? Oh no, we can't watch a scene from Chernobyl. That's a full HBO show. They'll smash me for that. But Chernobyl is a very good show, though. I would recommend that to anyone that hasn't watched it. No, that's fine. It's just like they're particularly copyright sensitive to actually like watching shows and movies. Even if it's just one scene, it still counts as like watching it. Their algorithms will detect it and be mad. But it's a good choice, though. That is a very good show. The guy that did Chernobyl, he was responsible for something after that. What was it? I remember seeing something and going, "Oh fuck, it's the people from Chernobyl." What? Hang on, wait. I think is it Green Lantern Corps? I think, you know how James Gunn's got like the whole new DC thing going on? I don't know if I'm correct, but I think the guy or the guys behind Chernobyl are doing his Green Lantern show. The one that's like True Detective-ish, where the Green Lanterns are like on Earth and they're kind of like Earth's cops. And we follow the two Green Lanterns as like a buddy cop kind of thing. But it's kind of got a bit of a True Detective grittiness to it. That's how they described it. I think that was it. The reward points is on cooldown. Yeah, that's the kind of the point. It's so that the chat doesn't get spammed with links. And they also collect in the activity queue, so I don't have to look at the chat to grab the link. It's actually in the activity queue, so I don't forget about them. I can mark them off as I look at them. Sham keeps stealing it. Yeah. Because actually, Sham, you were there for this. Back before we had the link button, the share link button. Who was it that used to? There was like a battle of link sharing in the chat, and it got out of control. And people were sharing like fucking 100 links, and it was impossible to keep up. Who was the person that was basically dropping like all the Plants vs. Zombies links? They dropped like 20... Was it Lemmy? I think you might be right. He dropped like 20-something Plants vs. Zombies links, and they were all 40-minute videos. Every single one of them was like a 40-minute video that was like just footage from Plants vs. Zombies with text at the bottom of the screen explaining certain like tactics and item usages. And it's like, dude, we can't sit here for 10 hours watching Plants vs. Zombies walkthroughs and strategy guides. Like, that's insane. Spatula Lemmy? Yeah, I think you're right. You know, we haven't seen Spatula Lemmy in like over a year. I think Lemmy might have moved on. Lemmy might have moved on from Twitch. He touched grass, got a girlfriend, is now living his life. I miss Lemmy. I'm also Lemmy. You're definitely not Lemmy. I remember you getting like really... I'm pretty sure you were getting really frustrated with Lemmy sharing all that shit. And basically like derailing the entire stream. Hang on. Oh, it's rap. Rapping on 12 different drugs. Oh, I get it. Like weed, LSD, meth, styles of rap. I get the bit.
I'm puffing on this gas.
This is just gonna be Snoop. This one's an easy one.
So loud, I nicknamed it Tasha Smith. They kicked me out the bank cause I smell like dank. I get high and fly. I don't need to drive and drink.
I can't wait to hear the cocaine rap. It's gonna be like at 190 BPM.
I'm on this reefer. Ooh, we should order pizza. Yeah.
Oh, cocaine was the second one. Holy shit.
Turn me up and hot, I'm hot. Nigga, I'm kicking off Colombian, aborted from Colombia. Not the country, but the district.
Okay, it's not as hype as I was expecting it to be. I thought it was gonna be more skits.
Hit you with the flock, until you ooh, I disrespect your house. I'm jumping on your furniture. Fuck your couch. I can't feel my face. I'm snorting a lot of bam.
That was a Chappelle Show reference. Rick James. Percocet. This man ain't gonna rap. He's already fallen asleep with his eyes open.
Yeah, I'm a double cup.
What's lean?
I even pour lean inside my
Wait, what's lean?
Purple drink in my Sprite, coating, feeling nice, whipping on the wood grain car, leaning to the RP.
Somehow he's editing himself. How the fuck does that work? It's cough syrup and Fanta? Oh, really? Why is his voice so deep?
What's my favorite beverage? It's a cup of Grimace.
I wanna rock right now. I love bass and I want
there you go.
A pound. I got things I can sell you for cheap. Look at this transmission I found. I sell it to you for $12.
Okay, yeah, this is good.
A Beta Max. I don't know what
crack makes sense.
Crack is cheap, but it ain't not whack. When I'm on the dope cut and I'm strolling.
He's even doing the crack voice. Kind of like Chappelle's crackhead character.
My girlfriend was a prime fiend. Got no teeth and not that good looking. This is what they call the people's drug, cause you can smell what the rock is cooking. Ooh.
That was actually a bar. You can smell what the rock is cooking. We're not getting a rap from Heroin either.
Hold on, wait. I'm not as thick as you drunk I am. And I don't even care if you
I have a feeling alcohol is going to be a worse rap than Percocet and meth combined.
And I notice how you feel. So go to hell.
And they didn't say nothing.
You don't even understand, man. I love you, man. Cause you the realest one I know. Why is we beefing? We supposed to be bros. Okay, I'm up. All I need is my caffeine. Hit Starbucks for a mocha latte. Look at my watch, it's 9:15.
Actually, caffeine is a lot like the cocaine one.
Reports. Go to the courthouse, pay my ticket, then
Deep,
back to
man.
work to help support. After work,
Maybe there's
I'm
some
hitting
commentary
the
in
gym.
that.
After gym, I pick up my kids, do their homework, watch some Disney, give them a bath and put them to bed.
Kendrick did
Don't
one
need
like
dinner,
that?
just need my coffee, need my beans and need my
Dark,
money.
reflective,
Can't
drunk
believe I
rap.
did all that. I look at my
Well, that's
watch
just
and
sad.
it's 9:20. Ain't no way I just did all that in 5 minutes. But wait a minute, whose kids did I pick up?
Fentanyl. Oh, he down. He's on the ground. Oh, he dead. Never mind. Can the corpse start rapping?
Yo, I just took some acid. And I hope
I love the
it's not a
reverb
bad
on the acid
trip.
rap.
It's like
The reverb is
everything's
good.
Connected, made from the same. It's just something I can feel, but I can't explain. The textures in this dimension is so neat. I'ma change my rap name to Run DMT. Cause I'm psychedelic vibing,
Run
write
DMT.
1,000 albums.
There's some
I
pretty
play
good bars in
guitar
the middle of
like a
this.
God off the psilocybin.
Strangely similar to Harry Mack. We just discovered Harry Mack's secret.
I just dropped a Molly in my Hennessy. She getting naked off this methamphetamine. Popping these designer drugs and I'm on that loud. This shit got my heart beating, racing no allows.
Honestly, if he's on Molly, he should be taking off his shirt right now.
Now I'm out here rolling like a hubcap.
And just like
You wanna
touching his
feel?
own
Yes, I
chest.
will. Na, 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 na.
Like really feeling
I
it.
just popped a Batman. Na, 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 na. I need a pound of
Sugar?
sugar in my sweet tea. I like to call it
Are we
iced
considering sugar a
diabetes.
drug for the purpose
Candies,
of this
cookies,
rap?
pies, yogurt pudding cakes. I crumble up Kit Kats in my milk
Would research
shakes.
for this rap be
Little
tax
Debbie,
deductible?
Big Deborah in my
I mean,
kitchen cabinet.
technically yes,
Chocolate
but it would
covered
also be a
burgers. I
paper
just
trail
gotta have it.
back to you for the cops to
You better
follow.
put respect on my sweet tooth.
There's some
I
pretty
kicked
illegal
around
drugs
with
in there.
traffic when she told me eat fruit.
Sugar is not one of them, but
Thanks for watching this video. Make sure you
I can't believe he
comment,
ended on
subscribe,
sugar.
and hit the notification bell. New videos drop Monday.
he didn't do LSD, but I think if he did LSD, it'd be too similar to acid. Like, I don't know where else you go with that. Dip it, dip it, dip it. The WhatsApp link.
Over. The ship hits rocks on the port side. A 53-meter gash opens up in the...
Wait, what? Internet historian. Oh, you said this is a description of what happens when a ship sinks.
Hull, and thousands of tons of water begin pouring in. A loud scraping and bang is heard by all passengers. At the helm,
the graphics.
Rumblings in the dining room.
The editing is
Martin awkwardly pauses his act
really
as he's
wacky.
helping his assistant into the box.
Why is his assistant
Meanwhile,
blurry?
the lady inside
Let me
is
out, let
trapped
me
and
out.
terrified. There's confusion across the ship. All of the crew off shift come back on duty.
Some of those
All
crew are
officers
Sims.
run to the bridge. Technical crews run down to the lower decks to assess damage. On connection with the rocks, they lose propulsion and slow to 8.3
Is this a specific crash? Or is this just like what happens in a ship crash in general?
knots.
Oh, Costa Concordia. Oh.
And they are now adrift. Close the watertight doors at stern. Enormous volumes of water are pouring in. So much so that within 29 seconds of collision, all 6 engines stop working through flooding.
Holy shit, it's
22
long.
seconds later, a blackout happens. Lights, electrics, the water pumps too. Everything. The captain orders the
Wait,
helm.
so someone has to edit this whole thing? This is a lot of editing, dude.
And hard starboard. This is the final position.
Like, not
of the
only is,
rudder
is this a
before
lot of
power to
clips,
that too
like
is lost.
Every couple
The
of
Costa
seconds.
Concordia,
But
now
like, there's a
without
lot of
power,
animtion
is
and
drifting
comping
starboard,
of like random
plunged
graphics, like Sims
into
characters and
absolute
stuff.
Darkness.
You know how long it would take to edit 46 minutes of this?
A quick breakdown of the flooding. When the Concordia struck land, it tore open 3 watertight compartments. At first, compartment 5, which filled very rapidly. Then 6 more slowly, 4 shortly after. Then 7, 8, and 3.
The internet
Modern
historian
ships are
posts
built
a couple of
to withstand
times a year?
2 compartment breaches.
What, 'cause
These
it takes too
compartments
long to make
especially, though,
videos?
are a problem because they contain the engines and the electrics.
I think I watched the No
These
Man's
main
Sky video.
generators
That
give
rings a
power to
bell.
the whole ship. From propulsion motors to rudder to hotel functions, pretty much everything.
What
When
was
they
the...
went out,
Okay, wait,
the ship
back it up.
of restaurant
Let me just...
Concordia. Ship of dreams.
I don't really know about the Concordia. What was the deal?
It's been 8 years.
Yeah.
I can still smell the buffets
Looks
from
amazing,
their
though.
5
Great ship.
restaurants.
Very pretty. Skip.
Costa Concordia cost 5. Tell.
$170 million ship.
Tell.
Plays the Titanic music.
I remember it like it was just a few years ago. We had left Civitavecchia.
This is the part I want to hear, the context.
And we were making our way to Savona. It was day 2 of our 7th
I don't like
year.
cruises. They don't really do anything
But
for
that
me
ship-
conceptually. I don't want to go on vacation.
She was cursed.
Oh my God. I don't need a vacation.
When she premiered, the traditional bottle of champagne bounced right off the side instead of smashing. A bad omen. But I'm not the superstitious type. Nothing could
Under the
go
ladder.
wrong on Friday the 13th of January, 2012, on the 100th year anniversary of the Titanic, on a ship that's
a
also
lot of omens,
only
bro.
safety rated for 2-compartment flooding. Especially not when you have a 5-star max level captain like Francisco Scatino, a man who mysteriously rose from head of security to the position of captain within just a couple of years. He knows exactly what to do when he crashed into a port in Sicily, and in 2010 in Warnemünde, Germany, when he was steering a different ship and came into port too fast and caused another
There's no
collision.
footage. Here's a scene from Speed 2 Cruise Control.
I've got a good feeling about this.
I was going to say, I recognize
let's
that scene.
It's a beautiful evening. People are having fun on the slides. Drinks
This
at
is
the
just
bar.
the part that I wanna know.
Antonio Magnotta
Oh, there's
is
the
playing
Wikipedia.
piano at the restaurant.
That's alright, let him explain it.
Martin the Magician is setting up for his show. And the ship is setting up for a little detour. It's called a sail by salute. Basically, you get real close to the shore and honk the horn. The locals hate it, but the customers love it, and it's a tradition. Scatino, the captain, comes into the dining hall with the lady.
High quality,
Dominica
low
Samorfi.
quantity, like H.
Remember
Bomber,
this face
Jane
because you'll be
Nicholson,
seeing a
my
lot of
opinion.
it
They live
later.
off Patreon. and
Scatino eats his dinner
close.
with her and socializes.
Yeah, it would take a while to research all
Then
this, but then
he,
also the edit would go on
Dominica,
forever.
and the maitre d' finish up and excuse themselves. They're heading to the bridge.
They have to cut. Hang on. They have to cut all these people out in Photoshop first and save them on a transparent PNG to animate them in the video. Like, every other frame of this is a whole bunch of like shit you gotta do. Like a whole day's work for just like a couple of scenes.
Going to get closer than ever. Just 1,500 feet from the island of Giglio. And how are they going to determine this distance? Well, of course, the captain, Scatino. First
happens?
interesting tidbit. Costa Crociere has hired Jacob from Indonesia at a
Okay, we don't need to know about Jacob.
the helm compass. At the same time, the captain whips out his cell phone and calls former captain Mario Palombo, who lives on the island. They chat about the safe distance
like a
to
sim as
Giglio's
well.
shores. It's all very casual. Anyway, Mario says that the safe distance is between 0.3 and 0.4 miles from shore. The captain is going all in. This is not his first sail by salute, so he's confident in what he's doing. We're going closer than we've ever been before. The captain's eyeballing it again.
This is I want
New
to
heading
see
of
what happened.
300, he tells the helmsman.
We're getting there.
Downstairs, Martin is about to cut his assistant in half. And of course, that means that there's already a lady inside this box. She's waiting for the cue, and then she'll poke her legs out. The captain is giving more orders. Pulling gently to 310. Increase speed to 16 knots. Going this fast is going to be a fatal error. But before we talk about that, let's talk about another big problem. Language barrier.
No, language barrier.
And would know this, except for the next problem.
Okay.
Complacency about procedure. The standard procedure of a
That's
ship
pretty
this
normal
large
human behavior.
is for the third officer to give exact positional coordinates every time the captain gives a new directional order. But they're not doing that. 3:30, he says. The helmsman relays 3:30. The ship reaches 16 knots. The captain then turns to the second officer and instructs him to go to the left wing.
So did
That's
they
these
basically
things
just
here,
slam
and they
into
basically
the
exist so you can get a better
into
view
the-
over
into
the
the
whole
shore?
vessel.
like
A
crash
few
into the
seconds
town?
pass, and then the mood starts to turn. Scatino notices white foam of waves breaking against the rocks directly in front of him in the
Ha.
distance. The
Here we
Costa
go.
Concordia, right now, is almost 700 meters closer to the rocks than it should be. Without deviation, there is going to be a direct
Rocks
collision.
are actually underwater.
Oh, shit!
Scatino immediately commands the ship to start turning away.
I see a little town
335.
over there.
Not enough.
Are they going to do
The
a
captain
speed
shouts,
2 cruise control?
340. The captain yells, 350. Now, remember how I said that accelerating to 16 knots was a fatal error? Well, that's because it's made this ship incapable of such a drastic turn. What they've got
Oh, they're going
is
tip.
understeer. Here's an example.
The front end is not working. You're turning, and you're just going straight. You want to go over here, but you're going to end up over here.
So despite the order of 350, right now the bow is still only pointing at 327. Not nearly enough to miss the rock. And oh no, it's about to get worse. That language barrier again. In these critical
Everyone
moments
here
where
sucks at their
every
job.
second counts, the helmsman wrongly relays 340. The captain snaps back, 350 starboard or we end up on the rocks. The third officer goes to assist the helmsman. Now, don't get confused by the orders from here. We're changing over to rudder instructions. The captain yells, starboard 10, starboard 20, and still it's not enough. Hard to starboard.
Is that what the
That
guy
means
actually
as
looked
hard
like?
as it'll
They
go.
used his actual
But
photograph?
at this point,
for that
even if they
graphic?
clear these rocks, they need to get the rest of the ship to swing around it. So the captain yells, midship, which centers the rudder. The bow is now less than 150 meters from Skull Rock. Port 10. But the helmsman only gets to port 5 before another order is given 2 seconds later. Port 20. They might just avoid disaster here, maybe. But then, oh no. One more
I love
time,
that
the
guy's just a
helmsman
sim.
cocks up at the worst possible moment. The helmsman goes to starboard instead of port, undoing the swing. 8
Yeah,
seconds
dickhead.
later, he realizes the error and corrects, but it's too late. He has just turned a probable near miss into a sure hit. All they can do now is hold on as the
That
bow
was an
miss
interesting
into
little
a
message at the bottom of the screen there. If he hadn't have made that fuck up, the ship would have missed the rocks by up to 10 meters or at least only flooded one compartment.
sure hit.
So it would have been
All
a
they
close
can do
miss.
now is hold on as the bow of the ship narrowly passes by the rocks. Hard to port.
An epically
The second
close
officer
miss.
yells, "We're gonna hit!" Collision.
But someone, it's like the mistake was like the kind of mistake we'd all make. Like when someone's yelling starboard or port and you just forget which one's left or right and do the wrong one. You got a 50-50 chance. I always forget which way is starboard and which way is port. You know, ship people, you could have just said right and left. You made it harder on yourselves by coming up with new words for right and left. You dingus. They should have even been there. I mean, yeah, there's fuck-ups upon fuck-ups that led them to that point, but that was the moment where they could have saved it.
Downtown.
And then the dumbest mistake is made.
Nordtown.
The most basic mistake.
It's
Okay.
day 56 of playing. He's ditched the stage. And it caused a huge panic in the theatre, as passengers are trying to flee to their cabins and to muster stations. People already in their cabins come out and start putting on life vests. Staff rally and try to calm everyone down. Everything is fine. There's no need for vests. Please return to
The
your
fake
cabins.
waterfalls back there.
The emergency generator starts. All of the watertight doors close except for door 12, which is
Watertight
jammed.
doors I find kind of
The
scary.
captain calls Pilon.
Because in
the chief
movies, those are
engineer,
the doors that
as the
always
ship
crush
begins to
somebody.
list on
There's
the
always
port
someone that gets
side.
trapped in
There's
between
water
and
coming
gets,
in?
like, cut in
Yes,
half.
there's water. But where? The engine room. But a lot of water? Yes! There's water, you can't go down. Let's go down the other
Antonio
side.
Muscus? Ew.
In a moment we'll start the pumps, I'll let you know. In the theatre, the whole magic box apparatus slides right off the stage and falls into the crowd, further increasing panic. On the bridge, an announcement is being prepared.
It's so random that we keep getting updates about the story going on in the magician theater with the girl in the box.
They are going to lie
It's like a B story.
to prevent a panic. Let's just say we have a blackout. The deputy chief engineer enters the engine control room. He confirms to the
He is
bridge
also
that at
a
least
sim.
compartments 5, 6, and 7 are flooded. Announcements are made.
behalf of the captain, to inform you that due to an electrical fault, which is currently under control, we're currently in a blackout. Our technicians are working to resolve the situation.
Oh, that's
and
so
we'll
dumb.
inform you of developments as they occur. Thank you for your attention.
I've also hit a fucking rock due to a stupid
Coincidentally, at the
mistake,
same
and we're all
time
gonna
in
die.
the restaurant, they're playing "My Heart Will Go On," and it's very much not helping the situation.
Yeah, that's
the captain
ironic.
calls the
Jesus
Costa
Christ.
Crisis Unit. Roberto
Thanks for that,
Ferrarini,
James Cameron.
He tells the crisis unit that
Ruining
they've
that
hit
song
a
for
rock,
everybody.
that they're assessing damages, and that
Actually,
they are
no, not ruining that song for everybody. That song wouldn't exist if not for James Cameron, because Celine Dion made that song for Titanic. So I was wrong.
also in a blackout. The crisis office says to reverse the ship up onto shore. Well, how are you going to do that? You don't have power to the rudder, let alone the engine. You know, hoist the sails? Anyway,
Calls a
around
helpline
this
before
time,
the Coast
wind
Guard.
direction
Why is there a
creates starboard
helpline?
list, and the ship begins to turn anyway, drifting right back towards the shore, which
dude
is a
just did a
very
full
good thing
Tokyo
because
drift.
you want the ship to end up as close to shore as possible.
It's fucking sliding.
A panicked passenger senses that something is off. This isn't like any electrical
Passengers
problem
are very out of
she's ever
focus.
seen. Plus, there was a massive crashing noise, and now the ship is tilting. So, she contacts her daughter in Italy. The daughter then calls the police, and the police call the harbour master. While that goes on, a conversation between Pilon and Ambrosio. The diesel is not starting. The captain asks the engine room, but where have we made contact?
That's
Thinking
random
the
that some
incoming
lady
water
called her
can be
daughter
reduced.
on land
Captain,
and got
here,
them to dob them
everything
into
is
the
lost.
cops.
The electrical panel, everything. They're saying at
What
this
a
point
Karen.
that the ship is going down.
She
The captain calls Roberto Ferrarini.
She pulled a
again.
Karen on the sinking ship.
Actually, 2 compartments have been flooded, but don't worry.
I want
the
you to
ship's
arrest the
stability
manager of the
isn't
ship,
in
please.
danger. Wrong. Passengers begin going to muster stations on their own initiative. The cruise director says, "We have a lot of people at muster stations that I do not want to fall overboard. Do we make an announcement to tell them to go to the lounges?"
He's got 2 phones at this
Bozio
point.
says, "I think that's best." The harbour master from Livorno calls the ship.
He's got
The
4
captain tells
monitors
them that
too.
we just have a blackout. How
I've
long
only
has
got
this
3.
blackout been going on? About 20 minutes. Have you asked passengers to put on life vests? It's just a blackout. I've got to go. The harbour master is suspicious. He says to his superiors that he thinks something more is going on. He calls a patrol boat to the
It's
area and
ridiculous
asks
how
them to
much
look at the ship.
attempted cover-up
Another
is
problem.
going on here.
The fan on the emergency diesel
This is
generator
not the time to
isn't
be
working.
worrying about everyone finding out that
manually
you
has to
fucked
turn
up.
the thing on and off with a screwdriver so that it doesn't overheat and cause a fire. The captain is on the phone to the lower decks, asking pointless questions like, "Is it still flooded?" Yes it is. The captain is essentially in denial of the situation. The harbour master calls again.
It seems familiar.
Finally, he says, "The ship is
Oh,
taking
I know what this is reminding me of. Chernobyl. Yeah. This is really reminding me of Chernobyl now.
on water through an opening
A lot
on the
of
left
people
side,
in
and the
charge
ship
in
is listing."
making
He
stupid
qualifies
mistakes and
with,
being completely
"No
in
one
denial
dead or
about what they
injured."
did and what's
The
happening.
harbour master asks if he needs help. "Just a tugboat," when in reality they need a full rescue. With 3 compartments flooded, the captain finally realizes that things are really bad and they are not going to improve. The Coast Guard orders every available ship to the sea.
Yeah, at this point you should own
Meanwhile,
up that you
with the
fucked up
passengers,
and,
the
you know,
cruise director's assistant says,
do something about it.
Everything's under control. Please return to your cabins or hang about in the lounges. No
People
problem."
die.
She said this despite knowing it was wrong and that it
I'm a
further
bit worried
endangered
about the,
lives. Most
magician's
passengers
assistant
at this
that's still
point
locked in
aren't
the,
listening to this nonsense,
in the
and
coffin
they're
on
busy
stage.
figuring out how to abandon ship. Bang, 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 bang. Local television has already picked up the story and they begin broadcasting live radio feed from the bridge.
Hey, look, it's the actual ship.
Captain, the passengers
That
are
looked
going
legit.
on board the boats. Okay, let them go to shore. So then general emergency? Wait, let me talk to Ferrarini. We risk the emergency generators that do not have cooling. It has cooling problems, 100 degrees. The cooling fan has stopped. Pilon calls the bridge and tells the safety officer they need to evacuate. The safety officer relays this to the captain, but after no response,
I wonder if he went into The
orders
Sims
engine
and
room
like
to
custom
evacuate on
created
his
these
own.
characters.
The captain says, "No,
Just
stay.
for this documentary.
We're leaving." So what do? General emergency? The captain tells Ferrarini that he's abandoned.
Does everybody
ship.
get their
Abandoned
money
ship.
back
Another
for this
announcement is
cruise?
made.
This cruise kind of sucks. This vacation is pretty shit. They're about to lose a $570 million ship, so maybe
The
they can't
Livorno
afford to give
Coast
people
Guard
their money
calls
back.
again. The captain declares distress. The Coast Guard officially calls for rescue operations. They contact Pietro Mille, the helicopter base commander, who then calls in every available pilot.
Everyone is
As he
calling
rushes
everyone,
down to
but
the helicopter base,
not much is happening
Elon
yet.
shuts down the emergency generator for the final time. The first rescue vessel arrives. By this point, the lifeboats are already going. Luckily, the ship is very close to shore. Oh, perhaps too close to shore. The ship forcefully runs aground, creating an uneven center of gravity, and it begins heavily listing starboard. The captain issues a general emergency on board. The announcement to abandon ship is finally called and alarms ring out. And with that,
I think that would be pretty
comes
fun,
panic.
I'm not gonna lie.
And now that
Being on
they're
a
listing,
massive ship
with many of the lifeboats
in the middle of
too
a
awkwardly
abandoned ship
positioned
and having to
enter
get on the
the
lifeboats
water,
and stuff would
there
be
aren't
kinda
enough
cool.
readily available, and they have to start going back and forth to the shore, picking people up and dropping
That'd be
them
more
off.
exciting vacation
the patrol
than
boats
just
report
everything
to the
going
Livorno
correct.
Harbour Master that the ship has run aground and is listing heavily. So the harbour master asks the captain about it, and the captain says, no, the ship is still floating. In fact, we're trying to maneuver it onto the shore. They know he's lying. Hold on, I'm reversing it. Beep, 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 beep. The captain then says to bottom out the starboard anchor. So they drop out the anchors, but let out too much chain, effectively rendering them useless. The deputy mayor of Giglio, Mario Pellegrini, and
Are they ever
tobacco
gonna do
shop
anything
owner
right?
Giovanni Rossi arrive at the harbour. They watch the scene unfold. As the first of the lifeboats arrive on shore, the deputy mayor takes the initiative and races to board one of the lifeboats, returning to the ship, and starts trying to
badass.
find someone in charge. He gives up.
The deputy
and starts
mayor
helping
boarded
passengers.
the ship like a fucking action hero.
Scatino tells everyone to leave and take radios, but not before changing out of his uniform and into a nice suit. Priorities. Dimitri Christidis and Sylvia
Fucking
Koronica
random.
leave with him. The maitre d' and Sir Morton both get out of there. By this point, approximately 300 people
that's on
are
its side.
still on the ship. Millet reaches the helicopter base. The first helicopter, a slow-moving Augusta Bell, was already rising from the tarmac for the hour-long flight south. Bozio is the last crew member left on the bridge,
He looks kinda
coordinating
sad
the
about it.
evacuation. He then leaves to help passengers board lifeboats. The bridge is now
God
abandoned.
damn, did everyone
And
film
then
this in
The
480p?
ship's black box stops working. Apparently there were technical problems with it. That means, from here, things are going to get a little foggy in detail. A while later, rescue helicopters arrive, but they're struggling to find the ship because they're expecting it to still be well above water. Passengers are scaling down the port side by ladder as lifeboats return to pick
See,
them up.
that looks fun as.
This is no joke. Oh my goodness. It was no joke, mi amor.
Did anyone save the magician's assistant from the coffin?
Yes.
You're not allowed to make a film movie.
I'm allowed.
Who say you are?
A second helicopter, a
Who say you're
faster
allowed?
model, sets off. The ship stops healing and comes to a final resting place. Now the Coast Guard calls the captain because he's just learnt that the captain has abandoned ship. The
She's in
captain
the
claims,
shadow realm because she was never
no,
released
actually,
from the
I slipped
coffin.
and I fell into one of the lifeboats. I'm a klutz. But now that I'm on board, I may as well head back to shore.
This
DeFalco
motherfucker
tells the
saved
captain
himself?
to get the fuck back on board. And the captain kind of acts confused and then effectively refuses. So the captain
Wow.
makes it to shore. From here, we only have mainstream news
That
reports
man
to rely on, so it's not going to
is
be
a
super
spineless
accurate.
piece of shit.
But they say that Giglio's police chief then finds 110 survivors on the rocks at Point Gabbianara.
While
And among them is the captain.
the vice
It's
mayor
not
is
known
like
whether the captain helped anyone
action
while he
hero
was there.
climbing on
And in
board.
fact, the police chief claimed that he just sat on the rocks and watched other people do the rescuing. A while later,
That dude's a knob.
rescue boat
Someone should
picks
kick him
up
in
the
the balls.
captain and takes him to the harbour. He speaks to the police. He then finds the ship's onboard chaplain, Father Rafael Molina, and cries to him for about 15 minutes. Then he goes to the
Loser.
harbour master's office to
Fuck that
receive
guy.
probably the biggest dressing down of his entire life. Port authorities ask the taxi driver to take the captain back to his hotel. The captain takes the 30-second
You're always allowed to
cab
film a
ride to
crime,
the
securing
Bahamas
evidence is a
hotel.
core right.
According
there you
to the
go.
cabbie, he was beaten like a dog. He
In
was
every
cold
country?
and afraid. He only asked me where he could buy a pair of fresh socks. But then he perked right up again and gave an interview to a news crew. He told them that he was the last to leave.
The
man
captain
needs
is
to be
usually the
slapped
last
up.
to abandon ship. What happened, Captain?
We were the last to leave the ship.
What a cock
All day
knob.
Saturday, rescuers search for people on the ship.
Oh, the ship's
On
gotten
Sunday
really
morning,
blurry.
a South Korean couple is found in their cabin, safe but shivering. They had slept through the crash and woke up unable to exit their cabin.
They slept through
Last
the crash?
survivor,
Wow.
Manrico Giampandroni, was found with a
Built
broken
different.
leg. He was the cabin service director.
Wait, broken
Injured
neck?
with a broken leg. He was the
Oh,
cabin
leg. I
service
was going to say
director.
broken neck.
In the end, 32 people died. The final body wasn't discovered until nearly 3 years later. A crew member, Russell Rebello, and it's believed that he died a hero helping passengers off the ship. The Costa Concordia was the largest cruise ship disaster since the Titanic.
32 seems like a lot. Like, considering the situation where the ship is just kind of like lying on its side, slowly sinking, it's hard to imagine it'd be that easy to get killed. Like, there are things that could get you for sure. Like, if you get stuck in a room while it's sinking and it floods up and you drown, fair enough. Half those people were in elevators. Oh, see, that's what I mean. Like, it would have to be a very specific scenario where you just happen to be one of the group that's trapped on an elevator when it goes down and there's no way out, and then the water fills up and you just basically drown in there in like a steel box. But everyone else, like, you'd have to like slip off the bow while trying to climb down in one of the lifeboats or something. Like, it would have to be a very specific thing that gets you, because otherwise it's just kind of like floating there. If you're careful enough and you're not one of the people that are really unlucky to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, like in the elevator, then you wouldn't die quite that easily. So I'm still surprised there were 30-something people. But it is a big ship, and it would have a lot of elevators. So maybe across multiple elevators, you could have about 30-something people. Oh, wait, it wouldn't be the full 30. Some of those people were helping others, like that crewmate. So who knows how he died? You might have slipped and fallen off the top and hit some rocks while helping people down. Who knows? I think that's enough of that, though. I got what I needed out of that. It is... I think the most entertaining part of that was how shit the captain was. The captain was a fucking loser. The fact that he snuck off on a light... He pulled... what was his name in Titanic? Fuck, what was his... What was the actor in Titanic? Billy Zane. Do you remember how Billy Zane was like a piece of shit that basically like stole someone's child and pretended like he was a parent to be let onto the lifeboat to get away early? Like that level of bullshit. So basically half the video is what happened to the ship and the other half is like the fallout, I guess. This piece of shit.
When he stopped answering the radio, he called him on his cell phone to continue putting him on blast. When the captain first reported just a blackout, DeFalco didn't believe the story and immediately began preparing a rescue effort, which likely saved several lives.
Yeah, there's a hero. Here we go.
So under custody by police and underwent questioning. However, it was clear that this would not be a straightforward investigation. So the judge released him under house arrest at his home in Sorrento, a town
I love that he's
in
dancing.
Napoli. By July of that year,
His
the
little
house
dancing
arrest was
gif.
relaxed and he was allowed within this general area. While under house arrest, he wrote a book with this
Oh my
journalist
God.
from Rai magazine. I have no idea what it says.
I bet that
don't
book
speak
is full of
Italian.
shit.
But goddammit, he must have some kind of charisma going on, because there's been a lot of speculation in the press that he had an affair with her as well.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Hold on, I got it. Not content with...
If you were a woman, why would you be attracted to the spineless coward that was major part of the reason that ship went down, and then saved himself rather than staying behind to help?
Abandoning his ship. This dude is
That's just not
determined to
sexy.
abandon his wife as well.
Oh, and he's married.
Scatino and 5 others are facing criminal charges. Straight away, everyone lodges a plea bargain with the court. And all of those plea bargains are accepted, except for Scatino's.
Good.
And the condition of everyone's reduced sentences are that they must provide witness testimony against Scatino.
Oh, they flipped them all. It's like, you guys can all go free if you throw that guy under the bus, because fuck him. We all hate that dude.
Ciro, Jacob, and Sylvia
I
were
would
all
totally.
given suspended.
I would flip. I wouldn't flip in an instant. I would have already flipped before they even offered it to me. I would be offering that man on a silver platter before there was even an offer on the table. I'd be like, "Do you have an offer you can write up? Because I'm ready to fuck this guy around."
Sentences.
I
Roberto
got things
and
to tell you about
Manrico
this
are
piece of
able
shit.
to opt for community service or house arrest. Not a bad deal.
A good deal. Good deal.
And that meant that Scatino was now all on his own. Ciro, the first officer, was the first to give his testimony. On the witness stand, he claimed that Scatino was distracted by his mistress and other guests
Oh, wow.
on the bridge.
I just heard Will Smith.
That there was confusion over who was in command. Then it was Jacob's turn. And he said, Lamau XD, because he didn't actually bother with his testimony or his reduced sentence. He just fled the country. It took
Oh,
authorities
my
12
God.
months to eventually track him down on the outskirts of Jakarta. And when they said,
Well,
"Oi, we
bold.
still want that witness testimony,"
Bold maneuver.
he just scalped again. And he hasn't been found since.
Oh, he got away with it.
After that, Ferrarini...
Okay, fair play. It was a bold maneuver, and it seems to have paid off, Cotton.
He gave his testimony, then look, we don't have time to relitigate the whole trial, so let's just go straight to the verdict. Guilty! Scatino was found
Yay.
guilty of multiple manslaughter, causing
Life
a
in
shipwreck,
prison.
abandoning ship, and lying to authorities. He is sentenced to 16 years and 1 month.
Okay,
in
that's not as
prison.
long as I expected. I thought it was
But
going to get
wait,
life.
there's still the appeals.
Oh.
The appeals trial begins. And the verdict on the appeal?
Guilty.
Surprise! Rejected. So Scatino's lawyers appealed again.
Oh my
And the
god.
verdict on the final appeal?
This man is
Scatino made
aging.
multiple attempts to secure a plea deal, but was denied by the prosecution each time. The prosecution called for Scatino to be sentenced to 26 years in prison, calling the incident a Titanic affair.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there.
Scatino was
No
not.
puns.
His lawyers
How dare
stated
you.
that he was waiting outside of the jail for the ruling, so that if his plea was rejected, he could immediately start serving his sentence. And with that, 5 years and
That little
4
shimmy.
months after the disaster, he was finally in a cell.
That's one of the craziest things about the legal system in any country is how long it can take to get this shit done. Like 5.5 years after the incident, that's how long it takes to like get through all this bullshit and actually lock the dude up. Kind of sucks.
Said I will not be making any comment.
Anyway, just wanted to make sure I knew what happened to that guy. Wild. And Minx is still there, feeding me cookie batter.
I've had a
Oh my god, more Auntie Donna. Thought it was gonna be a rap.
fucking gutful of fucking
I'll eat
fans coming along.
Biscoff while this is playing.
Fucking yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
Yeah. Do you know what I've had a fucking gutful of? All right?
What?
I've had a fucking gutful of this fucking COVID-19.
Which one's Tom?
Shit, all right? COVID-19, fuck off. Fuck off. Let me go outside with my fucking friends, have a fucking picnic. Let me go to church. Let me go to choir practice, you fucking COVID fucking piece of shit.
Mark,
Yeah?
You know what?
I'm sorry, man. Is it a little bit hard
That was kind of stupid that I asked that question because the other three are Auntie Donna. Like, I know who the other three are, so the process of elimination, I shouldn't have had to ask you that. Sorry, I'm stupid.
isolating?
I was focused on eating cookie dough. Okay.
Are you a little bit? Do you not like self-isolating?
By the way, the microphone that Broden's got in front of him right now, it's this one. It's the one I'm using. Do you like that ASMR? You like that creeping up the back of your neck? Fingering your goosebumps on your arm? You like the little hair standing up on end? Give it a little lick. So I don't often touch this. I shouldn't. Usually even touching this thing slightly tends to like make banging noises, which probably sounds awful on your end.
Oh, is it a little bit difficult? Maybe you want to live in the slums of Mumbai, where they can't self-isolate because they don't have running water in their fucking houses.
I like Mark's background. His green screen background is just his giant face.
Fuck off, cunt!
Oh yeah, Zach. Oh yeah, just because I'm not living in a fucking third world country, you fucking prick, doesn't mean I have problems of my own. Oh, I should take every problem I have and I should put it in the bin because there are other people worse off than me. Oh, I'm such a fucking cunt. You know what? I deserve it. Tell me to fuck off. I love it. I love it. I want to hear it. Fuck off, Mark.
Jesus
fuck
Christ.
off, Mark.
Mark, I'm gonna level with you, man.
Have we lost Zach?
No, I think we
Froze
lost.
there for a second.
Oh, did I freeze?
Yeah,
Do you
you
want to
froze.
know the crazy, strange thing? I mean, we're all recording
this?
this on our own
Fuck
computers.
off, Zach. I don't want to hear your fucking shit. What do you got to
okay,
fucking
that's
say?
fair.
Fucking
You
idiot.
fuck off,
I
man.
wanna
Fuck
fucking hear,
off.
bro.
Can
I wanna
I
hear
please
Zach's
say
shit.
my fucking piece?
Listen,
Jesus
cunt, there's fucking
Christ,
cunts in
man.
Mumbai
Hang on.
Funny
who can't
is that I
fucking listen to
thought
this
Mark
fucking
was-
podcast, and you're
Jesus Christ. So the bit is that they're playing up the tensions that people were feeling during the pandemic, right?
fucking around. Fuck off, cunt.
You know, it's actually wow. It's very Australian too. It's actually not something I really relate to because I kind of enjoyed the pandemic because like I like to stay inside anyway, and I didn't need to go anywhere. So it was like, cool, man. I'm being paid by the government to sit on my ass and not have to work. This is awesome.
Fuck off, cunt.
Yeah, fuck off.
Oh, excuse me. Well, Facebook is trying to start a not-for-profit so they have access to the internet so they can listen to our podcast. But people like you just want to make him the bad guy. So fuck off, cunt. Anyway, so
Yeah,
what I was
fuck off,
trying to
cunt.
say
There's
was,
gonna be a lot of
I thought Mark
C-bombs
was,
here.
Like I thought Mark was the one,
Which is
that
fine
was
if you're
breaking
Aussie,
up.
but
actually
other
it was
countries are
me
gonna be
because
very
the
alarmed
connection
by
is
this
It's
video.
a two-way thing. I thought, oh no, here's Mark breaking up, and then it turned out
That
it
is
was
funny.
That
it
is
was
funny.
a funny
That's
little
very
thing.
funny.
Yeah.
But I
off
do want to
still,
say
though.
to
Sorry,
you, Mark.
sorry,
Yes,
sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
please.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I need to interrupt. Tom,
Yes.
this is Mark, Zach, and I have been building a fucking back and forth on stage, off stage, on
Bit of a
screen
rapport, yeah.
for a long time now. We are working in rhythms and timing that you don't even fucking fathom, cunt. So let me say this once very clearly.
Why are they
to
being
you,
mad to,
alright?
to Tom?
Make sure your headphones turn nice and clearly up.
Nice and up.
Shut your fucking mouth, you cunt. We are talking, you shut the fuck up. Is that clear? We talk, you shut the fuck up and you fucking listen, you fucking backdoor hick cunt. Fuck you.
Can I ask you something, cunt?
Oh, he speaks.
Can I ask you something?
This is like the most
Oh,
Aussie thing
by
I've
all
ever seen
means,
ever.
By all means,
Fucking
cunt.
wait for this.
We're talking about.
Fuck off.
We've got this on stage energy, cunt. Who's in the fucking sound desk for the last 5 fucking years giving you fucking cues, cunt?
Some cunt. Some cunt.
Some cunt by the name
get
of
the
Thomas
joke already?
Armstrong, mate.
Yeah.
He's there. He's the fourth member.
I was waiting to hear
He's
Tom
the guy
talk, actually.
Who's
I wanted
fucking
to
the most in tune with you stupid cunts.
hear what he sounded
on
like.
stage.
Because you
than
know
anyone
what I
else
just
on the
realized?
fucking planet, mate.
Oh yeah, rock and ride.
Where's a good frame of him? There's something about Tom from certain angles or when pulling certain faces. He looks like a really fat JD Vance. Like if JD Vance just piled on the chicken nuggies and the hash browns. I had to throw hash browns in there. I was trying to think of oily potatoes. I lost the word for a second. Ew. The podcast is usually 30 minutes, but they essentially got to keep going to run the time. Yeah, I feel really bad for JD Vance recently because did you see that they had a thing? Trump had a thing recently where he did a what do they call those? Where they go out on location and do the speech behind the podium. Oh fuck! Why all these? I'm so tired. Sorry, I've been here for 7 hours. What do they call those? When the politicians in America go to locations and do the thing. I've lost the word. Shit. A rally? Yeah, maybe that's it. That does sound right. A rally. Yeah, where they get behind the podium and they talk themselves up with a bunch of their local fanboys and girls in the crowd with the signs and the little American flags. Yeah, I think rally might be correct. Trump had a rally recently where he brought Elon Musk. Elon Musk came along to So they can basically suck each other's dicks on stage. And there's some really funny photos like from that rally of the two of them. But there's one where you can see like JD Vance like really tiny in the crowd down at the bottom. And I'm like, that's his vice president. And he's in the crowd like smiling in the distance out of focus, looking up at Trump's new butt buddy, Elon Musk, because he's a more equivalent billionaire to like Trump's level. So JD's just kind of like discarded off there. Wait, where's that? I have to show you that photo. Oh, here we go. This is the famous photo here. Let me enlarge this for you. There's so many things about this photo. it's the fact that Elon Musk is jumping up and down like a chunky little child. He looks like Augustus Gloop that just found out he's going to get to go to Wonka's mansion. Looks like he's ascending. Yeah, he's pulling his O face. He looks like he just had like a really chill orgasm. Not like a powerful explosive one, but like oh, that wasn't so bad. And Trump is looking back just slightly like, oh, I have to put up with this motherfucker. So this photo is hilarious all by itself. But right down here. Right? Look at JD. He's down with the plebs. Right at the bottom, back behind the stage. Just applauding Elon. Jumping up and down like a circus monkey. I've got friends with billionaires that are going to be president of the United States. Look at my belt buckle. It's from the deep west. It's from the deep south. I got that Texan belt buckle. That's like me being a cowboy. Look at my belly. I got little hairs in my belly. Let's look at JD again. Hey, JD. You having a good time? That Secret Service agent is fucking serious. Look at this dude. That guy's not fucking around. This guy would take out JD if he so much as reached into his pocket for a pencil. JD is like, mine is this big. What, width or length? If it's width, that's pretty impressive. He's got a chode. Look at Trump's face. This is how he feels about Elon right now. I don't think he's amused. Definitely width. Yeah, the D in JD stands for dong. There's definitely nothing going on in here, though. That is flat as of a JJ. And just as pixelated. That's... Ah. Ave Maria. God, that's good. He's even further back than the safety perimeter. He's just in the crowd. He's like one of the fans. JD's just not being... didn't he just have... He just had the VP debate, right? This would be just after that. Like within a week of the debate with Tim Waltz. I didn't actually watch that like I did with the actual presidential debate. Remember how we watched that on stream? I was reading about what the vice president debate was like, and apparently it was so normal that it was not really that entertaining. Like, the presidential debate was entertaining because Trump is a clown and is going to make anything weird. And there's always going to be, like, funny moments. But aside from a couple of, like, highlights of a few crazy things that were said, for the most part, the J.D. Vance and Tim Waltz debate was, like, pretty chill. Like, they were respectful of each other. They stuck to a lot of the policies and things. So it wasn't really all that. It's not worth sitting through a couple of hours worth, you know what I mean? It's not worth, like, watching the whole thing on here like we did last time. Although I would like to check out the highlights just to... Oh, wait. You got to see the other photo. This photo is even better. Hold up. Look at this fucking photo. What was Elon Musk thinking in this photo? This is the most sinister thing I've ever seen. He's like, yes, you're friends with the president, Elon. Soon we will get our claws into power. Yes. Make me your running mate. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe he's actually pushing out JD because he's being Jedi mind tricked by Elon Musk. He's actually got one of those chips he's been developing in his brain right now. Don't you pull me in with that handshake, you bitch. That's not very Elon attitude though. Elon's a bit of a soft cock. He's kind of like he's like a lonely nerd that wants people to think he's Tony Stark, but he's kind of just a desperate little wuss who just wants everyone to like him. And he found that he got the most play with like right-wing fascist types. So he started to be their friend and act like he cares about their bullshit. He's gonna force pull him. I just can't believe they got this photo. I feel like as I zoom in on this, we should be playing like sinister orchestral music. That's fucked up, dude. That's not cool. That's making me very uncomfortable. And I'm the one that chose to zoom in on it. He's been offered a top government position. Yeah, he was talking that up on Twitter. Like some kind of cabinet position in charge of equitable spending or something. Basically the guy that's in charge of making sure that like their governments run efficiently in terms of their spending or something. I don't know, man. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense. He's just an internet cretin who happens to be a billionaire. Some exorcist shit. There you go, right there. Them's evil in them eyes. Also pixels, lots of pixels. Blah, 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 blah. I like how everyone does different cuts of this image. Look at this one. A little bit of the jump, a little bit of the facial expressions. People are loving it. How did people feel about the debate? Memes? Oh, okay. Here's a meme about how someone felt about the debate. I think what this meme is trying to convey is that Tim Walz wiped the floor with JD Vance. I think that's not really what I've been hearing. Unlike the presidential one where Trump kind of really fucked that one up. I've been hearing pretty equal things about this one. Like people can't really truly decide who won that debate because they both, you know, said good things and maybe said a couple of questionable things each. So it really came off as pretty even. But I guess if you're a diehard, you're still going to make memes about how your guy wiped the floor with the other one. You know what I mean? Although I'm rooting for old Waltzy. He seems like a pretty wholesome, down-to-earth, small country town guy. That's fun. And I still think JD Vance comes off like a robot being piloted by an alien remotely that's still trying to figure out how human beings do things. How humans human. Wait, didn't iLicense Streamer recommend something before? Oh. Oh, it was an SNL bit you sent. I can't watch SNL bits anymore. Around Christmas, we watched a bunch of them. We watched a bunch of Christmas-themed SNL skits. And both Twitch and YouTube got really mad at me. So that was awkward. I didn't know that SNL had such a hardcore grip on their copyright. I always thought they were going to be chill. They weren't very chill. Please finish my video. I won't request anymore. What video? Oh, the one where they were yelling at each other. I might go back to it. Before I do that, let me just look into this further real quick. Hang on. Highlights. I just want a quick highlight reel, a nice short one, of any juicy things that happened at that debate, just so I can get caught up on the memeage. You used VPN to watch their show? Yeah, sometimes the SNL stuff is blocked depending on where you watch them from. I tried to watch some SNL clips before, and like YouTube pretends like they don't exist. But I don't know why SNL would block Australia from being able to see their stuff. It's kind of weird. Comedy Central does it too. I tried to watch some Key and Peele stuff once that was linked to me, and Comedy Central had like a Australia block on a whole bunch of this stuff. Same with Australian shows. I have to use VPNs for those too. Oh, really? I don't use them too often. I have in the past for very specific things, but I don't often need to. But I might need to for some of that stuff. I think this might be a good highlight reel. Hang on. Oh, that is a good question though, Cham, because like I don't even watch Australian shows. And I live here. I couldn't even name one to you, to be honest, unless it was some bullshit like Neighbours or Home and Away, which I guess counts. That's like one of Australia's greatest exports. I think a friend of mine told me once that they watch a show, an Australian comedy called Packed to the Rafters. I don't know what that is, but that is a name that I know because someone told me that not long ago. Oh God, Home and Away. The best thing about shows like Neighbours and Home and Away is not watching them. It's the fact that we get our best Aussie celebrity exports from them. I think Holly Valance came from Neighbours. Margot Robbie did. Chris Hemsworth did. Like, all our best Australian Hollywood movie stars seem to come from either Home and Away or Neighbours. Spellbinder, Round the Twist, Girl from Tomorrow, Thunderstone. Okay, I know Round the Twist. That's a classic. Yeah, everyone knows Round the Twist. I mean, no one's watched that in, like, since childhood, but that is a classic. I actually still have the song in my head. As I read Round the Twist in the chat, like, I could hear the theme song. Have you ever felt like this? When strange things happen, are you going to take a piss? How strange things happen when you're going around the twist. Oh, that's the line. Thanks, Sham. Mine was slightly off. You know what I also remember very specifically from that theme song? Is the bit right at the end where it makes that weird sound on her vocal. You know, right when the theme song stops, and she like the last line is kind of like round the twist. It kind of does that. It does this weird vocal warble as the audio cuts out. I don't know why I remember that sound so vividly. You think you've heard of Spellbinder? I definitely have not. I've never heard of Spellbinder. We've reached the end of my knowledge of Australian shows. I had to be reminded about Round the Twist. But that's about it. All right. This is nice and short compared to the hours it would take to watch the whole debate. So hopefully there's some good stuff in here real quick. Can you play?
Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris
Oh, damn. These highlights started off fucking strong. Jesus Christ. Wait, rewind that.
Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020
Look at his faces.
COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer.
That's actually, I don't know why they started with this one, because this one's kind of heavy. They should have put this more in the middle or towards the end. Damn, dude. JD is fully going in hard on the Kool-Aid of the MAGA side. Now he's doing the thing where they don't admit that he lost the election last time. That's sad. I was expecting more from him. There was an Australian show called Mr. In-Between. You want to watch it? Never heard of that one either. Do you remember when J.D. Vance hated Trump? Do you remember when he was one of those Republicans that used to say that Trump was the worst thing that ever happened to the Republican Party and the worst thing for America? And at one point he likened him to the Hitler of our times, that he was as bad as Hitler. Remember when J.D. Vance said that stuff? And now he's Trump's vice president? I still find that really confusing. Like, the only way I can reconcile that in my head is that he's a spineless, money-hungry, power-hungry coward. Like, you don't even know who J.D. Vance is? Oh, he's Trump's vice president pick. He'll be his right-hand man if he wins. And he's kind of like been the laughingstock ever since he was picked, because JD Vance has this weird habit of coming off as inhuman in everything he does. Like, he keeps on doing things to try and humanize himself to the American people, but it always backfires and makes him look like more of a weirdo. Kind of like the whole Mark Zuckerberg thing. Like, they did a video where they filmed him BTS style of him going into a donut shop to show him like buying some donuts like the everyman. And his interaction with the donut shop people was so fucking weird. Like he'd never purchased anything from another human being before. He couldn't even pick a donut. He was like, yeah, I guess maybe one of those, or like whatever makes sense. And it's like, dude, what do you mean whatever makes sense? You choose fucking donuts. You go, I want the chocolate one. Or this one, this one, this one. Like, he doesn't know how to interact with human beings. It's so strange. It's like how Jeannie expected me to know about Roe v. Wade. To be fair, I didn't know that people, that anyone didn't know what Roe v. Wade was. That tends to get talked about a lot in pop culture. Roe v. Wade was the precedent set about abortion. And it getting overturned so that women can't legally get abortions anymore is like a huge hot button topic. You know, women's autonomy, their right to choose, that kind of stuff. Roe v. Wade fixed it, and now the rights and the Republicans are trying to reverse it and make it illegal again. And women's are angry. Well, anyone that cares about anyone's rights to choose about their own body is mad about that. It's not like I was pretending to know about abortion, because I don't. That's fair. It's not known outside US except for the rights and law nerds. Well, it's not entirely true. In those circles, yes, but in terms of the internet, not really. Because like the internet is like the universal, international equalizer. Like, I know about Roe v. Wade because like I'm an internet denizen. Like, I live on the internet. I see Twitter, I see Instagram, I see TikTok, I see Facebook. I see everything that's happening every day. So it's like, if you're all over the internet, you know what's going on with stuff all the time. Like, you can't really miss things like Roe v. Wade because it's like what people talk about on the World Wide Web. But if you're only sticking to certain corners of it, then fair enough. You thought Roe v. Wade was like a 1v1? It actually 100% sounds like a boxing match. If I heard that said for the first time, not knowing the context, I would dead set think it was a boxing thing. 100%. US calls it Roe v. Wade, others call it abortion rights. I mean, yeah, same thing. It's just Roe v. Wade, I guess, is referencing the specific case that turned it around. That's what it was famous for. Why is Waltz pulling that face?
Answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020.
Oh, but yeah, that's the point I was making, Sham. Before he was picked to be Donald Trump's running mate, he was like so hardcore against Trump. He said some like nasty stuff about Trump. He called him Hitler. He said it was the worst thing for America. Like, there's a whole, you can watch a whole YouTube montage of all the things that he said on camera about Trump. But then the second Trump comes to him and goes, hey, you want to be my vice president and be rich and famous worldwide for being like the VP of the US, then all of a sudden he's like, oh yeah, Trump's great. Trump, amazing person. He didn't lose that last election at all. Yeah, incredible. He's the best thing for America. Blah 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 blah. Which I just find icky. Like, I don't understand people that can be bought like that. Like, the second you give them the spotlight, any kind of fame or any kind of money, they completely flip on their beliefs. Like, I don't vibe with that. You could walk into my house and say, I'll give you $10 million right now to believe the opposite of something that you believe in. And I couldn't do it. I would love to have $10 million, but what, you want me to pretend that I now care about something or don't care about something that I know I do or don't? Like, I can't do that. We're both going to know that I'm lying through my fucking teeth, and I'm only going to be able to keep it up for like 40 seconds at most before I crack. I ain't earning that money. Could it be that people's political alignments change? I mean, they can over time, but not like that. Like, you don't go from someone thinking that someone is like the spawn of Satan to then being offered by the spawn of Satan a whole bunch of money and a good job position, and then suddenly your complete political alignment changes. That's sus, man. That's some bullshit. And that the problem is, like, that's one of my issues with the conservative side, the Republicans, is that so many of them seem like those kind of people. Like, why is it always that side of the fence that is always completely flipping on their beliefs? The second they seem to get any kind of job promotion or kind of like money boost from somebody, it seems to happen constantly, and it's always them. It's always that side. It's easy to assume he got bought because you don't like the guy and what he stands for. No, I didn't care about the guy at all. In fact, I thought he seemed fine because he was one of the few Republicans that called Trump out for his bullshit and said that, and called him for the scum that he was. That's what makes it worse. It's not that I didn't like him, it's that he seemed like he might be one of the likable ones. And then the second the guy that he called Hitler and a scumbag walked up to him and said, hey, you want money and a job? He suddenly started saying all the opposite stuff. And I was like, okay, man. It's another one of these, again, with you people. Ted Cruz is the same. Like, Ted Cruz and J.D. Waltz, I feel very similarly about in terms of, like, I'm finding it very hard to respect them for their bullshit. Because Ted Cruz is the guy that was all about sucking Trump's dick. And then Trump talked mad shit about Ted Cruz. He called his wife a dog. And, like, that she was, like ugly. And all this other stuff. Like, literally called her a dog. That's the words he used. And then Ted Cruz, despite knowing that, continued to suck his dick. And that just made me cringe internally. You and Jeannie talk so much bias in anything you say. It's hard not to be biased against fascists, though. It's like saying, I don't like that and that and that because those are all those are all Nazis. And then it's like, well, you seem biased. It's like, yeah, because I just pointed at a bunch of Nazis. Like, if you want to call that bias, then that's fine, because I would prefer to be biased against Nazis, yes. Acceptable. It's the right side of the fence to be on. I mean, when I see unfair bullshit, when I see people talking politics or issues and their whole stance comes down to fuck these other people, like I only care about me and mine, then it's like I automatically don't respect that. And the more that you're like that, the more fascist things get. And sometimes it gets pretty extreme with these people. And at that point, I'm just like, well, none of this is salvageable. You're all scum. I don't trust any of y'all. Even on the lowest level, like Ted Cruz is pretty low level, because I don't hate him for any particular fascisty stuff and that. I just think he's kind of a worm. Like, who lets some other man call your wife a dog, and then you continue to glaze him up? Like, you've lost me. Like, I can't respect you for that. I don't care who you are. You call, like, if I had a wife or a girlfriend, you called her a dog, like, motherfucker we're throwing hands. You stay out of politics because it's collective branding from both sides. Yeah, I mean, you can't realistically say that everybody on the Republican side is a Nazi. Like, that's unfair. Nazism often gets lauded about because there's a lot of people on that side of the fence whose opinions and beliefs or politics are like fascistic. Is that the word? And once you start dabbling in fascism, then you're starting to get very close to that swastika. And that's the stuff we're supposed to be, that America's supposed to be like anti. Like, America was one of the ones leading the charge against that back in World War II. And like, now people are voting for that shit into office. Like, what the fuck happened there? Yeah, moral of the story, Sham. If someone calls your wife a dog, punch them in the teeth. Don't continue to give them a hand job and say, yes, sir, thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? That's all I'm saying.
talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys...
Do you think JD Vance wears eyeliner? I can't quite figure it out. What if my wife is a furry? Well, a literal dog? Well, that's context. That's different. Then it has context. I don't think Ted Cruz's wife is a furry. I don't think he knows what that is.
Attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under
I think
the United
JD Vance
States
wears
democracy
eyeliner.
is the First Amendment. You yourself have
can't
said
stop staring
there's
at it.
no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the
threatening or
power
hate
of
speech.
government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't
Senator,
wear
the
masks.
governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded
Sorry.
theater. That is criticizing.
I forgot that one of the rules was you're not supposed to talk during someone else's question answer time.
Of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the
Okay,
election.
hang on. Just quick pause. Is it required by them to wear the little American flag pin on their suits? I've noticed that they all seem to wear that same little American flag pin on the same side of the lapel. Like, is that a rule? Do they have to do that? Or can they not afford to not do that because they know the other guy's going to do it, and they might look less American if they don't do it? I'm overthinking this.
Election. This is not a debate.
If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice?
I think the thing that might be making me think he's wearing eyeliner is the fact that his eyes are weirdly deep. Like, the holes that his eyeballs are set in, they go back quite far, so there's quite a bit of hood on that. So it makes him look a little like an animatronic, like a Five Nights at Freddy's machine.
He wants to hear.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open, and sometimes
they should have debated like Auntie Donna. Isn't that what the Australian debates are like? Isn't that what I've seen Australian Parliament clips where they're like yelling at each other across those pews. They're
Of course,
pretty funny.
I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it.
You said you were in Hong Kong.
I think he was trying to explain why he's flipped so much on Donald Trump, going from hating him to being in his corner.
During the deadly
know
Tiananmen
if I buy
Square
any of that.
protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year.
Look, I will be the first to tell
I
you,
remember that.
I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can.
People were trying to
but I've
say
not
that
been
he
perfect, and I'm a
lied
knucklehead
about
at
his military
times,
record.
But it's always been about that. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID.
I don't think I want to see Donald Trump in China. Like, that guy comes off as like automatically racist somehow when he talks about stuff. Just the way he says China. Whenever Donald Trump goes, China, there's something just weirdly icky about that. I'm just imagining him saying that to Chinese people's faces and just being like, oh, God.
And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop.
One of the things that people were saying about the vice president debate was that, you know, they both came off as fairly chill. Like, everyone likes Tim Walz. He's like the friendly, wholesome, small town old guy. Like, that's one of the things that everyone's into him for. JD's having a hard time because he, like, most things he does, he comes off as a weirdo and a robot. But he's doing fine in this debate. Like, because he's being polite and courteous, which is something that Trump doesn't do when he's in the same situation, like, he's automatically coming off as a lot better like a lot more likable than normal, and a lot more likable than he himself normally is in normal real world circumstances. So just watching the two of them talk, like neither of them comes off as particularly like hateable or dislikable. They just seem like two regular guys talking about some issue, which is what this kind of thing is supposed to be
immigration
like.
crisis.
It's not supposed to be a fucking circus like what Trump turns it into. But that does make for more entertaining TV, I suppose. The US flag pin is like the UK bobby pin. People will get criticized for not wearing it. Yeah, you can't afford to be the guy that doesn't have it. If the other guy's got it and you don't, then you look like the un-American one. So automatically everyone has to wear the fucking pin.
Because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies.
Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve
That is
this.
actually one of the things that I like
Most of
about
us want to solve this.
Kamala.
That's why we had the
Is
fairest and
the
toughest
prosecutor
bill
background, the fact that she
on
was a
immigration
prosecutor
that this
is kind of
nation's
rad.
seen. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass, and
Especially when her opponent is a convicted criminal now. So they're like mortal enemies technically.
actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no. Told them to vote
Fox
against
talked
it.
about for 50 minutes about Obama not wearing the pin one day. Of course they did. Fox are just like that, man. They'll look for any reason to talk about anything that goes with their little agendas. I mean, they talked for longer than 15 minutes about the fucking green M&M not being sexy, and that was because of wokeism. Fucking Tucker Carlson and his candy candy kink. You like her because her name rhymes with koala? Kamala Koala. Hey, it does too. Wow. Points to the Democrats. Although Trump's name rhymes with lump, as in lovely lady lumps, check it out. They get the Fergie point on that one. They said, what about the green M&M? Did you never see that? Tucker Carlson did a whole segment on Fox News one time about how the M&M Corporation changed their design of the green M&M so that she's not wearing heels anymore. She's wearing flats. And that made her less sexy. And making their cartoon characters less sexy was the cause of wokeism. Like, apparently, candy can't be sexy because woke. That was like Tucker's whole argument. He fucking talked for fucking 20 minutes about that shit. And every single late night talk show host roasted the shit out of him. Stephen Colbert, John Oliver, Jon Stewart, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon. Every one of those shows had a field day with that. Because Tucker Carlson basically came off as like a dude who wanks off over the M&M cartoon. The lady M&M. It was amazing though. That was a good day when that happened. I really enjoyed that. I like it anytime Tucker Carlson makes a fool out of himself. Like, not someone else making a fool out of him, but I like it when he makes a fool out of himself. Just because sometimes his views are just so stupid. Wonder if there's any Rule 34? There is, and I've seen it. I looked it up after the Tucker Carlson incident, just out of curiosity. It's pretty gross. Some of it's kind of disgusting, to be honest. I don't think I'm into the green M&M anymore, if I ever was. But, like, this is the problem with Fox News. They'll run with anything, no matter how stupid it is, as long as it seems like the tiniest, vaguest excuse to whine about anything that's part of their agenda. Like, if they get to whine about anti-woke. And sometimes it makes them look really stupid. Like the M&M thing, fair enough. Another one they did that they got called out on was the Minnie Mouse thing. They did a whole segment on how wokeism is making like Minnie Mouse less sexy because they changed the Minnie Mouse's cute dress to like a one-piece suit with flats, not heels. And they did a whole segment about that, about how it's all woke that's doing shit like that. And what it turned out afterwards is that that's not even what happened. Every 2 years, Disneyland France does a fashion week where they change the clothing style of all the main Disney characters as part of a celebration of Fashion Week. And this is a 2-year thing. Every 2 years, they'll do it for a week. And this is only in Disneyland France. So someone at Fox News saw pictures of the Disneyland France Fashion Week Disney characters drawn differently with different outfits. And they basically ran with like, oh, Disney's changed Minnie Mouse to a less sexy dress because woke. And immediately, like within a week, within a couple of days of them running that story, like the whole internet was like, bro, you guys are fucking idiots. Everybody with even a couple of seconds of time to Google it can find out what the deal with the Minnie Mouse dress was. And it's back to normal a week later. And it was just France. Like, you see what I mean though? Like, that's the problem. Like, that's why we don't trust news outlets like Fox. Because it's not real news. It's propaganda. If you're willing to take any dumb shit off the internet, even without context or looking up what it's about, and just make it into your agenda on your official news site for like a whole half an hour, like that's not news. That's propaganda. You're being willingly ignorant to what's actually going on in order to make up something that fits your bullshit. And Fox does this all the time. It actually gets kind of exhausting. Like, it's comical. Like, every time I watch a Fox News clip, it's because it's funny. Because they're saying some stupid shit. Some obviously incorrect stupid shit. But it's just sad that it gets treated like a real news network. Like, there's a whole lot of boomers and old people in America, like the MAGA type old people, that watch Fox News religiously and eat up everything they say. Like, that is their source of news. And that's why there's so many people like that in America, because a literal propaganda network like that is like people's only source of what's happening in the world. This is why I only watch local news. I don't watch any news. Like, if I see a Fox News clip, it's for comedy purposes on the internet. I don't even know what's going on fucking Australian news, to be honest. News that reports on what's happening and moves on. I mean, that is news. Like, that's what news is supposed to be. And that's why things like Fox are ridiculous. Also, the Australian equivalent, Sham, would be Sky. Sky News is Rupert Murdoch's Australian news outlet. Rupert Murdoch being the guy that owns Fox in America. So our Sky News is basically America's Fox News, which is why when you go on Sky News, whether it's their website or their YouTube channel, you pretty much see the exact same shit being talked about that Fox News does. Like, mostly heavy right-wing stuff. You know, or just general whining about wokeism, which is tiring. It's like, tell me about the car crash that happened lately, or some crazy nuclear power plant explosion in the Ukraine. Like what you were saying, news. Like, I don't need to hear think pieces about the green M&M not being fuckable anymore because woke. Like, what the fuck is that? That's what YouTube grifters do. That's not a news channel. It's funny. Do it as a comedy channel. Like, you can be like, Fox News can basically be like The Onion. I love The Onion. The Onion's hilarious. They're the ones that did that Fast and the Furious segment when they talked to the writer and it was a little kid just playing with toy cars and making boom bang noises. Anyway.
Because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things?
The only
This has only got about
thing
5 minutes
that she
left.
did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America.
We could come together and solve this.
Did you see that freeze frame? Hang on, watch this. Look at JD's face right now. This guy's really good at pulling creepy faces. Not as creepy as that Elon Musk one we saw before, but that's a really eerie face. That's some animatronic shit right there.
Solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Now, Governor Walz.
You know what I find interesting about Walz's tact in this debate? He's talking to JD and about JD's issues and opinions like, bro, I respect you and what you claim to want to do, but the problem is that you're hitched up to Trump, which is interesting. It's like he's not saying that I don't like you and your shit. It's like saying I don't like you and your boy's shit. Like, you're cool. Like, if you were just about the things you're talking about and you personally were trying to achieve these things and we could do that, like, as a team, me and you, that's all good. But it's about what your guy's about. And the fact that you're in the position now where you have to defend that shit and you have to talk circles around it.
Waltz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio,
I like
and in
JD's tie,
communities
by the
all
way. I don't
across
know
this
why.
country, you've got schools
It
that
makes
are
me want to eat
overwhelmed.
strawberry
You've got
pudding.
hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Again,
I don't talk about
there's a bit of that mutual respect thing that JD just did to Waltz. They keep doing that to each other.
But Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Holy shit, I just realized Tim Waltz's ears are massive. Look at the wingspan on his ears. They're huge. He's like Man-Bat in DC.
Just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large
Oop,
number
fact
of
check.
Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status. Nora?
but
Thank you. Senator, we have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
to turn out of the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to
we're-
fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application.
Okay, youch. That was painful. He probably shouldn't have said that. I think that's probably I think I saw someone memeing about this. This is what it would have been about, I think. Now I know what this is about. Yeah, that's probably the worst thing he said in the entire thing. I don't think anything else is going to trump that in the whole, oh my god, I just used the Trump saying. That's where that comes from too, from that family. That's crazy.
Called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be
Why are they
granted
letting him explain
legal
all this?
status at the wave
doesn't matter
of a Kamala Harris
how
open
this
border
works.
wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal
And
process.
Kamala-
We
and
have
Kamala
so much
Harris
to get.
That was so catty as well. I love the passive aggressiveness from the mods on that. They're like, "Thank you, Senator, for describing the legal process by which we have to go through." It's just like saying, "Yeah, we didn't need all that detail, bro." It's not really
We have so much
necessary in this forum.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
we
CBP
want to have
One app has not been on the books since 1990.
Nope, the mics got cut.
Gentlemen,
They both need to shut up.
the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut.
You know,
There you
I
go.
grew up in a working class
I
family.
like her outfit, the pink one. That is very, very pink. Well, I'm very into pink today. I like his pink tie and I liked her pink outfit. I just
in a
want to eat
neighborhood
strawberry
where
pudding.
I knew a lot of
Apparently,
young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. One of them is actually very dear to me. She felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that
Damn,
what I
that got
take from
deep.
that as a
That got dark
Republican
real
who
quick.
proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do.
Okay. You see, I actually liked that whole bit that he just said. Like, I don't like the fact that he added Trump's name to that, because immediately I'm like, no, I don't think Trump is on the same page with you on that at all. But if you take that part out, that's good stuff, because that's what he just said then is the kind of thing that Trump can't and is incapable of saying. He basically admitted to, like, look, you know, people don't trust us. We have a lot of work to do to get women's trust back in terms of, like, these matters. Like, he's admitting to He's admitting to fault. He's admitting to weak points that they have to work on, which is good. People like to hear that. People like to hear that you understand and you're aware of what your weaknesses are and that you're working on it, that you can do something about it, that you're not blind to your own bullshit. And that's one of Trump's biggest problems. He would never say anything like that. Like JD's actually better at stuff like this than he is, because like that was endearing. Like someone can so you can give him points for that. Like, can you imagine Trump in any forum basically admitting that he's not the best or the most perfect at something, or that everything he's doing isn't just already perfect and the best thing ever? That's all he does. It's 24/7, just constant, like, blowing smoke up his own ass. Like, he just lives in this little cloud of his own making where everything is perfect all the time and he can't do no wrong, which is very untrustworthy. Like, if you're a pleb, I guess, any kind of crazy fascist dictator, king-like entity that talks themselves up like a god, you'd look up to and go, oh, wow, what a cool, great, powerful man. I should bow before his feet and kiss it. But most human beings aren't like that. Most see through that bullshit. The emperor is not wearing any clothes, I think is the saying. And that's why JD is doing reasonably well, because he can admit to human fallibility and the flaws of their own party and what they need to fix. And that's what people need to hear. Not lying that there is no problem, because we know there is. Let us know that you know there's a problem, and, you know, start to explain like what you're doing about it. Good job.
I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options.
When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His
this is
running
so
mate,
interesting
though,
to
does
me.
not, and that's the problem. I got a 17-year-old.
Like basically what Waltz is saying is that, look, what JD is saying is good. I agree with him on a lot of stuff. He's agreeing with me on a lot of stuff. There's a lot of things we're on the same page with here. The real point that we need to make is that JD and Trump are not on the same page. Like when Trump talks about what's going on with his side and what they're trying to do, and when JD talks about their side and what they're trying to do, it's like two different things. Trump is like a full dictator, I'm the best and everything's fine. And JD is like being more of a normal politician and actually looking at their strengths, talking about their weaknesses, and actually being respectful of the other side and connecting on things. Maybe they should team up. What, you think JD should jump ship and team up with Waltz and Kamala? Like a wrestling match? Like WWE, where people can just like randomly swap sides? Like when they're all up on stage, JD suddenly pulls out the folding chair from behind the table and just whangs Trump over the back of the head, and then it's a 3v1. And all three of them are hanging off Trump like he's King Kong, like flailing around. I actually like this a lot. That's what political debates should be like. I feel like there should be like WWE wrestling matches where anything goes. JD and Waltz should be their own party. Like they both jump ship and they start a party. Basically giving each other reach arounds. They seem fairly friendly.
And
they're getting along.
And he witnessed a shooting at a community.
You know, this is what politics always used to be like pre-Trump. I remember if you look at footage of Obama and John McCain back during that race, they're both very respectful of each other. Like when they do debates, they talk about the policies. They do draw out each other's weaknesses in order to build their side up, but they shake hands at the start and the end. They pat each other on the back. One of the best things I ever saw was when Obama beat McCain on the night that the election results came in, and both sides had to give their speech to their own side about it. And the McCain debate was really impressive because when McCain gave his speech about losing, his speech was about the fact that Obama won fair and square, the American people had spoken, and he will now be our president, and we will respect him, and all that stuff. People in his crowd were booing, and he was actually shutting them down. He was like, no, he is our president, the people have spoken. He's a good man. He's got America's best interests at heart. Like, when he lost, he actually talked Obama up and actually brought his side onto Obama's side and was like, this is now the president. He's a good dude. He knows what he's doing. He's got America's interests at heart. Like, we have to back him. Like, this is America, blah, blah. And I was like, this is actually amazing. Like, this is the kind of thing that doesn't happen anymore. And I have no love for McCain. Like, there's a lot of things about his politics that I was like, no, I'm not about that. But the fact that was, he was still, and the guy before him, the first guy that Obama beat, I forget what his name was. It was the same. They were always respectful in debates. When the other dude lost, he was also equally respectful about Obama's win and talked his side up to respect and also follow Obama's lead. Back then, one would make a snide comment and be like, whoa, if that even ever happened. But now, like, ever since the Trump era, it's like, it's a fucking clown show. It's like, it's not that he's just not respectful. It's that he straight up tries to overthrow the fucking thing and starts an insurrection and a riot and won't admit that he lost like a fucking man baby. I can't stand it. Actually literally disgusts me to my core. When I look back at what people on his side were like before him, actually respectful. It doesn't matter if you don't care. That's why politics is always so boring and why we often didn't know what was going on in politics. Because it was just politics. Like, people stuck to issues. It was dry, it was drab, politicians, blah, 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 debates. It was not exciting. We could ignore it easily. And now it's clown shoes. And it's like a literal wannabe fascist dictator, man baby, self-possessed freak that only thinks about himself and only wants the position because it's power and money. It makes him look good. It's very sad. Just once I would like to hear that man talk up his opposition and actually be respectful. Actually say something nice. Every time you hear him talk about his opposition, it's always bullying. He's always calling them names. He's always got those insulting pet names like Sleepy Joe and Crooked Hillary and whatever the fuck. It's like, man, we don't need bullies in position of power or narcissists. You want people there that are there for the greater good. Very difficult when it's politics because a lot of politicians are there, are looking for power and money. It's just human nature. Sad. But whatever, it is what it is. People seem to forget that positions like president or mayor are office positions. You work for the government. You work for the people. It's a desk job. You're not the king that everyone, like the entirety of American people aren't your disciples, you're not, there's no monarchy. If you're a president, you're just a desk jockey that's working for the people. Like, that's what it's meant to be. But there's been too many politicians lately that treat it like a monarchy or dictatorship position where it's all power and you get to do what you want. It's icky.
Community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. No one's
What the
trying to
fuck is he
shoot
talking about,
you at a
volleyball?
community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. And I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful.
See, they're actually really, really nice to each other. Like, that was respectful yet again.
We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes
That's
of. Because I don't
crazy
think it's
that
the whole
his
reason why we have such a
17-year-old
bad
witnessed
gun
one of the
violence problem,
shootings.
but I do think it's a big piece of it.
Just because you have a mental health issue doesn't
I didn't
mean
even
you're
know that.
violent. And I think what we end up doing is we
So
start
cordial.
looking
Yeah,
for
that's what
a
I'm
scapegoat.
saying. Like, that's what it's supposed to be. Like, politics should be so respectful and cordial and on topic that it's boring. Like, we should be bored by it. We should not want to watch it or pay attention to it, basically. I mean, you kind of still should know what's going on because it's, you know, the running of your country. I don't know what's going on in Australia, unfortunately. I'm not following my own advice about my own country, but do you know what I mean? Like, I often don't pay attention to Australian politics because it's more just normal politics, which makes it super boring and dry and not that interesting. So there's no real juice there. They're not arguing with each other, they're arguing the ideas. Well, that's the point. It's about the policies. The way a political debate's supposed to work is that you're supposed to be arguing policy. You're talking up your side by talking up what you stand for and what you're going to be about. Also in the guise of what's bad about the other side's policies and what you're not about. You want to both talk yourself up while dressing down the other side. You know what I mean? Like, you don't make it personal. You keep it respectful, but you need the people to know what is bad about the other side's thing and why your beliefs are going to fix that or are going to not be that. I mean, I guess that's the trick. But unfortunately, when you watch the Trump version of one of these, it's mostly like, I did everything right, everything's great, everyone that hates me is a witch hunt. Look at my golf score. I'm amazing at golf. That actually happened. I don't know if you were there when we watched that debate, Sham, the presidential debate. There's a part in the middle of the debate with Biden, the original, not the Kamala debate, the one with Biden, where Trump makes it about his golf handicap, and he unfortunately baited Biden into talking about it as well. Like, Biden starts arguing with him about his golf handicap and how good his handicap is, and then you're just watching two old men on stage talk about how good they are at golf, and it's like, this isn't fucking politics. What the fuck? But that is why we're here, to watch the train wreck.
Sometimes it just is the guns.
Governor, you say trust the experts, but those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it
I hate
anymore.
it when he talks about his
Much of
boss.
what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen
Hey, look,
too.
we're
I watched
agreeing.
it to my communities, and we talked about that. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate
He even asked permission to respond. Like, this is kind of adorable.
that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a
show
gross
that he
generalization.
did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens.
What was I going to say? Yeah, there was surprisingly a lot of those moments where they like randomly just agree with each other on stuff. Which is something I'm not used to. Definitely not used to anymore. That's so random. God, that bit where he got fact checked by the moderators. It's unfortunate that then that happened. I feel like they would both have a fairly squeaky clean record coming at the end of this debate as being pretty on topic and respectful. But that fact check moment wasn't really handled that well by JD, I don't think. That was the wrong thing for him to say in that moment. They were like, everyone was memeing on that too, and I didn't know what it was about. Yeah, here, this bit. Memes are so useful to get back to pointers. Bloop. When someone fact checks you, your response shouldn't be, "Hey, I thought the rules were you weren't supposed to fact check me." That's basically like saying, "I thought I was allowed to lie." You know what I mean? That's really not a good look. I don't think that's what he was trying to. Obviously, that's not what he was trying to, you know, make himself look like. That's not what he was trying to get across. I thought in the moment he probably thought that was a gotcha. Like if there wasn't like going to be any official fact checking, and then you randomly get fact checked in the middle of the because you said something that was glaringly incorrect. So I guess they felt the need to clarify. Like, I guess he just blurted that out, thinking that it was a gotcha to shut them up. From calling him out, but it kind of makes you look worse doing that. It really does make you look like you're mad because you're not allowed to lie. So, like, that's sort of a self-report. Like, that's not great for him. Yikes. I feel like the two biggest standouts in that entire highlight reel were both kind of things that make JD look a little worse. It's the fact check moment where he got mad that they fact checked him. And the bit where Waltz asked him directly whether he believes that Trump lost the previous election, and he doesn't answer it and he talks around it, which is like, dude, just at this point, fuck Donald Trump. Just, you're the VP. They're not going to change that this late in the game. Just be like, yeah, he lost it, but this is, and then try to move on as quick as possible. Trump's probably going to get mad at you later, but whatever, man. That guy is not going to be good for your career in the long run. That dude throws people under buses. Remember what happened to his lawyer? The guy that he ordered to pay the $300,000 hush money to the porn star? Not only was that guy supposed to be paid back by Trump, he wasn't, but he was thrown under the bus and he went to jail for it. And Trump has still got court proceedings going on about that for his own involvement in the hush money thing. Like, being in his court is not a good place to be. Like, you think it's all for one for all. You know, we're the party together. We all go down with the ship, or we all succeed together. No. You're going to get thrown out of that bus instantly. Can you explain self-report? Oh, that's basically when you say or do something self-incriminating. It's usually done by accident. It's called self-report because, for example, when you report on somebody else, you're dobbing them in. You're like, oh, this person said something racist or did something criminal. Like, it's reporting on someone else's behavior. A self-report is when someone says something by accident that accidentally incriminates or throws themselves under the bus. So in JD's case, like, I used it because it's basically like saying he doesn't want to be called out for lying because he doesn't want to be seen lying. But by saying, hey, I thought you're not supposed to fact check us, it comes off as, hey, I thought we were supposed to be able to lie. So it's like a self-report of like, you're trying to say you're not a liar, but you've accidentally just basically said out loud, I'm a liar. And I'm mad that you're calling me out for it. You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to call me out for lying. I'm just supposed to be allowed to lie. Self-reports happen a lot in politics. It's pretty common. Because it's very easy when you're trying to talk shit about somebody else or your opposition to word it in such a way that basically calls yourself out for similar behavior. That happens a lot. Like, a politician will throw something out there thinking it's a gotcha, and then all someone has to do is go, yeah, but weren't you like weren't you caught or responsible for that in this other situation? And then it's like, oh shit, you've thrown yourself under a bus. Whoops. I think one of the most common things that happens with conservatives is the he that smelt it dealt it clause, I guess we'll call it. There's this thing with Republicans or conservatives in general, right-wingers, where a lot of the time the thing that they're accusing other people of tends to be the thing that they're doing. Like, for example, some high-profile Republican politician will go on and on about, you know, oh, Democrats are all pro-LGBT and pro-trans, so they're all pedos. They're all, you know, they're all for, like, the children being mind-controlled by the LGBT agenda, whatever. And they'll always accuse people of being pedos, blah, blah, blah. But then that same dude ends up getting caught on having some actual, like, pedo content on their computer or their phone or something. Or there'll be some court case or issue in their past where they were found DMing someone underage or something crazy like that. Like, right-wingers are kings of the self-report in the sense that they're always doing the he that smelt it dealt it thing. My red flag always goes up whenever, like, someone from that side of the fence starts very specifically accusing someone of their opposition or the other side of something very particular. Because immediately I'm like, I feel like that's a you thing now. I feel like we're self-reporting. I feel like... it happens a lot with homosexuality-related stuff. Like, some of the right-wingers, especially the religious right-wingers, that are the most hardcore against LGBT and gay and lesbian stuff, will almost always get caught out for secret gay things behind the scenes. Like, they'll get snapped by paparazzi coming from, like, a gay orgy, or, you know, they'll find their Grindr account or something. Or, you know, someone will come out on the record as having had some intern had a gay affair with them behind closed doors. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy how often that kind of stuff happens. Kind of reminds me of the Auntie Donna video. Oh, what? The COVID one when they're always swearing at each other. We're gonna go back to the... Yeah, okay. We can watch a bit more of that. I mean, I gotta wind off for the night anyway. I'm surprised we're still here. Sham, I'm surprised you're still here. Why are we both up at 6:30 in the morning on a Monday? What the fuck's going on? Why are we like this? Before we do that, check out this this debate meme real quick. This is JD Vance staring at Tim Waltz during the debate all night. Why is this so accurate? I don't know what it is about JD's face. It's either how inset and deep his eye sockets are, or it's the fact that he's actually wearing eyeliner. I'm not sure which one it is. Waiting for my cousin to come take my car to get serviced. All night? From before midnight till 6 in the morning? JD kind of cute. What is this? Is this what's that pop star's name? Is it Miley? Is this Miley's Madame Tussauds wax figure? That's my best guess. Going to sleep wouldn't be worth it when it's got too late. Sally Myris. Yeah, that's what they should have called her alter ego instead of Hannah Montana. Her alter ego should have just been Sally Myris. No one will ever suspect that Miley Cyrus turns into her alter ego Sally Myris. There's no way you could put two and two together on that one. All her fans are stupid. Hang on. Where did it go? Did I close it? I probably closed it, huh? Highlights from the... Did we have it open in what browser? Probably this browser. Yes.
I've had a fucking gut full of fucking back and forth, on stage, off stage, on fucking right. Tell me
Where were we up to?
Cunt, you just fucking interrupted me, dumb cunt.
All right, I
you
get
fucking
that.
Take
I'm
a
just
little bit of your own
putting a
fucking.
flag
Take some of
post
your
in,
fucking
you
sour cream and your fucking
Too real,
scallion,
man.
put in your
It's too
fucking
real.
baked potato. Shut your fucking trap. All right,
Go fuck
you.
yourself,
Fuck you,
cunt.
cunt. Fuck you.
All right, make your fucking
'Cause
point
he
so
is
I can make mine. Cunt.
This is probably the most swearing any American in the chat has ever heard in one place at one time.
Well, here's
This
one
is a normal conversation in Australia, to be fair, but I think Americans would be blushing right now.
fucking thing we can all agree on. All right. There's one cunt that needs
Go back
to
2 minutes.
fuck
Oh,
off.
when he was defending himself.
Wait for this.
We're talking about. We got this on stage energy, cunt. Who's in the fucking sound desk for the last 5 fucking years giving you fucking cues, cunt?
Some cunt. Some cunt.
Some cunt by the name of Thomas Armstrong, mate. He's there. He's the 4th member.
Is that his full name? Thomas Armstrong? That's fucking rad. That's an awesome name.
He's the guy who's fucking the most in tune with you stupid cunts on stage than anyone else on the fucking planet, mate.
Oh, yeah, fucking right. Tell me what you fucking do then, cunt. I could fucking learn it with my tits on my ass.
It's not about fucking learning it, cunt. It's about having a fucking report.
To be fair, if you're from the UK, this is probably not that alarming because the only other country that uses the C-bomb as heavy as Australians is the English. The UK, they're pretty C-bomb friendly.
And an energy and an understanding.
Just ask
a
Minx.
telekinesis fucking understanding between the techs and the fucking actors, mate.
Cunts, look, I don't want Broden to have to stick his tits up his ass, all right? I don't want that
I
to
thought I
happen,
got that through.
all right?
I thought I got that
Well, you
through.
didn't, cunt, all right? Because you're a dumb cunt. Now, I don't want him to have to fucking do that, all right? Now, there's tensions between us. I'm telling Zach to fuck off. He's telling me to fuck off.
And I have a message for you that
I knew someone that looked a bit like Broden, actually.
I haven't
back
gotten
and
around
forth.
to.
One
but Broden
sec.
fucking
you
interrupted
fucking
me,
cunt.
so
One
fuck off,
sec. Well,
cunt,
you just
Broden,
fucking
and then I'll get to
interrupted
my
me,
point.
Cunt, you just fucking interrupted me, dumb cunt.
All right, I get
Oh,
that.
that's where I that's where I came in.
Oh,
So where was I up to before?
You have a fucking thing. All right. Well, then I'll just let fucking bro.
Mark's green screen is not dealing very well with his animated gestures. It's in and out like hard, and I don't like his background anymore. When he reveals it fully, it creeps me out.
Broden, walk all over you like the fucking doormat you are, you fucking cunt. Fuck off, you fucking piece of shit.
Broden, please. And then maybe we'll get to my fucking flagpole.
Well,
If I can get a
who knows
fucking
if we
word
will,
in edgeways,
because no
that'd
one's
be
gonna fucking.
Well, that's all you fucking.
Anymore.
This clip definitely did not get monetized. Is anyone talking about that in the comments? Why did I read this as Auntie Donna turn each other on? That would have been a pretty good video. Just like that, the whole channel gets demonetized. There you go. I was waiting for someone to comment on it. Needs an F-bomb counter. I dare you. I dare you to download this video and edit a F-bomb counter version of it. It'll probably take you like 2 days. Solid work.
Doing, isn't
Fucking
it?
get there. Jesus.
Can I say my fucking thing?
Actually, have F-bomb counter on one side. Have a C-bomb counter on the other side.
I say my fucking thing.
My apologies, man. You go.
Fuck off.
That's it? That's what you have to fucking
That's
say?
all you got to say?
Oh, that's not enough for you, you fucking dog cunt.
No, it's not. Thanks for fucking steamrolling over the fucking conversation to get to your little fuck off, mate. Didn't have any other fucking offers so that we could jump on that and go down the railroad of fun. Nah, fuck off.
Why does Broden have one of those like Asian wall separators in his apartment? That's such a random detail. Like, I'm half expecting like the silhouette of a ninja to show up behind that.
Sorry, no,
and then stab someone through it so you just see the blood.
I'm sorry for what I did to you, you fucking.
I feel like that
piece
happens
of
in
shit.
every-
Go, Zach, now if you want to fucking go.
I would
Say your
love to.
fucking
Now I
piece.
have 3.
God damn, hard to talk over that. It happens in like every period Asian film that has those paper wall dividers. The second I see those, I'm like, someone's getting stabbed through one of them. And we're going to see the blood splatter on it in a really artistic way.
3 things. I said I had 2 things. Now I have 3 things. I got 3 things. All right, can I do my
first world
first
country
thing?
fucking walking around. I've got
First-
so many things. I get to do whatever I
Flip
want.
flopping, Zach. You're worse than a
for
fucking
fuck's
Polly,
sake.
mate. You're worse than a fucking Polly. Flip flopping all you. I got 2 things.
No,
I
no,
got
I
3
had
things.
2 things.
Is that what Australians call politicians? Pollies? I mean, that makes sense. I've just never actually heard it in person.
And then two people decided to talk so fucking much that I needed to find a third
hey,
thing.
Kevin 07, mate. Kevin 0 fucking 7. Let's hear from Kevin 0 fucking 7. The flip
I'm not Kevin fucking 07,
Put your
alright?
fucking flip
First
Who's Kevin 07? Is this an Australian political reference that I'm not getting? Like, what's the Australian politician whose first name is Kevin? Kevin. Yes. Wait. Kevin Rudd? Fuck. My memory is so bad for Australian shit.
First thing, if you are going to talk for me, if you are going
Maybe
to
he was running for
defend
office in
me
07.
in my
That's probably
need to
what that
make a
reference
point,
is.
maybe don't take up 5 fucking minutes of my fucking time doing it, you fucking hypocrite. And maybe learn the definition of irony, you fucking dog shit fucking cunt.
I know the fucking definition of irony,
you?
mate. Right?
Oh.
I'm astounded you don't know Kevin Rudd. No, I do know Kevin Rudd. I lost his name for a second. Because when Rudd came back into my brain wanted to change it to Paul Rudd. Just because, you know, he's so lovely. He's so charming. And then I'm like, no, Kevin. That's why we brought Rudd back into our brains. Kevin Rudd. Don't flip it to Paul, just because you'd rather it be him. But that's what I was saying. Like, before I got distracted by the fact that I lost his name from my brain for a second, we have been streaming for almost 9 hours, to be fair. That's what I think he meant by Kevin 07. Like, he's probably referring to Kevin Rudd's 2007 run for what do we fucking call it? It's not president. Prime Minister. Sorry. PM.
Put a fucking eye in the
Oh,
other.
that's lame. Why do we have to do the Prime Minister shit? We should have a presidency. That'd be cool.
Bits, I said irony, you fucking
We have to be tied to
I
English.
didn't fucking hear you, dickhead.
Yeah, bro,
Maybe it's fucking possible.
Mark, man, bro, just wanted to make a point. Yeah.
Sorry.
If you'd asked us a month ago, could we do a podcast over the internet and make it have fun energy back and forth? We would all said no, it's impossible.
No way.
Look where we are now.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you've achieved that quite yet.
Back to it, absolutely.
This podcast is part of the Planet Broadcasting Network. Visit
God damn. In Australia, this would be considered a pretty chill conversation between a couple of mates. That's what I was saying. Broden was trying so hard not to laugh throughout. I was actually watching his face a few times. He did have to try and hold it back. This is funnier than any podcast I've ever listened to. That's definitely an Australian that wrote that. Surprised this video wasn't monetized. Sarcasm. Can you imagine if Auntie Donna ran their own like radio station that you listen to in the car every day on the way to work? And it was just that. It was just that on the radio. It came from a 30-minute podcast. Did they keep that up for 30 minutes? Jesus Christ. I think at a certain point, like, it's funny because of how like loud and real and raw it is. But I think at a certain point, like 30 minutes would probably be it. We start to get a little bit annoying because it's just noise at that point. They're doing it too well. Them just screaming at each other. Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. What should we go out on? I think it's time to wrap it up, hey? It's about time. Been here for too long. Been here for really long. I know what we should wrap this up on. Let's wrap this up on something fucked up. This came out. Where is it? Here we go. Check it. The Red Band trailer for Terrifier 2 came out. I'm gonna be honest, I went to a servo and my car won't start. What, right now? You're at a servo and your car's broken? I blame Auntie Donna. They C-bummed your car's transmission into dust. Alright. There's a Red Band trailer, so there's gonna be icky gore, probably. But it's October, so that's what we're after, right? That's the point. Supposed to pick it up from my place this morning. So why are you at a servo? Alright, serial killer clown, here we go.
You survived the most famous serial killer.
Okay, it just restarted itself. I don't know why that happened.
The most famous serial killer since Jack the Ripper. The 5-year anniversary is coming up. I think a lot of people would really like to hear from you after all this time.
That lady's getting murdered.
Want to know what it's like to be in the presence of that kind of evil.
Oh,
what
God.
goes through your brain when he's close enough to
Humping.
you. You feel his breath.
They're gonna die. Oh my god. I was expecting that. God, that dude has a creepy face. It's pretty decent horror movie creature design.
Who?
He's not
How can you be sure it
comfortable
was
to
really
look
him?
at.
I could feel it. Who is this Santa? He's scaring my kid.
Yeah, he's scaring me too.
He's gonna murder your kids, lady. Oh my god. Actually murder the kids, though. That would be so much fun. They never kill kids in movies,
Why
or
would he
very
come back
rarely.
here? Even if he was alive, which he isn't. Wouldn't you want to get as far away from here as possible, as far away from you? You both know this isn't over.
He's kind of fun. He's goofy. He's having a good time.
The Terrifier. Still buried there, isn't it? Might be the only thing that could stop them.
What the fuck is that? Have they got other demons in this one? It's so bizarre that this Art the Clown is starting to become like... Wow, this Red Band trailer is actually put some juicy gore in there.
Best Christmas ever, filled with
The fact that he's
fun,
becoming as iconic
smiles,
as
and
like
laughter.
and recognizable as some of the horror greats is so random. Because it's such a trashy B-grade franchise. Like a couple of years ago, you would have called this like straight to DVD nonsense. Did you see the scene from the second movie in the bedroom? Yes, I did. I haven't actually watched any of the Terrifier movies, but I have seen entire scenes from them. Because people share like the gory bits like online on YouTube and Twitter and stuff. So I've seen clips like that, and I did see the bedroom one where that chick like gets flayed. That shit was brutal. Yeah, I mean that's what the Terrifier series is known for. It's just no holds barred gore. Like just creatively coming up with the nastiest shit possible. Which doesn't sound like that big a thing, because it sounds like a lot of people just assume like every horror movie essentially trying to do that, but not really. Most horror movies are trying to strike a balance. Like you can't just be as gory as possible. Like there's a tone that you're usually working with for whatever style of horror film, or whatever the character is you're dealing with, whether it's a Xeno or a Mike Myers. Like there's rule sets to how that world works, but also rule sets to how the tone works. So you can't just do anything. Like you can't just make any horror movie where you just decapitate children or whatever, because then you might lose the audience, because that's not the level of violence or the type of content. Like people feel offended or get turned off the movie because it felt like the tone was this, and then the movie went there, and it's like that's not right. Terrifier from the ground up was designed as the tone and the point of the movie was to be as gross as possible, and that's about it. That's the only point of Terrifier. It's not trying to be poignant or have good tension, or even like a deep and relatable villain. Like it's really just, here's this crazy, ugly, creepy, not fun to look at clown thing that's basically just going to be a conduit for doing the grossest shit to the human body that we can think of, and we're just not going to apologize for it. And you know, that's our point. That's our modus operandi. That's our manifesto. And they just do it. And some people don't like it for that reason, and other people are down to clown. They're into this series like a fucking mini cult. Like it's got its cult following. It's all about the kills, which is what people look for in a lot of slashes. Oh no, that's not exactly what I'm saying. Like there are plenty of slashes that are about the kills. Like all about the kills. Terrifier is not all about the kills. Terrifier is about the type of kills. I can list a long list of horror movies that are about the kills, but they wouldn't do what Terrifier is doing because there's still the tone. Like, even if you're all about the kills, there's still the tone of the film and the type of kills you're doing because of the type of, the vibe of the movie, but also the style of killer, like those kind of things. Like an Alien movie is more about the tension. It's more about not seeing the alien and building the tension of this superior predator that is like lurking in the ceiling somewhere and can get you good, like, and quick. Like, you are not equipped to go up against a Xeno. This is like the reality of the movie, of the world in Terrifier is not important. The story's not important. The character's not important. The Art the Clown is not really important either. It really is just an excuse to be as disgustingly gory as possible. It's trying to do the thing where it's trying to make you throw up in the cinema. It's that tone. It's like, we want to be so disgusting that someone throws up in the aisle. And then we can put that in the marketing. Which, not all, like, if you're making a Halloween or a Friday the 13th, that's not your goal. You're not looking to be as gross as possible to make someone throw up in the aisle or offend somebody. Like, but yeah, there's different kinds of horrors. And the fact that this is so unabashedly just about childishly making as most disgusting gore as possible is what I meant by, 10 years ago, this would have been like straight to DVD, B-grade exploitation trash, which almost nobody would hear about. But in the era of streaming where everyone can get hold of something like this easily, and apparently did because this series suddenly got mad popular, they can just do something this shallow and get it, like, actually spark up a massive audience for it. They've done really well for themselves. The bedroom scene in 2, not only was it violent, but it was also really cruel. That's actually an interesting word to use. They dampen your guilt by killing characters that deserve it in slashes, but they choose such wholesome girl character. Well, that's what I'm saying about things like tone. Like, what you're talking about there is the hidden rule sets of horror movies that deem what kind of characters you kill, how you kill them, how brutal are the kills, what style of the kills in, based on the kind of killer that you're dealing with, like Mike Myers, for example. The reality of the world. Are the characters meant to be taken seriously and relatable, so we're cheering for them? Or are the characters meant to be a group of unlikable teens that we're cheering for them to die because the movie's more about how creative can we kill them? There's a lot of different rule sets, and you got to define the tone of your film or your franchise. Some franchises are locked into a tone because they're preset going back to the 70s or the 80s when they started. But cruel is an interesting word because that's the kind of word that you would use as a defining rule set for this kind of thing. Like, for example, not many horror movies would kill the dog because, for example, the tone of your horror movie, you might not want to turn off the audience by killing the pupper. Nobody wants to see that. But in a film like Terrifier, they might do that because part of the point is the cruelty. We're actually looking to offend and gross you out as much as possible. That's our modus operandi. That's our goal. So doing something horrible and disgusting to an actual wholesome character that doesn't seem to deserve it, total Terrifier tone. If they introduce like a cute kid character with like a cute dog that's an immediately likable, friendly puppy, only to the next scene have Art torture the dog and like fucking chicken bone the thing in half while it's still alive, That's fucked up. Most horror movies wouldn't do that because that's the kind of thing. That's the kind of cruelty or offensive content where you might lose an audience. And that's an audience that's there to see kills. An audience that's there that's all about the kills. You can't just do any kind of kill. You do that to the dog, doesn't matter if they're there just for the kills, they're going to turn on you. They're not going to like that. You might chicken bone a kid in this one? Yeah, that's what I was saying. In that scene in the mall where all those little kids were there and he was doing the Santa thing, I would completely expect a Terrifier movie to make a meal out of that scene where he just massacres all those kids while the parents watch. Total Terrifier move. Because the audience for Terrifier is expected to be people that aren't taking the movie seriously. They're there to see how creatively fucked up the movie can get. Because that's all they're really doing. And so the people in that audience are there to laugh, basically, and cackle at how creatively fucked up they can get. So if he's chopping off kids' heads and throwing the corpses around and the parents are all screaming, getting covered in their own kids' bloods, the audience for Terrifier would be sitting there laughing their fucking heads off. Because none of these characters are real. Like, no part of this movie is being taken seriously. You're not worried for any of the characters' well-being. You're not relating to anybody. You're there to see actors and extras get creatively mulched with awesome practical on-screen bullshit. So yeah. But I'm telling you, like, this exact example aside, you won't find many horror movies that will risk betraying the audience by, like, doing something like killing a lovable little dog. There are movies that will kill an animal to set the stakes of, like, nobody's safe or even a kid, and that has been done, but within a particular tone or level of violence or gratuitousness. Like, they might kill a kid, but they might make it classy. Like, you won't see some kid get, like, mutilated on screen, or you might not see, like, the horrible results of the corpse, but it might happen off screen, and you might have an artfully shot scene of someone coming in, the body's in the foreground, blurry, you can't really see what's wrong with it, but you can see that it's a kid, and maybe you can see his hand, like, laying in one shot with a bit of blood on the palm, and then you hear the mother scream, and everyone starts crying, and then we just look at them, we don't look at the body. Like, that's kind of how you might do that. And for the sole purpose of setting the stakes so that we know, okay, this is serious, like, they're not even gonna spare the kids. Like, this, whatever this entity is, or this threat is not fucking around. And then you might not, like, the rest of the movie, you won't touch another kid. You've set the stakes. We know it's serious. That was very solemn. We've sad about it. We've shake our heads. That's kind of fucked up. We're still on board, though, because it was done classy. And then we can watch adults get their heads cut off or stabbed in the gut or whatever by Michael Myers. But not flayed on a bed like the chick in Terrifier 2. Within reason. But, like, I think I would be down to marathon this season, like 1, 2, and 3. They're too long. I heard 2 was, like, such a long fucking movie, which is a long time to sit there and watch gratuitous, ridiculous, over-the-top gore. I think you'd get a little bit desensitized and bored of it after a while, but just from curiosity's sake of just experiencing them, I wouldn't mind watching through them. I'm just not in a rush because it's not really a real movie. I mean, rather than make Terrifier, you could have just made a bunch of YouTube clips of really cool gore. Like, the same way that I've watched some of the scenes from the movie. You would have just achieved the same thing. But yeah, I'm in no rush, but I wouldn't mind sitting down and checking them out. Not very important cinema viewing, though. I know this film. Exorcist. AI-generated trailer. Neat. By the way, this thumbnail here with Haley Joel Osment in it, that's Haley Joel Osment doing a J.D. Vance skit. He's been doing this a lot lately on Kimmel. Every time they make fun of J.D. Vance, they always get Haley Joel Osment to play him. And his eyes are always kind of like, just kind of leaking some smudgy eyeliner. Like he's been crying a little bit. Well done. A $35,000 budget from Terrifier 1 to a $2 million budget with this is insane. I had no idea that Terrifier 1 only had a $35,000 budget. That is so small. Technically, when it comes to like big budget, like actual Hollywood movies, $2 million is still small for the third film. But 35,000 is fucking crazy. There are actors that earn more than that as their wage on a film. This one comment in all caps, we throwing up in the theaters with this one, and then nothing but fire emojis. There's a Terrifier fan right there. I feel like Terrifier fans are like fans are a special breed of people. I'm a little bit scared of them. Oh, okay. Good lord, that was a long night of a lot of content. Jesus Christ. Normally we don't do that much Sunday stream, but somehow we watched a fuck ton of things. I'm gonna try and not do that. Oh my god, that robe came quite open. I think that just triggered Jay's spidey sense. He just woke up right when that happened. I'll try not to do that too much in the future. I don't like doing epically long Sunday streams, because then it goes against the point of the Sunday stream. It's supposed to be a chill stream. Once you get to 9 hours, it doesn't feel chill no more. You know what I mean? I'm now tired. I feel like 3 to 4 hours is a good sweet spot for chill streams, for Sunday streams. That's usually what I try to aim for. I try to aim for around 4 hours. Like as soon as I see the 4, that's usually where I'm like, we should start trying to wrap it up. I don't know how we got to 9. It just never ended, man. Thank you for the nice show. Oh, hey, I wasn't sure if you're still there. Everyone's just kind of chilling. Apologies for such an erratic stream, though. We jumped from all kinds of things to all kinds of things. I watched 2 entire video game showcases, THQ and that Convergence stream. And then we looked at politics, and then we watched little mini documentaries, and then we watched rapping, and then we watched Auntie Donna, Aussie humor C-bombs. Not everyone's cup of tea. What a wildly unpredictable stream. Oh well. So, fuck, it's Monday already. It's 7 a.m. I have a stream tonight, starting Penumbra. I probably should have taken it easy tonight. Got a much better sleep. Because I have work to do today as well before the stream. Oh no. Am I going to get to sleep? I might have to just work instead of sleeping. But then I'm going to be really tired for Penumbra. This could be tricky. Oh man. I might have to get some breakfast from across the road with a coffee and see if I can work as fast as possible. If I can get the work done as early and as quick as possible, maybe I can have an afternoon nap for the next stream. I don't know. This was a tactical error on my part. There's not enough time in the day and the night to get all my things done. What I need to do and what I want to do. Like work and stream. It's crazy. All right. I would say good night, but it's, I guess, technically good morning, everybody. Good morning, Sham. Good morning, unlicensed streamer. Good morning, whoever's still lurking in the bushes. What's up, Minx? Whoever might still secretly be there. Good morning to you. And I'll see you in probably like less than 12 hours from now. Oh shit. All right, see ya.